What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please run those likes all the way up. We need all of that. YouTube is just doing the most these days, so please hit the like button. Whether you part of Replay Gang, whether you're active in these streets with me in real time, or whether you are a Bush baby, run those likes up. We have quite a bit to get into as always. I'm going to try to come back one more time and give you guys a live stream after this one, but we're definitely going to be here for a little minute. All right, what's up? Make sure that you guys turn on your notification bells, set them to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the Kang is in fact Kangin. All donation information is in the description box below. So if you love what the Kang do and you love seeing the Kang and keeping the lights on around her, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or paypal.me/Consciouztv. Conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the platform. Last but not least, please share the stream to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the like. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in Cullen. But no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Let me speak to you guys coming into the sanctuary. What's going on, Sharon? What's going on, Lady D? Hey, Renee. What's going on, Amina, who says, you were absolutely right about her. Tell these people to stop playing with you, CTV. You know, I have to let y'all be the ones, you know, to let the folk know that, so that I don't come off like an arrogant piece of ish, okay? So I got to let y'all say things like that, all right? But I definitely stand behind that sentiment. What's going on, Ave? Hey, Ashley. What's going on, Latera? Courtney, who says, at this point, I just think everyone has lost their... I told y'all, we under a Pluto's retrograde, and we will be in one until October. So it's going to be the Wild Wild West. What's going on, George, who says, I love your hair. Thank you, baby father. What's going on, Lauren? What's going on, Noel? What's going on, T-May? Hey, Asia. Hey, K-Ben. What's going on, Kimani's Way? What's going on, Danielle? Yes, God. Thank you, baby. What's going on, Sonia? What's going on, Pretty Dope? Hey, Delia Beauty. Hey, baby. I ain't seen you in a minute, boo. Hey, what's going on, K-Ben? It's the hair, the eyebrows is everything. Look, y'all. Let me tell y'all. Elania Musk and Miss Trump was giving me my everlasting life today, girl. It gave me just an extra vitality, baby. I was getting my entire life. I'm not going to get into that right now because we got a lot of other things we got to get to first. But before the week is out, we're definitely going to indulge in all things MAGA. Okay, you don't even need it to be. You don't even need to have all-seeing eye, be a prophet, a prophetess, or be a witch to have seen this coming half a block a damn way. Okay. Also, let me tell you something. Y'all better roll up in here and give me my likes, because y'all literally begged me to get up here, girl. Like, y'all was all in my comment sections, all under my posts, like, CTV, get your ass here. I was getting emails from last night to this morning. People over in Lipstick Alley was like, y'all need to go wake up, CTV. To get into this DDG Halle shit, because y'all know we've been deep off in the Halle Bailey DDG multiverse. So now that I'm her, I want to feel appreciated. I want to see it in the likes. I want to see it in the subscriptions. Shout out to the 53.5K and counting. We're definitely growing. And once again, y'all show some love to the Cash App, baby. All donation information is in the description box below. But let me tell y'all something. In terms of growth as a content creator, first, glory be to God, to the Most High, to the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. Okay, for being blessed enough to be able to do what I do here for a living, for one. Okay? And because of that, you know, there's some luxuries that I have, which is, you know, doing things at my personal leisure. Also, since I'll be 40 this year, and I am definitely, you know, in the practice of putting myself first these days, taking care of myself internally, externally. You guys know that I'm vegan. I cycle, you know, 4 times out of the week. I meditate, you know, I'm really on my Zen shit. So because of all of that regulating, you know, I've learned to honor my body and to honor my feelings and to honor my mind. I really think that that's what's keeping me very young. I think that's why I'm aging like a damn vampire, because I only do what the fuck I feel like doing. I am not the content creator anymore. When I first got up on this mother, I used to be the like, you know, you got to get to it first. You got to break it first. You got to, you know, not no more, baby. Baby, I'll get to it when I get to it, Grit. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll see y'all next week, honey. If I feel like sleeping, I just sleep. If I just want to relax, I just relax, baby. I don't be having no anxiety. I don't be having no anxiousness. I don't be having no nothing, baby. I am completely one. And so because I'm not forcing myself to do anything and I'm only really honoring my, you know, my real desires, it's keeping me from not getting wrinkles. It's keeping, you know, all of my health just thriving, girl. You know, I've only surrounded myself in this season of community with people that really love me, things that really pour into me, and I pour back, girl. So, you know, we on a full health and wellness plan, and I'm getting my entire motherfucking life. And I'm telling y'all, because shit gonna be crazy for the next 3.5 years. It's gonna be a lot of dark shit going on. Plus, we're in the age of Aquarius, so we living in a 2,500 year period of bullshit. All right, take care of yourself, baby. All right, now, who we need to be telling to take care of their motherfucking self. I thought you was 30, no, 39. 39, okay, 39. I'll be 40 in November, so I'll be a 40-year-old Scorpio. I am 4 decades old. Sometimes it feels like I've been here forever. I'm like, damn, bitch, I've been alive for a long time, ho. Like, I can remember box screen television. I remember, you know, a fucking antenna on top of the TV. I remember, you know, recording songs on the radio by having to press the play and the pause button down at the same time on a cassette. You know, like, I mean, like, damn, bitch. I feel fucking eternal in this motherfucker. But then sometimes I be like, damn, bitch, you know, it feels like a blink. It felt like it all went by so fast. But at the same time, it all has gone by so fucking slow. Okay? Me and my friend was having a conversation. My friend kind of more paranoid about death than I am, but I don't have no problem, Don. Like, if I knew I would pass away in my sleep tonight, I would be fine. If I knew I would wake up to see tomorrow, I would be fine. I don't have no attachments to life in that way. I enjoy life. I'm blessed in my life. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's a part of my Buddhism. I'm just cool. Maybe because I don't really believe in death. You know, there's nothing but consciousness. Life is going to keep lifing, whether it's in this body or it's in some other transfigured, incarnated state. I do what I want to do, so I don't feel like I have any unfinished business. You know, I feel clean and clear about it all, you know. So I'm in a very, very poised place in my life. I'm in a very content place in my life. And I'm just all right. You know, I'm just all right. I'm all right. 1985, that's it, baby. Okay. Okay, so let's get into it. That's a whole nother story, child. What's going on, Neo? Hey, Rumors NT. Hey, Jane. Hey, everybody. What's going on, Truth Tales? November the 3rd. Okay, so we got some Scorpios in the building, baby. Y'all know that Reckless is a Scorpio, too. He's an old sorry-ass October Scorpio. You know, I'm a November, a real Scorpio. A real Scorpio, child. All right, we got to get into it, Greer. It's a lot going on. And let me tell you, baby, okay? Y'all already know how we get down over her. You know, this is not, you know, your fave might get dragged sometime. You know, you just never know where the pendulum going to swing. CTV just, you know, gives it up authentically, no matter who the hell is on the docket. So, you know, don't have no expectations one way or the other. Just be here for the content of it all. So you got something that we've been covering. The DDG, Halle Bailey, a.k.a. Little Mermaid, a.k.a. Chicken of the Sea, versus DVD versus VCR drama. It all started earlier this year when DDG came forward claiming that his ex-girlfriend / mother of his child, Halle Bailey, the sister of Chloe Bailey, was pretty much hogging his son and was not allowing him to see Halo, and that she would intrude upon his time with Halo, and he would never have more than 72 hours with Halo before she's over to the house, and you know, she's doing what she does. And he was adamant about not wanting to go to court. He did not want to go to court. He said that he did not want to do that to Haley's public image because, you know, she's been marketed as the girl next door. She's been marketed as, you know, the Black Disney princess. And so, you know, he's wanting her to reasonably maintain that, especially since she needs to continue to be a working girl so she can continue to go half on that damn baby. They got sugar so that he ain't got to cover the whole tab, baby. So he didn't want to do it like that. And now we know why he ain't want to do it like that. Now we know why the hell he ain't want to go to damn court, because as a result of her filing a restraining order and custody petition against him, he in return has filed a custody petition as well as a restraining order against her. And his petition is almost, if not more explosive than Haley's is. Now, of course, some of us are not surprised at the things that DDG and his mother are laying out in their own TPO / custody petition, because the signs were always there, lingering about. And we brought a lot of that information to you guys via Halle Bailey's own mouth. We showed y'all compilations and interviews of Halle saying that she's insecure. She's a controlling, micromanaging, narcissistic ass girlfriend, that she starts petty fights and becomes unwarrantedly contentious with her niggas, that she likes bad boys. We know that also DDG whole situation is actually her ex-friend Ruby Rose's sloppy second. So we know that Halle Bailey also broke girl code by going and indulging in a romantic relationship with a man who used to be the boyfriend of one of her good girlfriends, who also made allegations against DDG for being violent. And when it became known that DDG was still corresponding with Ruby Rose while Halle and DDG were together, Halle told us to mind our motherfucking business, and that Ruby Rose was nothing more than the goddamn devil trying to get in between, you know, her and her knight in shining armor. And now her and her knight in shining armor are going through a whole TPO custody court situation, girl. It's nuts. Okay. We also showed you guys videos. You guys can go back into the older live streams of Halle speaking about her, what we like to call enmeshment. They were friends. Okay. They both are on record as friends. They were friends. Get over it. Okay. We also have her on camera talking about her enmeshment, which is her obsession with her son and how she can't live without him. She can't work without him. She goes through anxiety attacks and panic attacks, and she can barely get on a plane. And even though she knows he's safe in his father's arms, and that DVD is the best father in the whole wide world, and there's no safer, better place for him to be at, that she just has a particular unhealthy codependency upon her child, which is exactly what DDG was complaining about. Now, we, in fact, told DDG when he came to us and put us in a group chat a few months ago about Haley hogging their son to take her black ass to court, okay? We told him, baby, take her ass to court. If you haven't been able to work out a custody situation amongst one another by now, and y'all are damn near a year in to co-parenting, then you're probably not going to reach one. And if Haley isn't addressing her enmeshment issues, if she's not getting therapy specifically for not her postpartum, not her depression, but enmeshment specifically, okay? Because we know that all mental illnesses and psychological issues are not made equal. So you need to be in therapy sometimes for a multitude of issues, okay? Resolving one issue does not resolve all of your issues. So we was telling him, girl, if she's not addressing any of those issues, more than likely you guys are going to continue to clash. And if you let her pull the trigger first in terms of the court situation, she's going to have at-home advantage. And because you are a man and she is a woman, this is where her privilege as a woman is going to work in her favor. If she pulls that trigger and fights for custody or files anything else against your ass, she alone. Now look at him. You know, he's fighting for his life in this custody situation. So we're going to get into all of the things. I do have DVDs, 91, custody, TPO, petition. We're going to read every single line. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. And we're going to get into some preliminary stuff, though, before we get to the readathon. All right. Once again, please make sure that you guys are running those likes up, because I'm up here for y'all, girl. Y'all forced me to get up here. Now I'm up here. Okay. Now we here, baby. Run those likes up. Run those likes up. Run those likes all the way up. Share, 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 share. And remember that Haley told us to mind our motherfucking business, bitch, and did. Now we all up in it. Now we all up in it. So first and foremost, we got to do some catching up. You guys know that when Haley had initially filed her petition, that Soulja Boy, who is a known narcissistic abuser who recently got sued successfully by a ex-employee / girlfriend for rape and other gender-related violence, for whatever reason, decided that as a guilty abuser himself, that he would avenge Haley. So he went at DVD's neck following her being granted a restraining order. He was threatening to whoop DVD's ass and turn him every which way but goddamn loose. That resulted in DVD wanting to set up a boxing ring and give him that everlasting work. And now Soulja Boy, of course, has found a convenient way to slip and slide out of that pending ass whipping by now using DVD's TPR against Haley to back down and mind his motherfucking business. Okay, so Soulja Boy backtracks on trolling DVD over Chicken of the Seas abuse allegations amid new text messages being revealed. Soulja Boy tweeted this, squashing the DVD beef, this looking like a DICK and coochie situation. Minding my business from here on out. Done trolling these ninjas. Goodbye, Soulja Boy. All right. Now, you guys know that they had a court hearing on yesterday. There was conclusions met, and despite DVD seeking full custody, which is an attempt to obstruct Haley taking Halo to Italy with her for 2 months, that custody was suspended. However, DVD did, in fact, get a mutual restraining order successfully put on Haley, courtesy of his attorneys. Okay, the Shade Room writes that DVD's attorneys have released a statement via XXL, according to Billboard, on Wednesday morning evening. Judge Latrice A.G. Britsong partially granted the rapper a temporary restraining order that bars Haley from engaging in any physical or emotional abuse. The court granted Mr. Granberry a temporary restraining order, which is a TRO, based on the serious allegations set forth in his application. The statement reads, quote, as we reported earlier, the judge is leaving Halle and Bailey's sole custody until the hearing that's now scheduled for June 24th. All right. So DVD has gotten a mutual restraining order against Haley. All right. However, the judge and the courts need time to work out this whole custody situation. So in the meantime, Halle will remain in the custody of Haley, and they will be back in court on the 24th to figure out what to do as it relates to the custody situation. And she is continuing to come out swinging on him regarding that custody situation, okay? Because Haley is planning on using that fight that DVD's brother and friends were involved in at Consciouztv Streamers University in her court filings and in her defense to show that the environment that DVD is in is not safe. I don't think any of that bullshit is going to work. You have to show that DVD is a direct threat to Halle. DVD being involved in a bar fight, being involved in a street fight, being involved in circumstances that are outside of his son are not necessarily grounds for DVD to be without custody of his son. Just like her allegedly pulling up to the goddamn movie theater to fight a bitch who he was in the cinema with is not grounds to disqualify her as being of sound reason as it relates to custody. So unless she can prove that DVD is a direct physical endangerment to her son, it's not going to work. The fact that she is out here on a multitude of interviews and live streams hailing DVD as a great father, as the safest place for Halle to be, I'm sure that DVD is going to collect all of that data, all of that metadata, and use that in his defense. Okay? Now, before we get into these allegations, I want you guys to remember this and keep this in mind as we go into DVD's side of these events. Okay? This is an earlier interview from Haley.
Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know.
Okay, her own words, not mine. So I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. I'm an obsessive girlfriend. Okay, all of her own words. Now, let's get into this motherfucking petition. Hold on, y'all. Let me do something. All right. So this is, of course, his petition. It goes through the whole rigmarole. Let's get into some meat and potatoes here. Oh, wait a minute, bitch. You almost listen to the meat and potatoes immediately, child. Okay, so let's go. All right, so the person that he wants protection from is Haley. He gives her date of birth there. The relationship is we have a child together, which is Halo St. Granberry. We were dating or used to date. Are there any restraining orders currently in place or that have expired in the last 6 months? He says yes, which I'm sure he's talking about the one against Tim. Are you involved in any other court case? He says yes. Most recent abuse. Did anyone else hear or see what happened on this day? He says yes. Did the person in number 2 use or threaten to use a GUN or other weapon? He says yes, which is attached in his declaration. Did the person cause you any emotional or physical harm? He says yes. Did the police come? He says no. Okay, he didn't provide more details there. How often has this person abused you? He says other, even though he had the option to put just once, 2 to 5 times, or weekly. So it obviously exceeds all of those times. Did anyone else hear or see what happened on that date? Yes, yes. Same stuff, same stuff, same stuff. Okay, so let's get to the paperwork, child. And this is his DV form. Okay, wait a minute. Let's see here. Okay, so let's get into the custody. The person that he wants protection from is Haley, of course. Son, Halo, have all the children listed lived together for the last 5 years. He says yes. Okay, Los Angeles. History of court involving your children. Do you have any other cases? Of course, yes, yes, yes. Da da da. Same shit. Okay, let's get into this. Do you want to limit where the person in number 2 can travel with your children? He says yes, of course. I asked the judge to order that person number 2 must have written permission from me or a court order to take the child outside of California. Do you want Haley to have access to the children's records or information? He says yes. Now she said, did she say no? I think she said no on her petition. He says yes. Do you believe the person in number 2 might abduct your child? He says absolutely the hell yes. Do you want the judge to make child custody orders? He says yes. He checked sole custody to himself. Do you want the person in number 2 to have visits? He says yes. Do you want visits with the children to be supervised? He says yes. Who do you want the supervisions? Who do you want to supervise the kids? He says professional. How often and how long should the visits be? He checks other. All right, here we go. A request for orders to prevent child abduction. Reasons I am afraid of child abduction. He checks has a history of abusing him and a history of child abuse, taking away or hiding our child from him, threatening to take away or hide their child from him, and not cooperating with him in parenting. Do not move with children without permission, turn in and do not apply for passports or other important documents. He checks yes. Provide travel plans, documents, children's travel schedule, copies and round-trip airline tickets, addresses and telephone numbers of where the children can be reached, and an open airline ticket for him in case the children are not returned. Man, this is some sad shit, y'all. This is some sad shit. All right, here we go. Declaration of Daryl Dwayne Granberry. I can't believe that DDG's last name, girl, is goddamn Granberry, as if it's not enough to be named DVD girl, even though, you know, we've appointed him that name. Sure. Okay. Daryl Granberry Jr. declaration states the following. He's a respondent, first-hand knowledge, blah, blah, blah. This is his declaration, his request for a domestic violence restraining order request against petitioner Halle Bailey, the mother of our son, Halo. I am a musician. Who cares? The summary. Oh, let's read the bold. While I have made every effort to be as precise as possible with dates, the abuse inflicted by petitioner occurred so frequently and pervasively throughout our relationship that it is difficult to recall the exact dates of each incident. Additionally, petitioner has engaged in the following conduct, thereby perpetuating abuse upon against me as recognized pursuant to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. Summary of abuse perpetuated upon me. Petitioner routinely used emotional coercion, including but not limited to threats of self-harm, when I attempted to leave the relationship and or establish boundaries. Petitioner weaponized our pregnancy, demanding reconciliation or placing me in the impossible situation of being threatened that she would abort our baby should I not reconcile or accede to her demands. Petitioner on multiple occasions. Oh my God, hold on. I'm just knocking shit off every damn where, girl. I think it's a spirit. It's a damn spirit on this petition, child. It's tearing up my damn household, girl. Hold on, y'all. Too much shit going on at once. Okay. Hold on, let me get this shit because I know it's gonna slide off. Wooch. Petitioner weaponized our pregnancy, demanding reconciliation or placing me in the impossible situation of being threatened that she would abort our baby should I not reconcile or accede to her demands. Petitioner on multiple occasions invaded my privacy by going through my phone while I was asleep. Petitioner engaged in physical abuse perpetuated upon me by slapping and punching me during an August 2024 altercation over my phone. Petitioner repeatedly struck me while driving in a car on August 16th of 2024 while leaving the Bruno Mars concert in LA. Petitioner repeatedly struck me while we were parked outside of her house during a custody exchange on January 18th of 2025, then falsely claimed that I slammed her head into the steering wheel. Petitioner on multiple occasions has physically attacked me during custodial exchanges of Halo, including but not limited to grabbing and pulling Halo from my arms. Petitioner has surveyed me through the surreptitious use of Apple AirTags placed within my vehicles, and I'm also sure that I fucked that word up. Petitioner shows up uninvited to events, including a movie theater, studio sessions, often resulting in confrontations. Petitioner pushed me and attempted to attack my companion while outside of a movie theater in June of 2023. Petitioner has frequently used racial slurs and profane language directed at me in front of others, including family and friends, and our child. Petitioner has denigrated and demeaned my masculinity, saying that I wasn't, quote, enough of a man for her. Come on, Tony Braxton. Petitioner exercises coercive control over me by withholding access to our son, Halo, based upon my refusal to abide by her dictates or demands. Petitioner frequently changes agreed upon custody arrangements without notice, denying my access to Halo as a tool for control or punishment. Petitioner blocks communications, demanding that all communications involving Halo proceed through my mother. Petitioner during emotional outbursts has destroyed my personal property, including my laptop that contained critical music and content work. Petitioner stole my legally owned firearm during an argument in August of 2023 and was found outside the house in possession of it. God damn. You know what's so funny? Well, it's not funny, but you know the irony, I should say. Halle, and Chloe come from an abusive household. There's a content creator who did a deep dive on their family and found a police incident report and some court paperwork surrounding some abuse that Chloe and Halle's father perpetuated against their mother. I think the mother like dropped the charges or something, so that was resolved. But there's been DV in Halle and Chloe's household growing up. In early 2022, our relationship deteriorated after Petitioner became verbally aggressive, largely due to her growing hostility related to my professional collaborations with other women and her fixation on my past relationships. Okay, so now we're getting some feedback on why they broke up. Everybody was trying to figure out why they broke up, okay? Now, apparently they broke up because she was practically jealous and couldn't get over him doing content with other females. During Grammy weekend in February of 2022, Petitioner became enraged over text messages between me and a previous girlfriend. I'm assuming that's Ruby Rose. An argument ensued wherein Petitioner texted another man to arranging to meet at 2 a.m. following a Grammy after party. Although my message was platonic in nature, Petitioner fixated on them and retaliated by texting this other individual. This marked the point in which I attempted to end our relationship. Despite my attempts to end the relationship, Petitioner continued to contact me and pursue me. Over time, her persistence elicited a sense of sympathy in me, which ultimately led to our reconciliation. Ultimately, following our reunion, her behavior grew increasingly volatile, characterized by escalating verbal abuse and eventually physical aggression. Shortly thereafter, we reconciled, and despite our best intentions, the relationship continued to suffer because of Petitioner's insecurity. Petitioner continued to accuse me of inappropriately, hold on. I'm just going to skip past that word. My brain just don't want to brain right now. Whenever I spent time in the studio or collaborated with female artists or concerned or content creators, Petitioner would initiate arguments premised upon speculation and jealousy. Her constant accusations, having no basis in fact, utterly destroyed my peace of mind and emotional calm.
I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know.
And we're back. Petitioner would routinely compare our relationship to those I had with former partners, particularly another rapper and a popular content streamer. Petitioner would use these comparisons to undermine and criticize me. As a result of Petitioner's jealousies and insecurities, I found myself entangled in an on and off again relationship marked by ongoing emotional volatility, unresolved conflict, and repeated attempts at reconciliation that ultimately failed to establish lasting stability. Petitioner conduct interference with respect to my access and time spent with Halo is used to control me. Petitioner limits my ability to be a father to our son, particularly when I refuse to accede to her demands. Petitioner's obstruction is retaliatory and habitually occurs when I refuse to follow Petitioner's dictates. Petitioner will attempt to exert control over my streaming content, my streaming associations, or my refusal to reconcile with her. So when he wouldn't acquiesce to her personal preferences as it relates to who he could spend his time with and what he could do with his time, she would pretty much use the child as a form of punishment, aka withhold Halo. Despite multiple attempts to reconcile for the sake of our child, Petitioner's behavior has escalated to include physical violence, emotional manipulation, threats of self-harm, and coercive control. I am now seeking protection for myself and our son. Petitioner's verbal abuse of me. Petitioner habitually used verbally abusive and profane language, often yelling, quote, "F you, ninja, stupid ass," and calling me during arguments. Petitioner would frequently denigrate and demean me by telling me that I am not enough of a man for her. These verbal assaults often occur in the presence of others, including family members, and most troubling for me, our infant son. Incidents of this nature occurred repeatedly throughout our relationship. Pregnancy-related emotional abuse and coercion. Despite the instability, Petitioner disclosed in or about April of 2023 that she was pregnant with our son. We had multiple conversations about plans to co-parent together, even though our relationship had ended. Despite recognizing that our relationship was unstable, I still wanted to move forward with having our child and was prepared to take on that responsibility. This is where they royally fucked up at. You do not in any way, shape, or form choose to have a child together with someone you have a unstable relationship with someone who has been abusive to you, with someone who has displayed the ability to not reason, to not rationalize, to not be logical, to be emotionally immature, who do not have any emotional intelligence. Like, the last thing you want to do is then throw a fucking kid in the middle of that. And both of them failed at thinking that this was a great idea despite their own personal relationship, because you are still going to need her to have all those adult characteristics, especially bringing a child into the fucking picture. If y'all can't agree on how you should spend time in the studio, how the fuck you gonna agree on how y'all can spend time with y'all child? Make it make sense. At the same time, I made it clear to Petitioner that I would support whatever decision she ultimately made regarding the pregnancy, so long as I was kept informed and included in the process. My only request was to be a part of the decision. In June of 2023, I discovered Petitioner attempted to terminate the pregnancy without my knowledge or consent, regardless of our prior discussion to parent the child together. On or about June 6th of 2023, Petitioner contacted me complaining that she was bleeding and in pain. In my effort to assist, I contacted her OBGYN and learned that the petitioner had attempted to abort the baby, but failed to take the second abortion dose. A commercial segment.
I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you gonna be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend.
And we're back. So the very son you didn't even want, to conceive, the very son you had actually planned on not having and getting rid of so that you can go forth with the rest of your life without having to be a mother, is the same son you're withholding from DVD and wanting to take away from him for 2 months in a whole nother country. It's definitely given that her obsession with Halo is part enmeshment, and it's definitely also now full-blown retaliatory. It's not even about postpartum. It's about the fact that I can't get this nigga to love me and care for me, so I'm going to withhold the one thing that I have control over, that I know he does have his heart invested in, which is his son. Through his son, I essentially have his heart in my hand. And because I'm mad, he doesn't deserve to have a well heart. So I'm going to withhold his heart in hopes that he suffers the way that he's made me personally suffer in our relationship. Wow. she failed to take the second abortion dose. Following this discovery, I spoke to Petitioner and asked why she would abort our child. After we had agreed to co-parent together, Petitioner threatened me by demanding that we reconcile, or she would go through with the abortion. This was the most troubling of her attempts to coercively control me. Following this threat to abort the pregnancy, coupled with the fact that she attempted to abort without informing me, I made the decision to cut ties with her. I could no longer be subjected to her controlling behavior, and I wondered whether her actions may have jeopardized the health and well-being of our unborn child. Despite making it clear I wanted out of the relationship, Petitioner insisted that the baby was unharmed and informed me that she had begun attempting multiple medical appointments in an effort to reassure me. These appointments appeared less about transparency and more about convincing me to stay. Ultimately, we learned that our baby was miraculously healthy. Moved by that outcome and motivated by a desire to preserve a sense of family for my unborn son, I chose to reconcile with Petitioner once again in hopes of creating a stable environment for our child. True to form, Petitioner, in an effort to control me, once again repeatedly threatened to proceed with the abortion and or express regret that she had not already done so. These repeated threats and comments caused me severe emotional harm and distress. Now we're going to get into Petitioner surveillance and stalking with AirTags. Petitioner has repeatedly shown up unannounced at places I frequent, initiating public confrontations and verbal outbursts. On or about June 16th of 2023, while Petitioner was pregnant, she appeared uninvited at a movie theater in Westwood where I was attending a film with a female friend. To be clear, this individual has been a long-standing, strictly platonic friend, and there was no romantic or inappropriate relationship between us at any time. I later discovered that Petitioner had been using hidden Apple AirTags in my vehicles to monitor my location, which explains how she knew where I was that evening. Petitioner entered the theater and immediately began shouting profanities in a loud and disruptive manner for all to hear. I was incredibly embarrassed by the incident. In an effort to de-escalate the situation so as to avoid further confrontation, I exited the theater with my companion. Petitioner then followed closely behind, continuing to shout expletives and directing her verbal assault at both me and my friend, referring to us as itches and threatening to beat her arse. She made repeated accusations of infidelity and attempted to initiate a physical altercation with my friend, all while continuing to use hostile and inflammatory language at the two of us. As Petitioner attempted to physically attack my friend, I was forced to intervene and restrain Petitioner to prevent harm to both my friend and to Petitioner, who was carrying our unborn child. The incident was particularly troubling as it clearly established that Petitioner was becoming more unhinged more frequently. So Haley decided to show up at a event or a movie theater and show her entire ghetto ass while being fully pregnant, while in the beginning phases of trying to reconcile with DVD. Pregnant. During Petitioner's pregnancy from April through December 2023, I found Apple AirTags in my vehicles. Upon discovering these devices, I realized Petitioner was using these devices to stalk and survey me. I did not become aware that Petitioner was tracking my movements until I began receiving persistent and unfamiliar Apple AirTag notifications on my electronic device. It became evident that Petitioner had been using AirTags to stalk and monitor my whereabouts together with my mother and her fiance, George Charleston, who also serves as my driver. We discovered Apple AirTags concealed in all three of my vehicles, a Rolls Royce, a Maybach, and an Escalade. George and I frequently receive alerts indicating that an unknown AirTag was moving with us. Despite multiple attempts to prompt the devices to emit an audible sound, so as to identify the location of the device. It remained undetected until later inspections by George and my mother. On one occasion during the pregnancy, an AirTag was found by my mother hidden inside a vitamin bottle stored in the trunk of my car. On another occasion, it was discovered by a close female friend of mine tucked within a baby bottle holder. Each time an AirTag was located, it was promptly removed and discarded. The repeated placement of these devices demonstrates a clear and disturbing pattern of stalking and surveillance without my knowledge and consent, all of which further contributed to my sense of fear, violation, and a lack of privacy. Following our child's birth, Petitioner's emotional volatility continued to increase. She frequently went through my phone without permission while I was asleep, using what she found to start confrontations. These incidents occurred during a period when Petitioner and I were in an on-again, off-again relationship. Despite the instability between us, I made a concerted effort to maintain the relationship and provide a sense of stability, particularly after learning that she was pregnant. I would often fall asleep while scrolling TikTok, wherein Petitioner would take these opportunities to enter and hack into my device without my permission. Here's the physical violence and outbursts. You guys run those lights up, because we're working and we're reading and we're working and we are reading. To be clear, for those of you who might be confused, his custody order was denied, but his restraining order was approved of, and that's courtesy of his lawyer, who spoke to Double XL and cleared up the misnumber that the court is going to reconvene on the custody issues on the 24th of this month, but his restraining order against her has been granted by the courts. So they now have a mutual restraining order, which I told you guys is probably more than likely going to happen, especially depending on what his defense was. Okay? So they have a mutual restraining order. Now here's the physical violence and outbursts. In or about August of 2024, Petitioner became physically violent when I refused to give her my phone. She slapped and punched me repeatedly while I attempted to de-escalate the situation. My mother witnessed the incident and intervened to get her to stop. Also present was a close family friend, Richard, aka Baby Rich Terry. I had to physically restrain Petitioner by holding her wrist in an attempt to get her to stop the assault. During the chaos, she ran off with my laptop from the garage. Petitioner repeatedly texted me and threatened to destroy it unless I answered her phone calls. So now we know what the mother meant by, okay, bitch, I'm about to tell all the secrets of the kingdom, girl. You done fucked with the wrong family, child. The incident arose from one of many arguments sparked by Petitioner's jealousy and mistrust over my professional content collaborations. As a content creator, streamer, video editor, and music producer, my laptop is essential to my livelihood. It contains ongoing projects, unreleased footage, and software critical to my work. This act not only caused significant financial harm, but also disrupted my ability to meet professional obligations. Attached here too as Exhibit 1 is a true and correct copy of Petitioner's message from June 2023, wherein she states, my computer is broken following her belief that I cheated on her. Commercial segment.
Territorial girlfriend, all of the above. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay, cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know.
And we're back. Unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. Petitioner consistently expressed discomfort and hostility toward my work, particularly when it involved collaborating or filming with other women. She refused to be part of my content and often used emotional manipulation or conflict to prevent me from filming with female colleagues, despite the professional nature of my work. In contrast, I was expected to accept her participations in intimate on-screen roles, including kissing and close physical contact with her male co-stars in films. without objection. The double standard created ongoing tension and further reflected the controlling and unequal dynamics in our relationship. Fair is fair, chicken of the sea. Petitioner has repeatedly interfered with my work, often by initiating arguments, causing disruptions while I was recording or editing, or withholding access to necessary equipment. Petitioner would force me to edit her out of projects last minute, and or refuse to allow me or my family to post projects with her likeness or features after having granted consent. Her conduct severely impacted my ability to earn income and maintain stability. Notably, on August 18th of 2024, I documented one such outburst by Petitioner as we were leaving a Bruno Mars concert at the... Am I the only one who want to suck Bruno Mars's dick? I know Bruno Mars is alleged to be a culture vulture. He's definitely come under criticism of woke, black, lucid millennials. But am I the only one who would suck Bruno Mars right on the stage? I'm the only one, Amber? Really? There got to be some more whores in the chat. Am I the only one? There's no way in it. I am the only one? Wow. Being 39 is very fascinating. Wow. Okay, we got one. We at least got one, girl. Okay, the laid back. Bruno is okay. Okay, me and laid back Lens, baby. Okay, baby. They ain't got no taste laid back. They ain't got no motherfucking taste, baby. Okay, don't worry about them people in the chat, baby. Okay, he all lies, baby. We could be sister wives on that Latin ping child. Okay, where was I? Where was I? The Intuit Dome, which we had attended with our son. During the incident, Petitioner became upset and demanded that we leave. As I was driving back home from the concert, she became verbally aggressive and emotionally unhinged in the presence of our child. She began to hit me as I was driving with our child. Petitioner clearly had no regard for her personal safety or that of our infant son. I ended up pulling the car over so that I could de-escalate her volatility and make sure that we were safe. I recorded her outburst to preserve a record of her behavior, as it reflected an ongoing pattern of volatility that has continued to jeopardize both my emotional well-being and our son's sense of safety and stability. I will play this recording during trial. However, attached here too, as Exhibit 2, is a true and correct transcript, wow, of that recording. Now we know why he didn't want to go to court. Now we know, baby. Wow, you guys. Jesus. I have also repeatedly caught my mother doing incidences where Petitioner was physically assaulting me. This occurred so frequently I cannot provide the court with specific dates. These events were not isolated. She would often refuse to leave my home or my vehicle, preventing me from leaving and demanding conversations against my will. On multiple occasions, Petitioner had refused to let me leave her home by physically blocking exits and threatening to withhold our son if I attempted to separate from her. On or about January 18th, 2025, Petitioner agreed that I could pick up our son, Halo, for an overnight visit. However, when I arrived at her residence, she insisted that we discuss and formalize a visitation schedule, an issue that had been increasingly contentious due to her repeated pattern of using Halo as the means of control, arbitrarily limiting my access based on her emotions or preferences. After placing Halo in his car seat, okay, so now they're about to talk about the whole car steering wheel to the face, chipped tooth incident. After placing Halo in his car seat, Petitioner unexpectedly entered the back seat of the vehicle and refused to exit, effectively preventing me from exercising my custodial time. Despite my repeated requests for her to leave the car, she locked herself inside with Halo and grew increasingly agitated. Concerned for the safety and well-being of our son, I called my mother for guidance on how to proceed. During the incident, petitioner demanded that I, quote, talk to her and make a schedule, and then proceeded to strike me from the back seat by launching herself over the center console into the front seat to punch me. As she did so, her own momentum caused her to hit her head on the steering wheel. At no point did I strike her. In fact, I attempted to shield myself by restraining her arms to prevent further punches. Eventually, I drove home with petitioner still in the back seat car in an effort to get her to calm herself down and exercise my visitation. I arrived home and went inside with Halo as petitioner stayed outside to talk to my family and complain about the status of our relationship. After my mother arrived, petitioner spent time with my little sister, who eventually drove her home. At no point did she leave the premises in a state of distress or hysteria. Attached here too as Exhibit 3 is a true and correct reflection of my injuries sustained by petitioner from her attack. This behavior is consistent with her ongoing efforts to interfere with my custodial rights, including unilaterally denying visitation and traveling out of town, such as her undisclosed trip to St. Lucia, which I only discovered through social media. These acts demonstrate a continued pattern of coercive control, emotional volatility, and disregard for agreed upon parenting arrangements. Petitioner's repeated threats of self-harm and suicide. Petitioner routinely used emotional coercion and manipulation to exert her control over me, often threatening me by using self-harm or ending her life. The earliest accounts of this I have documented was in March of 2022. We were in Atlanta and an argument ensued between us. I left petitioner as I did not want to continue to engage in a fight with her. Upon leaving, petitioner repeatedly called me. When I didn't answer her call, she then proceeded to text me. Attached here too as Exhibit 4 is a true and correct copy of these messages. In these messages, petitioner is threatening to end their relationship if I do not answer her calls. When I respond informing her I just want to be left alone, she threatens me, claiming that she has a knife. On several occasions, petitioner has threatened to unalive herself, especially when I try to end the relationship or leave her residence. Are we going to have to personally ride DVD's dick, just for research purposes? Are we going to have to see what that dick do just for research purposes? I believe in hands-on research, to get to the real bottom line of things, okay? Boots to the ground research here, all right? It is not going to have to happen here, all right? In or about August of 2023, during a particular volatile argument, petitioner became enraged and threatened to end her life using my legally owned firearm. That is some scary shit. Without my consent, she took the weapon and left the house. Alarmed and unable to locate her, I immediately contacted my mother, who arrived shortly thereafter with her fiance, George, to assist in the search. George ultimately located petitioner outside in possession of the firearm. He safely retrieved the weapon from her. Following this, petitioner proceeded to run upstairs and lock herself in the master bedroom closet, where she remained lying on the floor in an emotionally unstable state. This incident was one of several in which petitioner actions posed a serious threat to her own safety and the safety of our son by creating an environment of emotional distress and danger within the home. On March 21st of 2024, petitioner sent messages threatening to unalive herself and made statements that suggested that she might harm our son. She then attempted to drive while in emotional distress with our child in a car. I was so concerned for Halo's safety that I contacted Petitioner's godmother, asking her to intervene. On at least 2 other occasions that I can recall, one in September of 2024 and another in November, Petitioner sent similarly threatening messages attached here to as Exhibit 5, a true and correct copy of text I received from Petitioner. Given these threats of self-harm, I believe Petitioner is a threat to our son's safety, such that she should not be allowed to take Halo out of the country to Italy for a period of 2 months. I am filing a concurrent ex parte application seeking to preclude Petitioner's international travel. In the event this court does not grant the ex parte relief, I will have no choice but to report Petitioner's threats to harm herself, thereby placing our son's safety at risk with the Los Angeles Department of Children and Family. Something I was hoping to avoid. And since the courts gave him a mutual restraining order, but continued to give Halo full custody until the June 24th hearing, right now, that means that DVD is in the process of filing a formal complaint against Haley with CPS. Oh my God. Wow. Petitioner's coercive control of my access to Halo. Petitioner repeatedly refused to allow me to see Halo when I was not in a romantic relationship with her. I created content with other women or posted something online, she would block me and withhold access. She often used our son as leverage to control me emotionally or punish me. Petitioner frequently blocked me on all platforms after breakups and would only communicate through my mother. This became a constant pattern, with her toggling between affectionate behavior and extreme hostility, depending on whether I was physically or emotionally available to her. Petitioner has routinely threatened to withhold custody and block visitation when I assert boundaries or request changes to our parenting plan. She has made it difficult to arrange pickup and drop off and has resorted to screaming and threats during these exchanges, often in front of our son. During one incident, Petitioner physically prevented me from retrieving our son by standing in front of the door while yelling profanities at me. My mother was often involved in facilitating safe custody exchanges due to Petitioner's unpredictability and refusal to communicate directly. She has witnessed Petitioner attempting to take Halo from my arms and deny my parental rights, including an incident at Petitioner's West Hollywood apartment where her sister, godmother, and my father were present. As I was holding Halo in my arms in an attempt to visit our son, Petitioner began to hit me in an effort to get me to stop from taking Halo for the limited amount of time she had already agreed for me to have him in my care in custody. Petitioner's escalating behavior poses an immediate threat to my safety and emotional well-being, and more importantly, to the stability and safety of our son. As a result of such conduct behavior, I respectfully request the following in the protective orders. Shout out to my baby mother Shima for the old Nancy child support for because you use your man's money well. Okay, so this ain't even the hair I was talking about, y'all. This is not even the hair I was talking about. The hair that I'm talking about, it'll be here basically next week. I'm going to get the bundles Friday, which are they should be they're in LA right now, so they'll get here tomorrow. And then the unit that I'm going to add to 40-inch bundles too probably will be here Monday or Tuesday. This is just hair I already had. I just ended up getting some extra hair to add in because I wanted what's that cartoon character name, y'all? What's that Disney? Is she Disney? Let me see. Cartoon character with ginger curly hair. What's the cartoon character I'm talking about? My phone ain't working because hold on. What's the cartoon character? Yes, the cartoon character who got the big ginger. Shout out to my baby father, LJ, for the old nasty piece of reparations, y'all. LJ is our residential black MAGA supporter. He pays me reparations every month as a form of a apology for being a part of the black minority MAGA vote. Okay, so shout out to our residential MAGA supporter, LJ, who faithfully pays me reparations, girl. Okay, for his horrendous vote. Is it Elsa? No, the y'all about the ginger hair bitch. It's too late to change it anyway, LJ. It's too late. Hold on, the ginger curly haired character. What's her name? Here it is. What's this? The iconic curly hair character. What's her name? This is her picture right here. I'm looking at it. Let me see if I can click on. The best. No. Can y'all see this? Hold on, I had to pull it up on my phone. This, her. Can y'all see that? I don't even know if y'all can see that. I think it's kind of blurred out. Let me pull it up to see. Segue, because, you know, we into some heavy shit anyway. We need a little commercial break. This some deep shit, child. I ain't surprised because out of all the things I've seen out of Haley's interviews, she described herself as everything that is being alleged against her. So I'm not surprised. But woo, it's heavy. Curly ginger hair female cartoon character. Y'all done got me started now. I'm a Scorpio, so when we get fixed on identifying something, we got to identify that thing. Not Jessica Rabbit. Let me see what's her name. Here it is. Yeah. Morita from Brave. I don't know why I thought her name was something else. Morita from Brave. This is look. I get inspirations by like the craziest shit, y'all. That's just how a artistic mind works, child. We get crazy inspirations. So this is my inspiration for the hair that I have in now. But this is not the hair that I was telling you guys about. You guys will be seeing that hair next week. So I wanted like a big, gingery, curly, wavy, just, you know, I needed all of that. I saw an animation of her, I think, on Instagram. And I was like, ooh, I need that in my life. So, yeah, this was my inspiration. And, of course, I'm pulling it off better than her because I pull everything off better than the originals. You know? But she was my point of inspiration, honey. An old curly head, an old big ginger curly head. Oh. All right. And that's how I usually get my hair inspirations. I just be sitting around and I just be getting downloads. And I just go with them. I be like, oh, I like that mind. I like that consciousness. I just be, you know, in conversation and creative conversation with my consciousness. And it just be speaking to me. That's how I became androgynous. I was literally a sophomore in high school sitting in French class. And I was just listening to my finance teacher who eventually, this is a little secret. My French teacher, who I had a gay crush on, I found him 10 years after I graduated and fucked the shit out of him. But I was in his class and he was teaching. And I just had this open vision right in the middle of French class, which I can't even speak a single lick of. And I saw myself as Prince, the artist formerly known as that, and I thought I was going to grow up to look like Prince. I remember telling my friend after this open vision, I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "I'm going to be a butch queen when I become an adult." I had this convicting, open vision of a Prince aesthetic, and that was my first notable contact with the divine feminine. It literally descended upon me like a dove as a sophomore. And ever since I made contact with the divine feminine, I have just been engaging in my femininity and allowing it to collaborate with my masculinity. As you guys can see here, beard, hairline, tattoos, the whole nine. So it's just blend of masculine and feminine energy and consciousness, and that came about through a very spiritual experience I had in French class, child. Okay, so anyway, back to the petitioner, girl. Now, if you guys are enjoying the cane, girl, all donation information is in the description box below. Moderators, please let the beautiful conscious crew know, honey, where they can support the cane ad, because we need all of that, child. We got to keep the lights on around her. All right. My mother was involved in facilitating it. I already read that limited time. She had to already agree with me upon a rare occasion custody petition. Okay. So what he wants from this protective order is 1, personal conduct and stay away orders, which I've been granted. So legal and physical custody of Halo to me are in the alternative joint legal and physical custody with a 2255 custody visitation schedule, which has been denied for now, but they will be back in court on the 24th of this month to deal with the scheduling situation. He wants a prohibition on removing our son from California or the United States without court permission, which has been denied for now. Use of our family wizard for communications and coordination. Order that all custodial exchanges be facilitated by third parties, including my mother and or nanny, to avoid further direct contact with petitioner. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. Okay, so once again, he has been granted successfully a restraining order of his own against Halle. So now they both have a mutual restraining order, which I told you guys would happen. I be knowing what the hell I be talking about. I be know when it comes to people, I know what the hell I'm talking about. When it comes to situations, honey, okay? I done seen this shit in real life, so I know how this shit goes. I told y'all, typically, it results in a mutual restraining order when the situation seems too volatile on both sides. Now, let's get into some of these exhibits and receipts, girl. Okay, so this is a 2023 thread between Halle and DVD. So Chicken of the Sea says, that's not right. I have to go. I've been so nice, but I've been calm. I've not broken your property or anything. I have to go. I'm pregnant and you're trying to cause me more stress for no reason. I said this morning respectfully that I'm not arguing with you anymore. You want to be petty. You can be petty by yourself. Stop blocking me. Okay, I gave you a chance. You've ruined my whole day. I have to work. Your computer is broken now. Oh, wow. Well, it wasn't broken about 30 minutes ago. It's broken now. You're welcome. She goes on to say, hey, so I'm going to stop calling now. You've cheated on me. I literally caught you with another girl last night. And today you've stolen my car all while I'm pregnant. I can't do this anymore. I tried to call you to tell you I'm going to go to the doctor. I'm leaving work now. I'm tired and I tried. Please don't try and say I didn't tell you when I'm blowing up your phone. I can't do this if this is how it's going to be. I want to be free. I wish you the best in everything that you do in the future. This is what Daryl Granberry said in return. How come you can take my things and I can't take yours? Okay, so this is a mutually petty relationship. If she kisses men on screen, then he can do content with other women. If she takes his shit, then he takes her shit. It's a tick for tack and a literal like matching energy type of relationship. They match each other's energy. It's literally tick for tack, any, meeny, miny, mother, mo. My God, today. Just give me my laptop back and I'll happily give you your car keys. I'll bring you your keys when you get home. Just let me know when you home. I'm home. Take me to dinner. We need to have a civil conversation. I'm not doing back and forth with you anymore. If you go on actually listen to me, I will. I'm not listening to you demean or insult me anymore, so don't even try it. I am hurt by you enough. If you're not going to be gentle with me when I'm going through this hard time, then we don't need to talk. Exhibit 2 is a transcript of, I think, the car incident, which he says he's going to play at trial of her beating the hell out of him while he has Halo and they're driving and all of this. Well, this is a transcript from that recording. Responded, you keep hitting me, petitioner, you stupid. You keep hitting me, says Haley. Daryl says you a stupid B. Respondent says, keep hitting me. Petitioner says, cheating ass. Respondent, oh, wait a minute, I'm wrong. Wait. Hold on. Okay, the petitioner hold on, wait. I done locked myself up here. You keep hitting me, you keep hitting me. Is the petitioner Daryl? The petitioner's Daryl? Or is the respondent? You keep hitting me, petitioner, you stupid bitch. You keep hitting me, you're a stupid bitch. Keep hitting me, cheating ass. Keep hitting me, dirty dick. Oh, okay. Petitioner is Haley. So she's hitting him. She's hitting him and calling him all type of profanities because apparently he's a cheating ass, calling him a dirty he tells her to get out of his car. You got effed before, keep hitting me. And I never got effed. Yes, you did. Yeah, keep hitting me. Nope, not even by you. Yep, keep hitting me. Not even by you. Keep hitting me. Keep hitting me. Stupid ass. Yeah, I bet you calm down. Get the F out of my car. I bet you calm down now. Petitioner, get out of my car. I bet you calm down now. Get out of my car. Trying to disrespect me in my car. I bet you calm down now. So get out. So get out. Bet you calm down now. So get out. Bet you calm down now. What do you think the effing cone is? Okay. I'm going to assume this is his injuries from the whole car, face, the steering wheel, chip tooth incident where he says she's the aggressor and he had to protect himself from her. And she injured herself when she catapulted from the back seat to the front to uppercut his ass, to sock his ass, and she ran dead first into the steering wheel when he curved her, and then he spent the rest of that time trying to block her attempts to punch him. Who would have ever thought that their relationship was this bad? Exhibit 4, this is Chicken of the Sea. No to this tweet. Daryl says, what's wrong with it? Chicken of the Sea says, Donald, of all people, let's not LMAO. DVD says, it's not that deep. LOL. She says, it is, though. Donald is a racist man who doesn't care about us. Shout out to Chicken of the Sea. Yes, God, with that anti-Trump sentiment. Haley says, why would you leave? He says, I'm done with the threats. Okay, this is on another day. Nope, this is on the same day. How did it go from y'all cackling and about tweets and shit about Trump, and then literally a minute later, y'all are talking about threats? Stop being this way. She says she sent some type of audio recording, another audio recording. Then she's texting him, answer the effing phone, answer the effing phone. I'm going to try one more time. If you don't answer, it's over forever. I'm not playing, Daryl. She calls him by his government. That's it. He says, I just want to be left alone, please. I'm calling for help. Ooh, I have a knife. Oh my. I think it's time for the Little Mermaid to grow her feet, baby, and head to the psychiatric ward. This is like clear emotional manipulation. This is obsessive. And even if Daryl is being an asshole, her responses to him being a frustrating person, if that's what he is, I don't know whether Daryl is just a normal person and she's really the full-on crazy person in their relationship, or whether he is, well, no, he's also equally petty. I mean, he takes her shit, she takes his shit. They do all type of weird shit to each other. But this is really sad. And now she's trying to escalate the situation so severe that it causes him to acquiesce to her demands to pick up and speak to her by threatening a knife for the sake of self-harm. She continues, I'm calling for help, but why don't you care? Okay, and we know that she's not in any real imminent danger, or else she would be calling 911. So she's literally just trying to get her mental and emotional needs met by him, who's refusing, and now she's saying she has a knife. He says, have a knife for what? She says, I called because I needed help, but you've shown time and time again that you don't care, and that's okay. Whatever I decide to do is none of your concern. Just leave me alone. Just leave me in peace. He says, I came there to check on you for you to act like you're going to hurt yourself to make me feel some type of way. It's manipulative and selfish. I never thought you would do nothing like that. She says, I never thought you would leave either. Guess I didn't know you at all, and nobody's acting like anything. Whatever I decide to do is my decision. Don't feel sad either. It's cool. You literally told me to leave. This push and pull shit you keep doing is childish. You keep threatening to leave me alone and saying you can fuck with somebody else. I'm not sticking around for that. She says, bet. I'm gonna call you one more time. He says, phone is on airplane mode. I'm not letting you ruin my day over this bullshit. The trust issues are becoming overwhelming. Maybe that's for the best. I put in too much time and effort into making you happy to have to deal with this BS every other day. And in your eyes, you're never wrong. It's frustrating and I'm over it. I'm no longer entertaining this argument. I need to work on becoming more successful like Jay-Z, like you said. Then maybe you'll take my vision of becoming a big label owner serious instead of shitting on my dreams every second you get. She says, you don't want to be with me. That's okay. I will never beg anyone. I will be successful. I don't need to be with someone who is going to demean me. You like that I'm insecure. It makes you feel good about yourself, even though she's proceeded to know, she's insecure. And prior to getting with Daryl, didn't take any proactive measures to correct those things, which could have reshaped her in such a way that she might have never chosen Daryl had she actually gotten the psychiatric help she needed to deal with whatever the underlying issues that Haley has come from. Because like I told you guys, Haley and Chloe were raised in a partially volatile, abusive household themselves. There's police incident reports and court orders that detail DV incidents between Haley's father and Haley's mother. So I don't know whether this trauma is a part of her upbringing and whatever the case may be, and what her own personal relationship history is with other men prior to DVD. But, you know, this is a prime example, you know. Just listen to this once again.
I'm a territorial girlfriend, all of the above. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you gonna be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know.
I know that we think it's cute to be controlling, insecure. We think it's cute. We find a way to poeticize those type of character traits. They're horrendous. They're horrendous. And what they do is put you in a fucking situation where all of those bad traits come to a goddamn head. And or you end up attracting someone who's just as toe up as your ass is. These are not cute traits. And the fact that she knew this about herself before, and these interviews are before DVD, the fact that she knew these things about herself and she didn't go into treatment for these things, she thought these things were cute, honey. She paraded these type of traits around, thinking that some man was going to find them cute. And now look at their situation. Look at her predicament. She should have got help, and she should have never been in a relationship until she cleared up her insecurities, her controlling ways, all the things that she's aware of about herself as a person that are not cute, even though there are segments within our culture that make these type of traits attractive. There are certain segments of our culture that think of this type of carrying on as normal and cute. They're not. I'm not doing this anymore. Keep your phone on airplane mode, but when I die, don't say ish. Don't come to my funeral or anything. F you. Be happy with that. Be happy that these are the last texts you get from me. Crazy how the one person I thought I could trust and be there for me constantly proves me wrong. You are wrong. You know that emotionally I struggle. Once again, these are things she's self-aware of. She knows she's not well emotionally. She knows she hasn't been well emotionally. Daryl should have not thought that he could heal these things up. He should have never went forward in a relationship with her once he became aware that she is not emotionally well. And I know because she's not emotionally well, of course, she's not doing anything well about her emotions. This is where her sister should have came into play at. This is where her own community should have came into play at and said, Haley, Halle, love, baby, sis, Daryl might be a mess also, but so are you. You contribute to the issues. You're not totally the victim in this relationship, and you need to pull back as a woman. And certainly these type of like interventions by her community should have happened after she became pregnant, after she had given birth. Her community should have galvanized and put pressure on her to deal with these issues that she's aware of regarding herself. You know that I emotionally struggle and have a hard time, yet when I'm obviously going through something, you ignore me until I go crazy. Here's another thing I want to say. I know we're also living in this society where we put a lot of burden on our spouses. I don't know if y'all would be shocked, but I've been shocked, especially as a healer and a spiritualist who deals a lot in helping people to overcome their trauma, to do their soul work. I was surprised at how many people actually believe that romantic relationships in and of themselves are designed to make your partner equivalent to a therapist. Your partner is not your therapist. Your partner has no clinical training. Your partner has no preparation. Your partner is not your healer. But so many people have that type of expectation out of partnership. Both men and women. Straight and gay. Black and blue. think that romantic relationships are where the cure is, and that their romantic partners are to be responsible for their woundedness, for their brokenness, and should be the light at the end of the tunnel. And you have no idea how much that actually burdens the partner. When you allow somebody to walk into your life to inherit your good and your bad. None of us should be walking around knowing that we fucked up, knowing that we got baggage, knowing that we got issues. We impatient, we controlling, we don't do well when we don't get our way. We got rejection issues, abandonment issues, etc. And then around here looking for our soulmate, the audacity. And then be scratching our head and confused and be victimized when we end up in situations where we get railroaded or mistreated. In the words of Iyanla, we have to do our fucking work in order to change these pathologies and patterns in our lives. It's not fair that someone who's come into your life to be well to you is expected to be a trauma dumpster and is expected to be a janitor and is expected to spend their time trying to fix you, which only becomes completely impossible because you can't heal someone else. A person has to reach for their healing for themselves. They can have all the resources allocated to them. They can have all the money. They can have all the right people in line. And if that person doesn't make a conscious motherfucking choice to choose their personal healing, none of those resources in the toolbox is going to work for them. It is a dead end road. When you're using all of your personal weight to pull somebody else out of their quicksand without them putting forth any effort, and then you end up spending your fucking life and all your fucking time trying to help somebody who was never going to heal, and then injuring yourself in an attempt to help them. And now you got two motherfuckers in the quicksand who need rescuing. I always tell empathic people, you got the self-love and you got to learn how to self-regulate, or else your empathy can end up being your curse. Your capacity to love people can end up also injuring you. If you don't know where loving you and loving them comes to a beginning and comes to a motherfucking end. And then if you're a broken person who fuck around and attract another broken person, oh my God. Recipe for disaster. You throw in my face my insecurities and laugh about it. You put your phone on airplane mode and say you're not dealing with it. But when something bad happens, don't say anything, because this is my attempt to beg you to listen to me. After she's been saying she's not going to beg, she's not going to beg, she's not going to beg, she's not going to beg. So she's a person whose trauma, whose unhealed trauma brings her to points of desperation. And when she can't get her partner to make themselves available for her trauma, she wants to end it all. And she is unclear about the fact that she needs help. She needs professional help. Not even DVD can heal this. He can temporarily treat this by being obedient, by accommodating her trauma. But that's just band-aiding it. As soon as he can't accommodate it, as soon as he doesn't have the emotional bandwidth to accommodate it, this is what it's going to turn into. This is why you shouldn't even try to accommodate it. You have to encourage your partner to get the help they actually need. Because you're going to be inheriting an impossible task by just limiting the solution to being accommodating. Trauma and brokenness doesn't need to be accommodated. It needs to be healed. It needs to be corrected. It needs to be directly and intimately, interpersonally addressed. It's equivalent to you spending the rest of your life wiping someone else's ass for them. You know what's so funny? People tried to warn Haley, but somebody should have warned DBD ass. Somebody should have warned him. This is like the gag of it all, is that we all spent our fair share of time, including me, being like, Little Mermaid, really? 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 DVD? Okay. But somebody should have been warning DVD ass. He was equally in trouble. She's begging to be heard. She goes on to just hear me. Answer the phone to just hear me, to try and understand where I'm coming from, but you don't, and you'll regret it. You'll regret ever meeting me. Go back to the itches you're used to. Go back to effing thoughts. That's what you want. You've never wanted anyone like me. You and your family hate me. Just admit it, but that's okay. Everyone does, but Poseidon. I'm going to assume Poseidon is a pet. Or maybe that's the Illuminati god that her and Rock Nation and Beyonce over there pledge an allegiance to, girl. Either Poseidon is a pet, or Poseidon is what is the name of one of them goddamn gargoyles that they be damn signing their damn soul to. After all, didn't Deshae Frost say that Halle is in the goddamn Illuminati? Child. It's a cat. Okay, yeah, I had figured a pet. She goes on, I would go and fly and be just fine in heaven without any of this, without any of you rude ass people making me feel bad about myself. I just wonder why Haley I just wonder why she just, I mean, I don't know. I know I'm expecting someone who's not well to do something well, but it's like a little bit of self-awareness once you see yourself getting this bad off. It's like, I just wonder why not just get actual help? That's like the source of the solution. All of this stuff is just trying to temporarily mask and band-aid the problem. DVD is not going to be her sole salvation, and she can't blame her personal issues that he may be escalating by his behavior, but they are first and foremost her personal issues. And without those personal issues, she wouldn't even be able to experience him in this way when he's being this way. If she was healthy, these would be the manifestations on his end that would actually drive her to put her phone on airplane mode and to break up and walk away from him. If she was healthy, this whole thread would not happen, because a healthy person has all of the resources they need to care for themselves. They know that they're enough. Their own self-love allows them to walk away from anything that is not that. There's no begging. There's no bargaining. That's why it's worth it to heal. But because she's not healed, she's outsourcing for her sense of well-being through her partner. And it literally reminds me of the woman at the well. Christ had a similar conversation with her. Like, you are outsourcing for a substance to fill this void. And you're going from man to man to man, from dude to dude to dude, from relationship to relationship to relationship, to feel something that's never going to be filled through those means. Let me offer you something that is substantive, something that can quench that emotional and mental and spiritual thirst that you're never going to get fulfilled by outsourcing for it externally. So come on, Jacob. Rumor said at this point, I'm gonna build my sons their future mate because based on some of these comments, they're in danger. Oh, I can't wait to open up the link. I'm gonna drop the link, baby. I want y'all to come up, rumors. I want y'all to talk about it. I'll talk about it, child. Okay, let's go on. And you can show these texts to whomever you want. Well, now he has to the courts. Laugh about it now. Goodbye. Daryl says, I was in the shower. If you want to talk, you can talk to me in person instead of eating food without me. And I never eat without making sure you eat first. Okay, I'm leaving. The doors are locked. You can come get Poseidon and your laptop and stuff tomorrow. Haley says, I'm going to go home. I just want to resolve it so I can get some sleep, please. You don't ever have to talk to me again, but I can't breathe right now. I'm just so stupid. This whole thing is so stupid. I want to die. I never want to be here again. I hate this all. I hate this life. Daryl says, please stop taking it to this extreme. I tried begging my only friend to help me. I'm still communicating with you. You won't help me. I'm so tired. I'm in pain. I don't want to do this anymore every day. You lied to me, to your mother. Daryl says, that's why I said we need to take time apart. So here it is. Daryl trying to distance. Daryl is openly trying to distance himself from the person she's now blaming in an attempt to snatch Halo away. Daryl has enough sense to know we need distance. Daryl is okay with that time apart. She's the one who's clearly codependent and obsessed with him and is outsourcing for all of her vitality through his attention, through her access of him, through his emotional availability, etc. She has all her eggs in one basket. She has no connection to source energy for herself, and she's learning how disappointing it is to make human beings the end-all, be-all to you all. She says, you make it seem that I'm this horrible person, even though I've cleared up everything. Just leave me to die. I will be fine. You cause me pain. You are selfish. I've been crying nonstop because of you. I can't be here anymore. He says, you're sick. And she is. She says, you push everyone away who really tried to love you. And the crazy part about this statement is that it's so loaded with data. Not only do you feel he's not a good partner for you mentally and emotionally, but you believe that you see this pathology played out in his life, even in his relationships to other people, and yet you still insist upon begging a cactus for water. You're still in a desert. You've now identified this place as a desert, and yet still for some reason expect there to be water here and to be a water source amongst this destitute, dried up, lifeless land. Who's the one that don't love you? Halle. Halle doesn't realize she don't love herself. That's the sad part about it. She's so focused on whether Daryl loves her or not that she doesn't even realize she don't love her. I can't do this with you anymore when you constantly are purposely throwing me into the fire. He says, okay, block me. She says, I've just asked for understanding. He says, I'm done texting. Do what you got to do. She says, if I die, you wouldn't even care. And then she likes his comment. I'm done texting. Do what you got to do. She says, exactly. He says, I would you tripping and keep threatening to unalive my unborn son. You're weird. I wouldn't feel safe having a child with you at this point. Stop being fake happy to be a mom. She says, weird. I've had enough. I don't want to talk to you ever again. Please don't contact me. If you need to contact me, please reach out to my sister or Shermay. I hate you. You are the most horrible person I've ever met. I wish I didn't have to fight with you, but you continue to let me down every time. And when speak about exchanging my son in any money deal for abuse. Okay, so I guess she's spiraling now and saying that, he uses their son for views, which I don't have a problem with. I mean, that's their child. They're both public figures. Halo, by default, is a public figure. And as far as I'm concerned, he should be bringing money to the damn household. Baby, bills are out here to pay, girl. Okay? So, if turning the camera on Halo is what either one of them want to do, it's not causing no harm to Halo. Halo doesn't have any responsibility. He's just being filmed, being a baby. So, you know, I don't have a problem with either one of them making money off of Halo. I mean, they are a celebrity family. I mean, should be. Most celebrities, you know, monetize their children to some degree. Hell, all the Kardashian children have brand deals. You know, we've seen the Run DMC family on TV. We've seen a lot of, you know, I mean, that's just how it goes. I mean, and it's his right, you know, that's his son. And if he wants to monetize his son, he can. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with her doing it either. Yo, I hate me. I think she says, you hate me and want me to die. I want to die because of you. I will die because of you. It's your fault. Cry about it later. He says, why do you want me to sit on the phone and listen to you yell at me all day? You do this to me every day. She says, I beg you for help. You know I don't have anyone. You fix those things, Halle. You fix all of those things. You know I'm actively suicidal and struggling. You know I've been running to the doctor every day for help, and you ain't doing your part. And that's another point I want to say. The first step is getting help, right? Right. But the second part is that therapy is only effective if you're actually going to be honest in therapy, if you're actually going to wear your heart on your sleeve, if you are going to be uncomfortably, brutally transparent in those sessions, and if you are 100% committed to the road to salvation. To just have a therapist is equivalent to just having a church. We know that just having a church and just going to church doesn't make you a good standing Christian. It doesn't. So it's not just about going to church. You got to also be truly invested, open yourself sincerely to a relationship to Christ, etc. Therapy got to be the same way. You got to actually do the work. You got to really be present in the process, just showing up in the body, but not showing up in mind and heart. You're just wasting your time and wasting your money. And this is why some people are walking around thinking that therapy can't help them and never did. It's really that you didn't help yourself in therapy. It's a collaboration. And I don't know where her sister is. That's also very wild and what's telling, because I know Chloe said that she's not on speaking terms with her parents, but Halle has said that, you know, she speaks to her parents. They're on good terms, and she also has Chloe. So to me, it seems as though this is one of them situations where Halle probably actually has people that love her. She got a loving sister. She has parents that love her, but the version of her that experiences intimate partnership, it brings all of this out of her. And because she's probably trying to maintain an image to everybody else, her sister, her parents, etc. I mean, even DVD just called her out. You even trying to fake pretend you want to be a mom when you know you don't. So this is more than likely a side of her that only her dudes, only her man would know about. Just like a lot of people are compartmentalized. They may be great friends, great relatives, great employees, and then be told to fuck up relationally. Be told to fuck up in their romantic relationships, girl. That type of compartmentalization happens all the time. Seems to be the case here too. And you still play in my face. I won't make it to my birthday because of you. You have ruined me and all of my happiness. You hang up when I'm begging for help. You're the only help I used to have. And you're so focused on being famous and having money when You don't even see what's in front of you. I mean, at this point, she can barely even text right, girl. How could you go to Mexico and be with someone else? How could you openly talk ish about me to all your family and all the women you want to sleep with? You want to ruin me and you succeeded. I hope you are happy. I didn't make it. I tried. I can't do this anymore. You can make up whatever story you want to tell about how I am or how I used to be. You can make up whatever you want when I'm gone. You tell everyone I'm crazy. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to realize how badly you effed up, how you ruined me, and any chance I had of having a good life and putting myself back together, and you continue to ignore us. Me and your son are alone. You don't care about us anymore. You never did. He says you want to unalive yourself because I tweeted Sexy Red a good rapper. Just literally, wow. This literally makes no sense. All this is happening because DVD text that Sexy Red is a good rapper, and now he's cheating and doesn't care about her or their son.
Jealous girlfriend, I'm a territorial girlfriend, all of the above. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you gonna be there? Oh, okay, cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend, I'm a territorial girlfriend, all of the above. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you gonna be there? Oh, okay.
She sends an audio file. Then she says, you won't. Everyone is against me. I can't. I'm embarrassed and humiliated and tired. No one understands how I feel. I tried. He says, hurting yourself won't fix anything. The internet shit is irrelevant. It's fixed already. She says, just leave me alone. Stop thinking about that. She says, don't ever try to contact me again. This is proof. You leave me hanging as a mother. You won't step up when I need you to. I'm begging you. I just found out you slept with Lala in Mexico. Lala has came forward and denied any claims that she has had any sexual, any affair, any intimate relations to DVD. She has utterly denied these claims, and these claims are probably a figment of Haley's imagination because she's what?
Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend, I'm a territorial girlfriend, all of the above. Where you go, who are you with?
I'm going to unalive myself tonight. My son will not be around for it. I hate you forever. Wow. You can have him and let her be his mom. He says, I can't believe you're acting like this. You put your penis inside of her in Mexico. She wants to unalive herself and leave her child without a mother in this world. Despite that, he loves her. She got a sister that love her. I'm sure she got friends that love her. She got parents that love her. She's successful. She's the exception to the rule. She's been able to accomplish things that we're going to chop it up to be the 1%. And yet, Halle is so deprived on the inside, despite all those things, that she is contemplating taking her life because she believes he stuck his dick in another woman in Mexico. Knowing I was here taking care of our son. And the irony about this is you can't beat me up over being a bad father because you believe that I had sex with someone else while you're willing to be a horrible mom and unalive yourself. The math isn't mathing, sis. How much more horrible are you when you're willing to leave your son for the rest of his life over something that a man either did or didn't do, who either will or won't be with you? Knowing I was crying before you left, you selfish, disgusting person, you're evil. I'm giving you our son. He says you're making stuff up. This could also be a interesting like case study for what like I remember my therapist years ago when teaching me how to deal with narcissistic relatives was telling me like, you know, when you are dealing with someone who's in like a manic state or someone who's in like an expression of narcissism and or like delusion, don't engage emotionally, stay cerebral, stay calm, stay completely relaxed, almost, you know, disassociate, have an out of body experience, and just kind of look at the phenomenon like a dog when a dog gets confused, like, like, but never personally connect to what's going on. And this conversation is almost like a demonstration of like a normal minded person, or like the mind versus out of touch emotions. She's completely swallowed up in her feelings and her perceptions. And the only way that she's willing to calm down is if she can berate him and force him into making himself available so that she can spout off and empty everything that's inside of her directly into him to relieve herself. And she gets more agitated when he doesn't make himself completely available for her to do just that. When he doesn't make himself available to be the emotional dumpster, as he said earlier. You know, why am I going to sit around for you to scream and yell and threaten me and do all this cat and mouse shit? And, you know, you're okay 1 minute, you're going off the fucking X. Like, why do you think I deserve to, why would that be an attractive space for anyone? You know, why? No, Ron, you didn't read earlier in his petition. He said that if the courts don't grant sole custody, he's going to file a formal complaint with CPS. Since they granted him the protective order, but they're going to suspend custody until the 24th, right now he should be making a CPS complaint. He said he was going to make that, and he said that in his complaint to the courts, that if they did not move, his next step was going to file a formal complaint. She goes on to say, please, I don't want him around for this. Please take him from me. I don't want him to see me like this. I'm begging you, which obviously this is all an attempt to just get him physically over to her. For Halo, please. Now she's using the sun. This is crazy. I can't with this anymore. I'm done. Knowing I poured my heart into you before I left. I mean, she's not even typing correctly, you guys. I mean, her texting is a complete demonstration of, you know, her state of her emotional state. You can't even own up to it. You are evil. You want me to die. Please take Halo. He says, I'm genuinely scared of you, man. I feel like you're going to unalive me in my sleep one day. I'm not allowing you in my house around my GUNs. Please just go home and I'll pick up Halo from there. So is she outside the house? Me and Halo are in the cold. So she's got Halo with her, apparently. Oh, and you won't let us in your house. So she brought Halo as a bargaining tool and thought that he was going to acquiesce because she has Halo with him, which is only being used as a Trojan horse. Halo is only being used to get access to DDG. Jesus. Wow. She's outside in the cold with her baby, going ballistic over a nigga and putting a baby through all this in an attempt to get her needs met by a man that she believes doesn't let anyone really love him. Me and Halo are in the cold and you won't let us in your house. Are you serious? He says, I'm not letting you in my house around GUNs. I'm here in my pajamas in the cold and you won't let us in your house. Wow. Okay, I asked for help. I asked you to take Halo from me right now and you won't. Instead, you leave us in the cold. You would never hear from me again. He says, it's not safe for you to be around GUNs. Please just go home and we'll figure it out later. She says, there is no later. There was only now and you missed it. I called and texted you 1,000 times and you can't tell me I didn't ask for your help in the height of struggle. I did and you denied me over and over and over to spend time at the club. Left me outside in the cold outside your house. We never come back from this. You missed your chance to take Halo. We are leaving. And this is why she's doing what she's doing. Halo is her way of inflicting DVD. He says, as long as you don't hurt yourself, I'm cool with that. We'll figure it out later. She says, I've already started hurting myself. Congrats. You unalived me. Evil, evil man. You never cared about me. You called my family. They're not going to help me. Wow. So he even went to the extent of calling her family, letting them know, hey, she's not well. She's freaking out. She's spiraling. So somebody needs to call her. She's talking about threatening to unalive herself. And because she doesn't want help, this is about her manipulating DVD. This is her fixation and obsession with DVD. This is not even about what she's claiming it's about. The people that love her are calling her and she's letting them know, I don't know why you called them because they're not going to help me. I'm not answering for anyone. I would have called 911, but I know why he didn't want to do that. They're both public figures and, you know, to bring the law in, to bring all this shit out into the open. But she's still calling him. I'm called you. She wants to answer the phone for her loved ones, her family, her sister, nobody, but she wants him. I want you. Because I need to speak to you. And now you've made it worse. You never cared about me or loved me. It was all a lie. You have treated me like issue to ground. I didn't deserve this. I tried my hardest. I want to live. I want to be happy. I don't want to die, but I don't know what else to do. I've tried. I'm reaching out to you for help to please come get your son because I'm not okay. But yet we know that she is okay. She's just wanting DVD to make himself emotionally available to her because she got people calling in that want to make themselves available to her. And she won't answer the phone for them. She wants him. That's not about help then. When you want help from a specific thing, a specific person, you don't want no help. You want that person. Right. I'm not okay and don't want him to be around me like this, but yet you don't want to answer the phone and drop him off to the people that love him. You don't want to get yourself help. No, you want DVD. This isn't about Halo. Like, this is so manipulative. This is so psychologically violent. What she's doing is psychologically violent. What she's doing is emotionally violent. And ironically, statistics say that this is the way that women oftentimes DV men. DV men are more, it's more common for a man to express DV through physical means and more common for women to express DV through emotional and psychological means. And they're 50-50 at that. And I think that men experiencing physical DVD is also probably underreported because a lot of men don't report DV at the hands of women because it makes them feel emasculated. So most men are not going to really report physical DVD, but the emotional and mental DVD gets reported. And here we can see a clear demonstration of it. And this is just manipulation, all this threat of self-harm, and oh, Halo's out here. You the one got him out there. You the one got him in the cold. You could get him in the car and go home. You won't. And other people are interceding who love you. So this is not about you wanting help or Halo don't need to be around for this, because you would be taken advantage of either one of those people calling your phone, and you're not. You want DVD. And he did good to not engage this, because God knows what the hell could have happened to him had he tried to deal with her physically while she's in a state like this, where she's literally losing it. She's enraged at him, completely distraught, and she's blaming it all on him. I don't know what else to do. You've hurt me so bad. You've made everything so much worse. I don't want Halo to be around me like this. He says, I'm coming to get him. Then she says, but then you come and you try to take him from... It's safe to say Haley is definitely the problem. I'm not even sure I want to read the rest of this. It's hold on, how much more? Okay, all right. This actually is the end. But then you come and then you try to take him from me and say disrespectful shit to me, like pack his bag. You bet. I am blown. I am blown. No, baby. Both them the problem, but Haley is the problem, and a bigger problem than DVD. DVD ain't talking about unaliving himself. He ain't talking about, he ain't trying to hurt his child while they're driving. Haley is both of them may in fact be the problem, but Haley is a next level of problem. This is the type of problem that requires absolute psychiatric intervention. We're talking about 5150, like what Perez Desiree tried to do for her daughter. Like this here is not just, you know, it's rank and file the problems. It's a hierarchy set up when it comes to problems. Haley is a problem in a way that is a complete endangerment for everyone around her, like DVD is saying, including to herself and to her child. She goes on to say, like, I'm a dog. You hurt me so bad. You've hurt me to my core. Please just leave me alone. I'm not okay, and it's because of you. I'm not okay, and it's because of what you did. I'm not okay. Please just leave me alone. He says, so can I get Halo or not, Halle? I'm tired of asking. I've reached out for help multiple times. There's proof everywhere that I tried to reach out for help. Before I did this, I'm on the way already to get Halo. I tried so hard. I did everything I could. I loved you to the best that I could. I thought me having your child. Now we have motive. And this is after the child is born. All this hoopla about Halle being a great mother and all of this is definitely enmeshment. Halle is being insincere. And her child is being used, like I said months ago, as her emotional blanket. That's not going to turn out well for Halo, who's probably going to grow up to be emotionally and mentally, developmentally stunted in terms of socially and emotionally, because he's going to have a over-involved mother who is going to be using her son like a husband. He's going to grow up to be the quintessential mama's boy. And the context for why he's even here had to do with her words. I thought me having your child would prove to you my commitment and my loyalty to you. And this is why she's weaponizing Halo now against DVD. Her withholding him is her symbolic way of showing DVD that she's no longer loyal. That's why she pulled the trigger. That's why she finally went to the courts. This is Rage Day, and it's sad that there's a child dangling in between us and being used specifically by the mother as a bargaining tool. That has been made clear by Halle's own conduct. And it's disgusting. And it's the result of her being mentally and emotionally sick and deprived. She needs help. I bet you went behind my back. I bet. So now everything is under suspicion. There's never any direct proof. She just comes to assumption. She has all these personal delusions, and she makes them real for herself, unfounded or not. And now my son will have a broken home. I tried so hard. I did everything I could up until this point. Why do I have to do something drastic for anyone to take me seriously? You will miss me when I'm gone. Still threatening to end it. I'm tired. I've been alone in this apartment for 6 days, every day in my bed. I have gone crazy in this room. I don't want to be here anymore. Please just leave me alone. You've done enough. You know what's so funny? And as in ironic. There would have been nothing DVD could have done that he wouldn't have been the villain for, right? Let's say that some of this is compelled by postpartum depression, which we know is only part. We know that she's been like this prior to Halo, okay? That's why stuff go back to 2022. So all of her behavior cannot be chopped up to postpartum. We know that the postpartum narrative, while it may be a factor, it may have played a factor, that it's not the sole factor. It's not the sole thing at work here. And that is not the context, the sole context for her behavior. But let's say that some of this is postpartum. You know what's crazy is that if DVD would have ran his ass to do what Desiree Perez tried to do for her daughter, Damare, if he would have escalated a Baker's Act, a Marchman's Act, because she was not well and she was potentially going to harm herself and their child, etc. And if that had happened, people would have been dragging him for that. There's really nothing DVD could have done that he wouldn't have looked like the bad guy for, especially since people like Halle's image more than they like DVD's image. More people will cape for Halle because they're buying into the marketing of the good girl next door, you know, the Disney princess, you know, the sweet and innocent. They're buying into the marketing. Because DVD has a more rambunctious public image, it already sets him at a social deficit. Anything he would have done here, he would have been scrutinized and demonized and villainized for. But to be honest, especially with her having my child, I would have Baker acted Halle's ass. And I wouldn't have gave a fuck, bitch. Y'all would have had to just hate me. Now, I wouldn't have gave a fuck. I wouldn't have gave a good goddamn, bitch. Cancel me and all, bitch. I would have Baker acted her ass. And it just would have had to be what the fuck it is. Especially once you bring all of this into the equation. Because now, I'm going to take you as serious as you want to be taken. And you're not going to continue to talk like this. You're not going to continue to feel like this in the custody of my kid. I'm going to help you help yourself. And I would have took to the extreme since she was willing to take to the extreme. He says, stop acting like you're going to hurt yourself or Halo. She says, I will never hurt my child ever. I am simply not tough enough for this world. Please take Halo so he doesn't have to see. I am not okay. My heart is broken. I can't pretend everything is okay. I've asked for help so many times, too many times. I feel like I'm drowning. You've never cared about me, not once in my life. You lied to me about loving me. You never did. I'm just too heartbroken. Please just leave me alone. I will be gone soon, and then you can be free. I'm exhausted. I can't keep up. Hold on. One of these hairs getting to my long ass lashes. Can y'all see my long ass lashes? I'm exhausted. I can't keep up anymore. I won't. He says, you didn't talk about Halo for more than 2 minutes. Thumbs up, you guys. The whole conversation was about girls. I'm working. I don't know what to tell you. She says, every day I want to die because of the way you've embarrassed me online. Okay, so is this really postpartum? Because she's calling out specific things that are driving her insane. This idea that he's cheated, pulling up pregnant to the theater to fight girls. She feels embarrassed and allow other women to speak to me. I keep going because of how much I love our son. He says, I have 40K in bills every month. I have no choice but to work. She says, and how much I know he needs me. He says, send me a clip of a girl disrespecting you. I'll give you 10K if you can. She says, you constantly hurt me and then try to say I'm wrong for asking for support. So, of course, she sends no proof of that. Seemingly more delusions in her mind because of what?
That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend.
Those insecurities are now driving Halle to, like, into the abyss. She's making that about DVD. It's not about DVD. You constantly hurt me and then try to say I'm wrong for asking for support. I just thought we'd do what I wanted to do today since it's Mother's Day. But if you really want to go, you can. I'll just go home and pack. Hello. He says, if you don't come back here, I'm going to call the police. I don't want you to do something stupid. I'm going to give it 5 minutes. You have a son. I know you took my GUN. That GUN has no safety. Put it down. That's not nothing to play with. He sends her a picture of her son. You're going to him go through life without a mom. You're going to let him go through life without a mom. So now he's trying to convince her to not do something stupid with his GUN that she's ran off with. I'll have to call the police. I can't let this happen. She says, I tried calling. It's just weird. You wouldn't try to check on if we made it safely. This is my point. After a day like yesterday and the things you said to me, you are just not capable of showing me any affection or love. I call and you send me the voicemail like I'm disturbing you, like I'm just a fly that's in your way. And now here is Tanya Granberry, the mother of DVD. Mother DVD. No, this is beyond full of BS. That's a minimalization of the situation. Halle needs fucking help. This is not a situation of two petty ass people. Halle is sick. Halle is mentally and emotionally unwell, and she needs actual substantive medical fucking help. Threatening, when you are watching people threaten to unalive themselves and kill themselves, and they're using this to manipulate everybody in their motherfucking life, this is not just about two people being full of shit. This person is not well. And the baby daddy is on the receiving end of the worst of all the things that were already pre-wrong with Halle before she got in a damn relationship to him. She needs help. And since this has all come out, Rock Nation, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her sister need to be galvanizing a motherfucking intervention. You take somebody else's weapon illegally, threatening to unalive yourself. This is traumatizing to the people who have to be subjected to this shit. And he has been protecting her for sure, because DVD has never even confirmed really why they broke up. And he knows there's no way to talk about that without all of this being stated, because they're signed to Beyonce's label. Those are her proteges. This girl is in a desperate real life danger. And everybody from her role models to her icons, they need to be taking up their matter with this. Why should Beyonce not get involved? These are her fucking proteges. Make the fucking phone call. When Rihanna said she was freaking the fuck out and having a whole meltdown on stage, you know who she said got on the phone with her to speak life into her? Beyonce. This is a 25-year-old wealthy woman who has some very deep psychological fucking issues and is tangible to very powerful people like Jay-Z and Beyonce, as well as her sister. And if any of those people love her, they all need to take time out to have a conversation and to make a substantive attempt to stop something that still, even now, may get worse. Nothing is keeping Halle from taking the life of herself or her son. Nothing. And I could not imagine reading and having access to all this fucking information and having access and doing nothing. I think that's irresponsible. I don't give a fuck if it's Beyonce is a human being like everybody else. This is the time where you put down being a fucking celebrity and you put down being a boss bitch and you do some real life human shit. From her sister Chloe to Jay-Z, Beyonce, her parents, etc. Baby, y'all call in the Avengers. You call in her community. And you address all this shit. So this is Mother DVD with her declaration. I, Tanya Granberry, declare and state the following. I am the mother of Darrell Dwayne Granberry Jr., the respondent in the above entitled matter. I make this declaration based on my personal knowledge, and if called as a witness, I could and would testify competently to the facts stated herein. I reside in LA. I am closely involved in my son's life, as is my fiance, George Charleston, who also serves as my son's driver. Both George and I were involved in identifying and locating multiple air Apple tags that were secretly placed in Darrell's vehicles. The first air tag was discovered in June 2023 in Darrell's Maybach. Darrell called me the night stating the petitioner, Halle Bailey, had shown up uninvited to a movie theater in Beverly Hills where he was attending a film with a female friend. Petitioner called me directly that night, angrily stating that she knew Darrell was at the movies and made threats to F him up. George and I drove to the theater out of concern for Darrell's safety. When we arrived, we saw the petitioner outside the theater, visibly upset and attempting to confront and physically fight the woman that he was with. I personally intervened to help de-escalate the situation. The next day, George, Darrell, and I thoroughly searched the Maybach and found an Apple AirTag hidden beneath the back seat. The discovery clarified for us as to how petitioner had tracked Darrell's location to the movie theater. A few days later, George received similar AirTag alerts while driving Darrell's Cadillac Escalade. Although we initially could not find the device, the alerts persisted. We searched the vehicle repeatedly and eventually located a second AirTag in the back seat of the Escalade. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks later, yet another AirTag was found in the Escalade, this time concealed inside a vitamin bottle. Again, George's phone was receiving AirTag tracking alerts while driving. After persistent searching, Darrell located the device hidden in the bottle. A fourth AirTag was found in April 2024 after the birth of Darrell's son, Halo. I personally found this device inside the baby's diaper bag, hidden underneath the internal cardboard lining. The device was a different model, one commonly marketed for use with pets. I took a photograph of this AirTag, which is attached to the declaration as Exhibit 6. Each of these discoveries involved Darrell, George, and me working together to locate the devices. George would receive alerts and we would search the vehicles until the AirTags were physically recovered. In January 2025, George and I moved into Darrell's home. While helping clean and organize the house, I discovered a box of unused Apple AirTags in a drawer in Darrell's bedroom. These had been left behind by petitioner who had lived in the home on and off both before and during her pregnancy. She moved out shortly after the baby was born in December of 2023. The box of AirTag remains in Daryl's possession. The repeated placement of these tracking devices establishes a clear and deliberate pattern of unauthorized surveillance and stalking of Daryl by Petitioner. These actions caused Daryl significant emotional distress and concern for his safety, particularly given the threatening behavior I personally witnessed at the movie theater incident. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the statute. Here is that tag. Wow. This is the declaration of Mama DVD's fiance, George Charleston. I am over 18. I am the fiance. I have personal knowledge, and here's that knowledge. I regularly serve as Daryl's driver and have been present during multiple occasions in which Apple AirTags were discovered. So he's pretty much just going to, you know, reiterate what the mom did in finding these things everywhere, etc. In June 2023, at a theater in Beverly Hills, I observed Petitioner Halle confronting Daryl and a female companion earlier that evening. I overheard Petitioner speaking to my fiancée Tanya on the phone. I overheard Petitioner tell Tanya that she was going to confront and physically attack Daryl and his companion. Wow. As a result of the call, Tanya and I drove to the theater and saw Petitioner attempt to fight Daryl's female companion.
All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me. Oh, how long are you going to be there? Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. All of the above. Where you go? Who are you with? That's me.
Following the above stated incident, Daryl informed me that he was concerned and confused about how Petitioner knew his whereabouts. The following day, he searched his Maybach and located an Apple AirTag hidden beneath one of the rear seats. Daryl removed and discarded it. A few days later, I received an AirTag notification on my phone while driving Daryl's Cadillac Escalade. At the time, I was unfamiliar with the AirTags and thought my phone might be malfunctioning. After this happened repeatedly that day, I informed Tanya. We called Daryl and told him we believed another AirTag was in the car. Following this call, Tanya and I met with Daryl, who was attending a studio session. The three of us searched the Escalade but could not locate the AirTag. Tanya and I returned home by Uber, leaving the Escalade at the studio. Later that evening, Daryl called us and confirmed that he had found the second AirTag in the backseat of the vehicle. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks later, I received yet another AirTag alert on my phone while in the Escalade. Tanya and I searched again. This time, Daryl found the device hidden inside of a vitamin bottle in the back of the truck. Following the discovery, Daryl began to leave the Escalade at home and use other vehicles in his efforts to avoid being tracked. I could tell that Daryl was emotionally distraught over the fact that he was being tracked. He described it to me as an invasion of his privacy and felt he was being stalked. Daryl told me this was particularly disturbing when he would remain at the house only to have Petitioner explicitly show up. In April of 2024, I received yet another AirTag alert. Upon inspection, Daryl and I discovered that the AirTag was hidden in a baby diaper bag. The device was tucked beneath the cardboard lining of the base of the bag. I took a photo of it and later researched the model online. It was an animal tracking AirTag typically used for pets. The diaper bag containing the AirTag had traveled between Daryl and Petitioner. I believe Petitioner used this method to track Daryl's movements when he was with the baby. In January of 2025, Tanya and I moved into Daryl's home. While helping clean and organize the house, Tanya discovered a box of unused Apple AirTags in a drawer in Daryl's bedroom. They were left behind by a Petitioner who had previously been living in the home on and off prior to and during her pregnancy. She moved out shortly after the baby was born in December of 2023. The box of AirTag remains in Daryl's possession. Based on my repeated experience receiving AirTag alerts and helping locate devices placed in Daryl's vehicles and belongings, I believe from the totality of facts set forth within the declaration that Petitioner was using these tracking devices without Daryl's consent to monitor his location and movements. These actions created a consistent atmosphere of anxiety for Daryl as I personally observed his emotional discomfort upon finding the AirTags. That is his declaration. My God, today. And this is all 91 motherfucking pages. Baby, y'all better show me some love. On a thumbs up, on a Cash App, on a something. Baby, the way I had to read, the way I had to educate, the way I had to get into the things. Baby, y'all better show me some motherfucking love. I need some love. I feel traumatized by this shit. I'm gonna drop the link now. And we're not gonna be here all night. So you guys, if y'all coming up, y'all gotta come up right now. If you come, you gotta come. I'm definitely interested to hear what you guys have to think. I want to say this before I let the panel up. Here's the StreamYard link. These two people absolutely should not be together. There's no way in hell, under any circumstance, under any day, at this point, should they even try to be together. I don't even think that it's best for them to even have any communication. There should absolutely be a third party, a non-biased third party, a professional third party, like DVD said, to deal with the custody situation and avoid all other communications. Right now, based upon the findings, DVD is not a threat to his child, but based upon what we just been through, Halle absolutely is. I do believe he should have full custody right now until she undergoes a psychological evaluation, until she treats her suicidal ideation, until she deals with those things, because until then, I think it's fair to see her as a pending threat to herself and to her child. Once she has completed a psych eval, once she has been in treatment, gotten treatment, sustained treatment, I think that mutual shared custody should be restored. But until then, supervised visits should happen. I think that DVD has not been a perfect boyfriend. I think, like all men, he's been an asshole at times. He's been emotionally unavailable at times. And for someone who is as unwell as Halle, that ended up being very detrimental, more detrimental to her health than it probably would have been in a normal circumstance where a woman just would have walked away eventually. But because Halle has pre-existing psychological issues, dealing with someone who is childish or immature or whatever it is will be extra exacerbated for someone like her because of those internal personal issues. Last but not least, what I want to say is it's clear to me that neither one of them actually believe that the other is an actual endangerment to the child. That's why they both had all of this going on, and neither one of them pulled the trigger sooner than they did. Halle pulled the custody trigger because she has come to a personal decision to be done with Daryl, and she would like to go on with her son without having to co-raise him with Daryl, because Daryl is still a trigger point to her. Even having to deal with him, having to co-parent with him is triggering for her. So she wants to remove him fully from the picture. Fully, entirely, so that she doesn't have to deal with the personal triggers of him being somebody who epically disappointed her romantically. Daryl is pulling the trigger in return because now, well, it's the Game of Thrones. She's created a chessboard and he wants to be in his son's life. So now he's having to superficially do what he has to do to get his son. But I don't believe that either one of them actually believe that they would be a personal endangerment to Halo. They have a court hearing on the 24th to address the custody. More than likely, it will be split down the middle. Neither one of them, well, this is the thing. I mean, honestly, if we have a sane judge, Halle probably has more to worry about in that pending custody situation than DVD does. Nothing that she presented to the courts is related to, per se, endangering Halo. But goddamn, bitch, everything he brought definitely can pose as some major issues as it relates to her custody with Halo. We'll see what happens because custody was suspended until the 24th. DVD has said in his petition that he's going to file a CPS claim. So that's happening. We will be keeping up with all of those particular findings. I'm going to welcome Rumors and Nee. Nee.
Hey.
Hi. I want to welcome you guys to the platform. Rumors, I'm going to let you pop off, and then Nee, I'm going to let you sound off. And y'all can, say whatever y'all need to say and want to say.
Hey, Conscious.
Hi, Boo.
Hey, crew.
Hey,
I want to first, before I start my dissertation, can y'all please thumbs up the video and definitely hit the Kang up with that Cash App, and the Venmos, PayPals, all of the above.
Period.
Now, I was in the comments. I was just this theme coming off because although I understand that DDG played a major role in all of this, he's pissed me off as well. And knowing that these things were occurring, he should have been sought some legal action. He should have been got in contact with someone of authority to get her some help. Because although it may appear as though she's not a danger to Halo, just the things that are going on, the psychological ramifications, yeah, he's a baby, but if this behavior goes unchecked and she doesn't get the help that she needs, professional help, we don't know what is going to happen in the future in regards to her next relationship. It seems like it's a perpetuating cycle. As I stated in our last live about her, all she's going to do is just get another bad boy. She has a specific type. This cycle is going to repeat itself. It is definitely alarming to know that all of this was going on, and at no point, not even his mother, no one thought to go the legal route to make sure this young lady gets the help she needs. You wait until she pulls the trigger first on you to then go and air all of this out, and I understand why it's now coming out, but I just feel like they all dropped the ball in this situation because it should have been like the public didn't have to know. They could have went about this like so much earlier and taken care of this. Someone going into a home, because I know a lot of people, honestly, that have played the whole suicidal attempt game for attention. That to me is nothing to play with. That is a serious matter. And even playing like for attention or to get your way, whatever it is, the reason behind it, shows that you have some type of mental instability, because who plays around like that? And if it's in fact serious, who waits until things get to this extent? There's a whole child involved. So let's say she doesn't physically harm this child. What if things would have gone to the extreme and she would have harmed herself? Then what? Because eventually it would have made, hit the public. It would have made the news. And now her child, because that is the reality of this Conscious. When Halo gets older, he's going to be aware of all of these things. So it's going to have an effect on him one way or another.
Hold on for 1 minute, Boo. Hold on for 1 second. On my left. Ron, I don't know if you know that your camera is on. It seemed to be pointed at the bed, but it is on. Do you
Okay,
want
can you hear me?
on, Ron?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want your camera to be on? I'm just making sure that you are aware that your camera is on.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch it.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, rumors.
Yeah, and so for me, I'm like, I really don't care too much that people are disillusioned by, the persona that Halle has out here. I am taken aback that people are ignoring her own words.
Can I say something? Amber had just said that's not fair, saying someone doesn't have their family because they're suicidal. That's not fair at all. Well, actually, Halle said that continually through her text messages. I don't have anyone. You're the only one I have. You're my only friend. You're my only. 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 So that's what Halle has said about her own life circumstance. Now, whether she means that factually or whatever, but I mean, Halle is saying that as well, Amber. But go ahead, rumors.
And that's the point that I was about to make. People love to disrecognize what Halle is saying about herself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, the hate train for DDG is so heavy and prevalent in this situation that people just are they're voluntarily ignoring Halle's own words. And I think it is a shame. For me, it does not negate that DDG has been problematic. But when it comes to the case of their son, because two things can be true at the same time. This woman said he's a great father. What she's doing is weaponizing, like most parents do, men do it, as fathers do it as well. They weaponize their children against the other parent because they cannot compartmentalize. They cannot separate a parent from a partner. Yes, he was an asshole as a partner. Yes, the relationship was toxic as hell as a partner. But she says he's a great father. He's a great father. So there really is no reason for her to try to use Halo as a weapon against him, to hold Halo hostage, in so many words, to harm him, or because she wanted to disassociate herself with him. All of these things should have been taken into consideration, which a lot of parents, we've had these conversations before, a lot of people just do not think about the pros and the cons when it comes to having children. People fantasize being a parent in a way that is unrealistic. And then, out of selfish reasons, they decide to use the child in a tug of war situation, want to play the child. It's always the kid that winds up suffering in the end. And I just feel like the court should both have joint custody. They definitely need supervised visitation, but part of that should be the judge should order Halle to get some psychiatric evaluations done, some parenting classes that should be mandatory for her. And I honestly think it should be mandatory for him as well to get some parenting classes, because although he does not seem to have been the problem when it comes to Halo himself, it's just the fact that all of the signs, all of these things that were going on, you never thought once to seek any legal action to get this woman help, some type of treatment that we know of.
So here's the thing, because I want to speak to that. I think that might be due to the failure of our culture as Black people. Y'all already know we don't hardly get anybody help for any of the shit that be going on with people in the family, whether it be the victims in our family who have been raped by relatives, whether it be the narcissistic grandparent, whether it be so many problems and crazy shit that goes on in Black families. We are not the people culturally and historically who tends to think of the solution, in that way. That's more so what the white folk do. But what we do is we try to deal with shit. We try to reason with shit. We try to put Jesus on shit. So I'm not going to act like, just because they famous and got money that absolves them to a kind of being like victims of the culture. where, you know, that's just not what we do. I also think, because when DVD came out about this months ago and said, I don't want to go to court because I don't want to ruin her image. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that they are celebrities. They're high profile people. I think he didn't want to, even though, to your point, right, like we all know this is a situation that, like, for those of us who know, you know, this is a high stakes situation. This is one of those situations where it's like, now you pull the lever regardless. Like, you don't let none of the secondary factors, you know, oh, this is somebody we love, this is a celebrity, you transcend all that. But the fact that they are celebrities, the fact that she is contracted, the fact that she probably, you know, she got a career, she's on a movie set, she's got record deals, I think all of that probably also had went into why they were so patient and not pulling the lever, because pulling the lever and putting her ass away would have, for one, risked all this shit going public. And I don't think they knew at the time how to deal with that if they were going to pull the lever, you know, and then the shit leaks that Haley is now in a mental health facility, and, you know, then it forces all this other stuff to come up with that they're not prepared to deal with on a public level. But then it also creates a domino effect in terms of like all of her professional commitments, etc. And so I think they exercise patience, unfortunately, in a situation. To your point, Rumors, I do agree. They should have escalated it, but I can see from a humanistic standpoint why they didn't. But they should have. I agree with that.
Yeah. Even hearing your talking points, I'm looking at his mama sideways. I don't know about her family, her parents. I'm looking at his mother sideways, because this is someone of some experience. She has age. She has the experience of being a parent. I don't know if she's experienced domestic violence or situations like this, but I'm pretty sure she's seen, maybe not to this extreme, but heard stories. I just feel like, even hearing your talking points, there's no way. There should have been, I mean, at least seek some legal consulting, you know. And for me, I'm like, you know, it does not negate all of this being, it does not negate that it went on too long. And it seemed like if she wouldn't, and I remember when he went live and said, you know, he didn't want to seek the legal route or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, are you really, really, really concerned about her well-being? Because at some point,
I honestly think that them, I mean, just like there's a lot of people in the chat who was like, who don't believe she was really suicidal. They believe she was doing all that for attention. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way the family thought of it too. Like, we know she's not serious. We know that she's just after this boy's attention, and she's just doing everything to the extreme and saying any extreme shit she can to get access to him emotionally. That might have been how they were interpreting her behavior.
Can I say something?
You know what I'm speaking of in reference to specifically? The whole GUN situation.
When she got that GUN.
Yes, because it, like, even if she was just playing, just trying to pretend, you know, put on this performance to get the attention or whatever, anything could have happened. Anything could have happened. That's nothing to play with. And right then and there, with all, someone said there was a video floating around where she pulled out a knife and the brother saw it and all of that. You cannot take these type of situations lightly. I'm sorry. You just can't.
If any of that evidence exists, y'all, don't just be looking at that shit. Send that shit to Consciouztv.
I damn sure told them to email it.
Don't just be out there seeing shit. Send the shit you see to Consciouztv@gmail.com or run me that in my DM. Go ahead,
they claim it's on that man page that we don't fool with. You know, the academics.
Oh, academic. Okay. I don't mind all in his shit.
Can I say something?
But nonetheless, yes, I went in 2 seconds. Nonetheless,
you've been talking a minute.
It's okay. You're gonna have your 3 minutes. Cool out.
Be nice.
Nevertheless, it's really ridiculous that it went on this long, and I think that we as a people, our community, we don't take these things serious enough. I'm glad that it has not ended in such a tragedy, because it really could have. But I just want us to just open our eyes and stop taking things like this as just another ploy. I don't care what the agenda behind it is. We
agree.
have to take these things very serious.
I agree. I think that we always should. I think that we have to not normalize shit like this because to her point, to Haley's point, if I do something, if I go through with this shit, then what's up? Like, and because nobody's in her actual heart, you shouldn't make no assumptions. So if a person escalates a situation like that, take it just as serious. I'm gonna try to go in chronological order, y'all, but um we can circle the block, you guys, so you guys don't have to empty out fully if y'all don't want to, just so that we can give everybody time to unpack and come back and all that. Nee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sound off, boo.
First and foremost, shout out to everybody on the panel. Hey, rumors. Hey, conscious. I love been on the.
Baby.
I've been on here for a bush. I'm a bush baby.
Yeah.
This topic is very triggering because I'm actively going through this as we speak. I literally got served by my child's father yesterday. Fortunately, I was not at home. I will make mine's wrap my story up a little, little short so we can circle back. But long story short, we've been in a relationship for a very, very long time. We were high school sweethearts. Lost my first child with him, got my second child with him. Long story short, two side chicks popped up at my house in the same week. So I was fed up with it. I packed my baby up and I left in the middle of the night when he went to work. And I drove 9 hours from Atlanta back home to Indiana.
Wow.
Um, we are now clearly about to go through the custody battle, and I purposefully did not pull the trigger on custody. One, because in the state of Indiana, I have to be here for 6 months before I can file anything. But legally, because we were not married and I am the mother, he has no rights to her. So seeing how their situation is playing out,
Yeah.
even down to the Cardi B and Offset and the Remy Ma and Papoose of like, I'm not gonna veer off because I don't want to get off track, but it's like I don't know if it's like fuck nigga season or if it's something in the air, but it's like something is going on with all these relationships and just how everything is literally like falling apart. So that's just my little 2 cents on it.
No.
It's almost kind of hard. I don't really have a dog in either fight because I feel for both of them, especially now reading the text messages because my ex has tried to,
Yeah.
play that whole suicidal tactic with me
Mindset.
and thinking, yeah. So and I purposefully left because the verbal abuse got bad before the two women popped up. So
Mm,
I was just like, yeah, before
yeah.
I can really take it there with you, because I
Yeah.
could feel myself getting there as far as like really wanting to show him and remind him where the fuck he got me from. Oh, excuse me, remind him where he got me from. I was like, yeah, let me go on and leave. And I gave my best J-Lo role from Enough.
Baby, the love don't be the thing, baby. Oh, period. I did the same thing to my ex. Me and my ex actually had a DV incident, and I had never been in a DV incident before, and I had never had to put my hands and feet and elbows and forehead on a motherfucking nigga's ass. But because he had put his hands on me, I put all of my limbs on his ass in return. And after
That
that, I
part.
said, well, you got to go because I'm clearly going to end up on death row, and somebody's going to lose
Absolutely.
their grandson and their son if I keep fucking with you. And then
Absolutely.
what he did to continue to try to emotionally blackmail me in the relationship is he went and put himself in a psychiatric hospital and tried to blame me for why he was going to take hit. I mean, it was a whole entire shit show. It was a
Wow.
mess. My question to you going through this personal situation, and I'm so sorry that you are going through that, is so what is going to be your approach when it comes to custody? Do you feel like the father, I mean, like, are you okay with with him having his shared custody, or
Well, here's the issue that I had because my baby, she's only one. She'll be two Saturday. So what he's fighting for is he wants to be able to fly her in and out of town every week. And I'm just like, nah, that's not happening. One, because she's a baby, she's not even verbal. And two, she needs to be in daycare. The only reason why I haven't put her in daycare here was because I was actually planning on going back and continuing the co-parenting process there in Atlanta. But because he took it upon himself to go left as if he ain't done enough fucking damage, I'll see you in court. And I don't even know a judge or anybody who thinks that that's even okay to put a baby on a plane back
Right.
and forth every week. To me, it's just not even anybody, a kid or anything. People got routines and schedules and school and work and
Yeah.
it's just like but yeah, no,
Yeah.
he is a good father. And I'm not gonna take that from him, which is why I've always tried to keep it cool, cordial. You know, you can fly in and see on your off days, FaceTime, or you can talk to whatever the case may be. I've tried to keep it cool and copacetic, but since you want to keep adding ingredients to the cake that you didn't already bake, then
Yeah.
I'm cool. I'll see you in court.
I understand.
That's
So
Wow.
extreme.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, it is.
I'm sending you light and love, boo.
Thank you so
And
much.
anything else that you want to say to the Halle DVD
I
situation?
just it's crazy because I feel like new developments come out every day. So I at first I was kind of team Halle because you know she has had that
Right.
good girl and you know the industry princess persona and stuff like that. And though like you know whether you know her being sick or mentally ill or whatever like that, I do feel like sometimes as a partner and especially sometimes as a co-parenting partner, sometimes you do have to meet me halfway to be the right parent for your child. And that was what I told my ex the night before I left. Mind you, my car was already packed. So I already knew I was leaving. But like I told him the night before I left, if you wasn't gonna respect me as your significant other or even as your friend or your partner of almost 20 years, the least you could have did was gave me the respect as the child, the mother of your child, and make sure I was okay before you did me the way you did me, mentally, emotionally, and financially, because he waited to do this shit after I filed bankruptcy. So even with that being said, like the original plan, hey baby, hold on. The original plan was for us to like co-parent. I save up my money and in 6 to 12 months I move out. You know what I'm saying? I get my own place, depending on who would take me after a bankruptcy, right?
Yeah.
So I just feel like you knew what I had going on. I had no idea what you had going on. Cause the first side chick that pulled up, y'all y'all been messing around for 5 years. The second one that
Damn.
pulled up, she's the one that he wanted to be with. So
Wow.
that all happened on Monday. Come Thursday, Friday, he telling me that me, him, and the side chick that he want to be with, we need to sit down and figure out how we gonna coexist because there's kids involved. I said, and who the fuck told you that I had to do that? Mind you, he
Right.
done been on play dates with my baby, with this girl. Not to mention the icing on the cake is the one that he want to be with is married her damn self, and she going through a divorce. So I'm like, at the end of the day, you did what you did, you know, whatever, whatever. But as your child's mother, you should have made sure we should have had some type of understanding first. Like, okay, what is our plan? When are we putting her in daycare? How are we splitting everything? What's the co-parenting schedule gonna be
Well,
here
first and
and when I
foremost,
move out? Like he,
as a decent motherfucking man, he should have been honest with you the moment that before he even sucked his dick in anybody else, before he even
come
started
on,
dealing with anybody else.
come
He
on.
should have had a conversation with you about all of whatever that was like,
Thank you.
and then from there everything else. But I mean, he wasn't even a man even about
Thank you.
that, and just threw you into a situation, and then
Come
Well,
on.
expected you to acquiesce and to accommodate him in the
Come
mess he
on.
done created. Now that's wild as fuck.
Because take it take it from him, we should have been called it quits when I lost my son in 2021.
Sorry to hear that.
Apparently you and number two been messing around since then because she gave me a morning gift. So when I found out I was pregnant with my second baby, come to find out me and her was pregnant at the same time. Matter of fact, she was pregnant first because she found out in June, July. I found out in September. He paid for her to get the abortion, and I obviously kept mine because I didn't know what was going on. So
and
my thing is you let me sat around here, and this is why I slightly kind of, you know what I'm saying, side with Hallie because you sat around here for years and tried to blame me for everything that was going wrong in a relationship, you know, whatever, lack of sex or whatever, whatever, and that was due to hormonal. I'm an open book. I don't care about putting myself out there. You know, the attitude change, this, that, and the third, the feeling of insecurity. And my thing is you knew how I was feeling, and you let me sit around here and walk around this fucking house in this relationship like I was crazy when you knew what you was doing. And yes, side two number two was a op, but thank God for it, because had I not known, I would have never had the validation that I needed for myself.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You know,
So
Ain't
well,
nobody gonna tell her to be accountable for herself.
at least at least in DVD's case, like we could see him in the text messages being like, we should separate, you know, like he wasn't even trying
right,
to create a fan.
right,
He was like, look, we need time apart. Like you won't let
absolutely.
us have that time
Yep.
apart. Like I think we should be having time apart. I think we should be separated. I think we should be, but she was
Yeah.
insisting upon
And
no.
what's crazy is I would have loved for that nigga to come and tell
Right.
me that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Instead of just leave me alone and all the other ones leading along, and then it blowing up because to the point of the guns and all of the knives and all of that stuff, all of them pulling up to the house, that all of them situations could have went so left. He could have pulled up with something. The girl husband could have put, like, everything could have went so wrong off of your decisions that you made. And we
Absolutely.
got a baby.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
yeah,
Well, light and love to you, boo. If you want to stick around to chime in more as we have this conversation.
absolutely.
Okay, you're
Sure.
welcome. Okay. Oh, Ron, who been trying to get up in her. What's going on, Ron? 85, long time.
Hey, what's
Hi.
going on?
Not much. What are your thoughts on
Oh man. Well, first off, it's my first time coming up. I'm saying
Oh,
I love.
this your first time here,
It's my first time coming up, but I be in the comments section talking my shit. So that's why I be saying,
Ron? Welcome to the platform, boo.
Yes, yes. But I'm looking like at this situation, like what the hell is about to happen with Haley's career? I feel like low key, DDG somewhat gave a fuck.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to be quiet about the shit. And, she was doing her little shit online, wouldn't shut the fuck up and whatever. And eventually all this then came out. I think that he had an epiphany like, oh, wow. They thought I was going to fuck up her career, but she's about to sabotage her goddamn self. So, I mean, let me check in with this shit. But now he got to protect himself because she's
Right.
about to destroy him.
Yeah. She pulling the trigger, so
Mhm.
you got to pull back. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think what may save her, Ron, is the fact that she's a woman. I think if this was reversed, I think this might be more damning for DVD if it was reversed. But I think because she's a woman and because we live in a patriarchy where it's already kind of like socially acceptable to see women as emotional and hormonal and this, that, the third, I think that maybe there's going to be some grace to that. And because we live in a patriarchy, a lot of people don't see emotional and mental as actual abuse. They don't see it as violence unless it's a man emotionally abusing a woman. But it seems like in this patriarchy, women largely kind of get the benefit of a doubt, and what they do to men doesn't seemingly translate the same way as what men do to women. So that might be a saving grace in this situation, is her being a woman.
Well, all them text messages you went through
Yeah.
and, really broke down to what is happening behind the scenes with them. I don't know. I think a lot of women is going to raise an eyebrow at her
Oh, for
because
sure.
and honestly, as far as a career, the only audition she's going to be looking for is damn P-Valley at this point. Because I'm like, girl, like, what are you doing? Like, the Disney is probably not calling. It's over.
Oh,
But
I too wonder what's going to happen with Disney. You're right. This is a lot. What do you think the judge is going to do? Because the judge saw all of this and still allowed her to sustain custody until the 24th, which is when they're going to go back and have the battle of the gods for Halo on the 24th. But the judge allowed it. So DVD said if they did that, he was going to file a CPS complaint against her then, because he feels like there's enough evidence to support.
oh yeah, oh definitely, oh yeah, this is definitely going to be drawn the hell out. I know she tried to do a slick one on him, but no, he's got a lot to work with. So I feel bad for the baby because he don't know what the hell's going on, and she's definitely being really selfish emotionally right now with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we're going to see. You want to stick around, Ron?
Oh Oh yeah, I'm here.
Because I got a feeling that New Religion is about to try to spice shit up. New Religion, welcome to the platform.
Thanks for having me. First time calling. I just want to say, like, Nee, like, her whole story is like Haley, like a woman just making poor decisions, taking no accountability. She stayed around for the second lady to pull up. She blaming everything on the dude. Like, and I don't know why women think they can control everything that happens with their baby. We're both the parents. Like, you don't get why is your word bigger than mine? If you gotta fly the baby out every week, y'all need to work that out. You don't
Well,
just get
first
the,
and foremost, you don't know enough of
nah, I
my
can talk, you
story.
can talk,
And
so you're gonna have to
second of
listen.
all,
Well, you brought your story. We
you
was
don't
talking about
even
DDG and Haley, and you brought your raggedy life
but
into
you
it,
don't
so
even
we're gonna
but you
talk
don't
about
even
it.
know if I took
Yeah.
accountability or not, my guy, because
You didn't
actually I did. I actually did.
you sound like you stole his
So
baby and
see,
drove off to the night into another state.
yeah,
You
because
sound
I can
unfit.
do that. I'm legally her guardian. He has no
He-
rights to her
He's the father.
until he files for parental right. He has no legal right to
Exactly. You
her.
sound like Haley. I hope you lose custody too.
You never
And you
that.
just
I won't.
good.
And
Good.
guess what?
Kidnapping the baby and driving off in the
When
night.
I do
And then you
win full
yourself said he was a
custody,
good
when
father.
I
Why are you
win
talking
full
during my
custody,
time?
I will be because you're
Oh
addressing
my
me.
God.
You're
You are
addressing me.
making of a Tyler Perry movie. You're gonna lose your baby.
You're living one. I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
lose it.
god.
I'm not gonna lose her. And when I win full custody, I'll be back to let you know and rub that in your face.
Oh my God. And then you talk about all this,
Continue.
you make all these poor
Continue.
choices and you bankrupt. Okay,
Continue.
you're a real planner. You're making great choices.
Yeah, I am.
Where were you driving away to with no money? Okay. You stay with the baby dad. You said he was a good one. You said he was taking care of his baby. At least the
No, no,
baby with
no.
him.
No, no, no. I said he was a good father.
That's what I'm saying. He not with your ass, but he good to the baby.
Exactly.
You gotta separate the two.
Exactly.
And that's what Haley not
No,
doing. He want to be
they're
a
not
good
the same
father.
thing.
He just don't want your crazy ass no more.
And that's
And
fine. We don't
women
have
have
to
to be
be together to
accountable for the
co-parent.
decision. You knew what kind of man you were dealing with. It didn't work out. He's still there for his baby. Accept it. Move on. Y'all drag yourself down to the gutter. And then you wonder why things never change for you. You bitter, you're miserable, and you just intent on being a baby mama for the rest of your life.
And I'll
And you're
be
gonna end
there,
up
but
with
I'll
3 or
be
4
the
kids,
best
and you're gonna
baby
be in the same
mother.
position. It's
I will
never
be the
you, it's
best
always
baby
the people
mother.
baby daddies, right?
I will
It's
be
gonna be
the
the
best
story of
baby
your life.
mother because guess what? Even with him being a good father, he's still over there in a lonely ass house without his fucking baby because of the
You know how
decisions
sick
he
you
made. That
sound? You
has nothing
sound
to
like
do with me.
Hallie. What do your text messages look like?
No, I don't. You'll never know.
Oh my God.
You'll never know.
They need to start taking all your babies away, man. Shit. Baby be
Never
I
better
got
that.
off
a,
it sounds
I
like the
got a,
baby
Never
be better
that.
off in the
I got
system,
a
man.
question for New Religion. A New Religion. Why do you feel like Nee is at fault if she had a man who started cheating on her before she even knew it, and then pulled
She stayed
up with 2 other women and basically told her to figure it out? Like, how is that her fault?
one, she knew the man she got with, and she stayed around for the second woman. So that shows that she's a real genius there. Second of all,
What are you talking about? He
he
was
never
cheating on
neglected
all
her.
of us at the same
You
time. What are
let
you
me finish.
talking about? What are you talking
He
about?
felt that comfortable to cheat on you with 2 women at the same time. Great. He's
That's on
still
him. That has nothing to do with
what they gotta
me
do with him taking care of his baby and you still in his baby driving off from Atlanta to Indiana in the middle of the night.
because I don't have to stay with that. I
And that's
deserve
real.
better. I don't have to stay with that.
But
And because I'm
you need to
legally
let
her
him know what's going
guardian,
on with his
she
child.
comes with
You
me.
kidnapped
That's
his
not my
baby.
problem.
See,
No, I didn't.
exactly. Unfit mother. And
Oh
then
my
you,
god.
and then he tried to work around. He said, "Well, fly my baby back out because I still want to be a father." No, you need to work around my schedule. What makes your
Exactly.
voice?
She didn't
Because I'm the
say
legal
her
guardian.
schedule. She said that because her child is so young, she don't think that her child.
Nobody told her ass to drive 9 hours away.
But nobody told him.
You don't get to take my baby.
Yes,
But
I do. Read the
well,
laws. Read
That's
the
why you're
yeah.
laws.
gonna lose custody. Unfit.
Read the laws, my nigga. Read the laws. You're
That
speaking
can't
on a
be the
topic
law.
that you have
That
no
can't be
knowledge
the law.
about. Are you a father?
Yes, and I guarantee I'd have pulled up on you. You're not about to just kidnap my baby. You another Keisha. Anyway, back to the topic at hand before she brought her raggedy life into this.
And can we stick to DVD and Halle?
Why did you
Not
call that man DVD?
stick to VCR and Chicken of the Sea.
They've been trying to tear this man down from the beginning. He's been trying to protect this woman. All the other women bending themselves in pretzels, trying to make justification for her behavior. He should have did this. Why didn't he call? Why didn't her sister call for help? Her sister knew she was crazy as hell. That's why she's not in the group with that bitch no more. She knows. She was crazy before the baby even came. It's not postpartum. That bitch had prepartum. How the fuck?
So can I ask you a question? A new religion?
Yeah.
So just like you just told me to do better, shouldn't DVD have done better? Because all these interviews that have been out before he made her his baby mama, of her saying I'm insecure, I'm crazy, I'm territorial, I got problems, I micromanage. So does that put onus on him to also
Hell
have
yeah.
a
He's stupid too. Because why would you pick that crazy bitch playing with knives and then decide to procreate with something like that? And the baby gonna be slow. And if you read them documents, when she said she took one of the abortion pills but didn't take the other, I said, who knows what Halo gonna be like when he's 16? He gonna be on a short bus, just like his mama. This is crazy. Why would you procreate with this? He has. Everybody has to make better choices about who you lay with. If the mama messed up, guaranteed that's gonna trickle down to the baby. The baby gonna have a tick tick boom just like his mama. It's unfortunate, but that shit is hereditary. Yes, but he did a good job protecting her image. He was taking L's from the beginning, and she was acting like that lady from Thin Line Between Love and Hate the whole time. That dude was walking on eggshells. And there was no way he can win. If y'all gonna say, and then she gonna say his mother should have did. So what is the mother gonna do? She didn't lay down with her. The mother just trying to piecemeal it together and do the best she can. Her family, her sister should have been the one to bake her actor. Her sister knows she crazy. That's why they're not together again. They were group was successful. They haven't found the same success separate. Her sister can't deal with that bitch. She crazy.
Oh my God.
So let me ask you this question. So with everything that now has happened, what do you think should happen?
Oh, take that whole kid. She listen. She needs supervised visits, and damn sure she'll be taking that baby out the country. See, it's one thing for her to keep the baby where he can drive to the baby. She's like, come get the baby. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. That bitch in Italy. What you want me to do? Now I gotta fly 12 hours to try to see my baby in this whole new set of laws I gotta navigate and deal with your crazy ass. You get stressed out on a job. Now there's media attention out even more. She should not be taking that baby. The judge should be ashamed of himself after he saw them texts. He should have said, hold on, let's pump the brakes. Let me look at your doctor's records and see if you are medicated. Because to be that type of crazy, oh, she definitely bipolar and she definitely got a closet full of pills. And that whole need to be taking all of them. She is giving Britney Spears. And then in that one text we were reading, she said the other girl could be the baby mama. What are you talking about? And then she said the only person that loves her is Poseidon, her cat. What is wrong with this lady? Take her son.
I agree. I said earlier, I felt like the judge kind of really dropped the ball on that. I mean, after all of that, I mean, definitely there should have been an emergency custody situation for sure granted to DVD. Okay, hold up thought, new religion. I got a feeling Morris is going to spice it up even more, but y'all keep the cussing to a low. I don't need my channel being shadow banned. Go ahead, William. Welcome to the platform. Sound off, my love.
Am I too loud, or do I need to?
No, you're just right. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So I'm not spicing anything up. I'm just basically here to tell y'all, DDG should have checked this girl into a psychological rehab, whatever that looks like, in California. And Haley, oh my God. I don't know what happened in transition between the last live that we did about this and now. But what I do know is those text messages was giving my man, and my damn man. And I'm going to unalive myself if you don't love me. It's giving Jennifer Holiday and Jennifer Hudson all over again. You're going to love me. And I'm telling you, I'm not going. Like, oh my God.
I think I know what happened. Remember when I highlighted in the last reading of her restraining order when she said she literally specifically requested to the courts, I need to be able to take my son to Italy for 2 months because I have to work over there. I have a whole staff of nannies and butlers who are going to accommodate this, etc. So it seems to me that she didn't want to have to figure out and share her son, especially with her being so far away. She didn't even want to have to be bothered with travels and coming back to the States. She needed to be able to just take Halo without interruption, without consideration, without all the hoopla. And she clearly talked to her attorneys and they advised her, well, if you want to be able to get sole custody and suspend this little personal parental agreement you and him got together, you can do that by filing a PTO against his ass. And that will default you to sole custody until they figure out the whole situation. And it worked.
It worked a little too conveniently, if you ask me. Because how the hell did DDG was sitting on all of this information about her and didn't take this shit to the court? And like I said,
you know how we do as Black folk. No, we don't. We don't be unnecessarily getting the law involved in our shit. We don't be trying to get the white man involved in a lot of shit unless we got to. And just because they rich, they still niggas. They do what niggas do in high situations, which is do everything you shouldn't be fucking doing. You shouldn't be getting the damn judge involved. Shouldn't be getting the law involved. But we still be trying to take matters on. And then, Black people are very image conscious. So, we don't like looking like we in dysfunctional situations. It was going to put him on blast, put her on blast. It was going to bring the whole shit to the forefront. So, Ron, it's a lot of background noise, my love.
Sorry.
So you know how we are. Like, this is what Black people do. We try to keep shit on the low until we ain't got no choice.
Exactly, mental. But my thing was, like I said in the last one, DDG should take the shit to court the moment he was sitting on all of this information. He could have used that to get Kylie's ass.
I told his ass to pull the trigger first. I said when he came out months ago and he said, look, she hogging my son. I said, DVD, take her ass to court. If it ain't gotten better now, it ain't gonna get better, and you need to pull the trigger first, because typically who pulled the trigger first got, like, at home advantage. They get first dibs. If you let her pull the trigger, you're gonna be at the deficit because you gotta now work. You gotta work after she done set it up, however the hell she gonna set it up, based upon what her claims gonna be, based upon what all she gonna do. So it's gonna be best for you to pull the trigger first. But he gave her the benefit of the doubt, and eventually she did give him Halo again. But because the situation is badder than bad, it got back to where it was. And then with her realizing I'm gonna have to be in a whole nother damn country for 2 months, like, fuck this nigga, I'm taking my son, and I ain't about to do no co-parenting, nothing. He can bounce as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Ron.
Okay, so I'm just thinking back to something that True Religion said, and obviously what we're dealing with Halle and DDG is that it just seems like they're coming from people that maybe didn't potentially raise them right or make them think about how to think about relationships.
Okay, so I got a question, Ron. Did you hear, because I said it earlier, but I don't know how long you were on the live, but another content creator had did a deep dive into Chloe and Halle's family, and apparently like they put court records of like police incident reports and shit between their mom and their dad. There's been like DV in their own household with their parents and shit. And I know that Chloe isn't on speaking terms apparently with her parents, so it seems like there's some like dysfunction definitely going on up over there.
Well, I'm just curious for anybody on the panel that that has kids when I say this too, but coming from that, what you just mentioned, obviously that's something also their parents, it's a generational thing. They didn't know how to treat someone in a relationship as well. So how would you train your kids to like know how to respect their partners and not to commit adultery and all these different kind of things that seem to just take place, or talk some way like Haley that sounds insecure as fuck and think it's cute? How do you like train your kid to do that?
I mean, I think you just have to choose a better partner, do better research. Don't have a baby right away. And whoever thinks that dating a rapper is ever going to work out, show me when that's ever worked out for somebody. She just wasn't a smart woman. My parents, I grew up with both of my parents. It wasn't perfect all the time, but they stuck it out and they worked it out. Some of this stuff they did was toxic, but you always want to do better. And so I know, like, just certain things, like maybe my mom didn't talk to me the best way. I'm not going to talk to my son that way. And just small little things that I didn't like when I was a kid. You have to do the work on yourself. And there's nothing wrong with seeking therapy and learning from other people and asking other people outside of your family questions. She's repeating the cycle clearly, and she might be dealing with some trauma. She sounds like she's bipolar. I'm not even joking. Like, the text message was crazy.
So
So
to
Hold on,
answer
William. Hold on, William. It might be some some undiagnosed, something going on, because our people are also highly undiagnosed because we just don't do the mental illness thing a lot as a people. We getting better at recognizing mental illness and talking about mental health as men and women and as that community, but we still got a lot of
she definitely diagnosed, because she said she was going to the doctor every day. Where they do that at?
But it depends on what she was going for. Like if she was just going for some general counseling, or if she might have been going for postpartum. But it's like, if you got postpartum, but you also got like other trauma, but you only being treated for your postpartum, like, you still only being treated for one problem amongst a few different issues that still need intimately directly addressed. And to Aron's point about, like, how can we raise people better? I'm gonna tell you how I've been doing it is, like, my nieces and nephews, they have confident coaches. I learned are self-esteem coaches. I learned that from Beyonce. When people talk about, like, oh, why is Blue Ivy so outgoing? This girl seems to be, because Beyonce and Jay-Z got Blue Ivy self-esteem coaches. I didn't even know such a thing exists. And they're pretty much mentors. They pretty much, help to teach your kid how to be emotionally intelligent, how to critically think. They teach them, how to be a badass, how to be very self-sufficient. And so, if you can implement this into your kid's life and teach them what emotional intelligence is, teach them what being a self-confident person is, you pour those things into them, you allow them to also demonstrate those things in the way they show up in the world. They can then grow up to be adults who, know how to stand for themselves, and they know, how to recognize this from that. And, they have a healthy sense of self. So, taking advantage of pouring into your kids, raising them to be emotionally intelligent, to stand on principle, stand on motherfucking business, to not be so conforming and group identified, because not being group identified and being more of an individual also helps your kid not to be a fucking follower, but to be a fucking leader, because they know how to disassociate from fuck niggas and fuck bitches, and they know how to, just move around without having so much social equity in community or in what somebody else may think about them. I mean, why y'all think I walk around the way that my parents raised me to have a big no fuck to give, and it has worked out so wonderfully for me. So, I'm handing that down to my nieces and nephews, but that's the way that we can curb a lot of this shit. It does start the earlier you start in this, the better it is. And there are coaches and classes that you can put your kids in, getting them mentors, etc., targeting the areas of self-esteem, targeting the areas of critical thinking, targeting the areas of self-confidence. That stuff is foundational for, who they become as people. I know you're trying to get up in here. William, go ahead.
So to answer your question, one of the things I try to teach my nieces is to not just recognize, like, where they are in life, but I try to give them teachable lessons that I know that they can take with them as they grow and they're older. They are in their late teens and 20s, and so I still give them advice where I think they may be lacking, but it's not me being so overly involved in their life where I don't ever want them to make a mistake, or I don't ever want them to fail or anything like that. I also taught them that failure is a way for you to grow, and in your communication with other people, especially outside of your family, you may want to consider not just being the talker, but also learning to listen. And that's one of the things that in my own family, we don't know how to do. There's only a few people in my family, including me, that listen really, really well, and that can really make an impact based on what we're being told without getting so overly involved in our feelings. So that's one of the key things that I try to teach my nieces is learn to listen before you respond, and don't respond with a response. Listen to understand the other person. And I also help them to try to get into therapy because they've also experienced some trauma themselves. So one of the key things that I'm very adamant about with them is before you get in a relationship, before you decide to go down the road of marriage, make sure you are prepared for that by getting your black hind part into counseling. Go to counseling, go to therapy, go figure out what may be wrong before you jump into this relationship that you think may be long term. Because, like Conscious said tonight, and it's a philosophy that I live by, nobody is responsible for your trigger. You are responsible for your own triggers, and nobody is responsible for how you show up in the world. You have to be responsible for how you respond to it, and that's what I teach them.
Amber, I'm not like, like you're saying things like too many cooks in the kitchen can be a problem. We're not talking about like in a conventional workspace. Like, yes, it's okay to be a follower. It's okay for there to be a worker bee and a boss bee, but we're not talking about that in this context. We're talking about people having the ability to have self-knowing, people having the ability to self-regulate, people having the ability to take care of themselves on a basic fundamental level, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically, to the point that you don't have to be around here outsourcing for your self-esteem based upon what the fuck Bob thinks to the right or based upon what Sheila thinks to the motherfucking left. Nobody is per se meant to be a follower in that way. Like, we're all the authors of our own lives. That's why God gave each of us a brain. So that's why I know I ain't meant to follow no other nigga, because if I was meant to, I wouldn't have a brain to think for myself. The Lord, the Creator, gave me critical thinking faculties, gave me autonomy, gave me all the things to make me a sufficient individual. And hopefully I've been born into a system that strengthens all of those characteristics and capabilities. But we know, because of the failure of our communities, the trauma of our families, etc., that a lot of people are not getting the things that they should be getting out of the culture, out of community, out of family, out of their parents, etc. So now we got this big ass deficit that has turned into these high ass divorce rates, that have turned into an epidemic of single parent household, that have turned into high pregnancy rates amongst teenagers, that's turned into a rising escalation and self-deletion amongst Black men, that's turned into high femicide rates, that's turned, everything is escalating around the fact that we are losing our ability to be grounded and to ground ourselves independently, to regulate our temperature, to regulate our temperament, to regulate, etc. So, these are things that we have to, we got to improve upon. And, even in a situation like this, I think there's a lot of things that we could talk about. Like, there is this idea that motherfuckers think that their partners are meant to be their therapists. To be honest, I would hate for you to think that I'm supposed to spend the rest of my motherfucking life band-aiding the fuck out of you. I would actually like to enjoy my life with you. I would like to fuck and enjoy good sex and vacation and create and build business, and I can't fucking do that because you decided it was okay for you to walk into somebody else's life with all your fucking baggage. So I think we need to cancel this idea that your soulmate is designed to cure your fucking soul. No, take care of all that shit. Like, I hate that we live in this society where people despise being single, when being single is actually the space for you to invest the time into getting your personal shit in order so that you can be well for your partner, you can be well for the kids that may come by way of your partnership. I don't understand how people are thinking that this is supposed to go any better than it is when we're literally like accommodating our traumas. We're accommodating our issues, and then we're literally expecting other people to move the fuck around it and to adapt to it and to live alongside it, including our fucking children. And then we have children and demonstrate all of our ill ways and all of our ego and fucking narcissism, and then still have the audacity for them to somehow turn out to be perfect model citizens. Make the math make motherfucking sense.
That's facts.
Also true. Like the thing is that a lot of people are still in their trauma-induced sleep. Like they haven't woken up to the fact that they themselves are the problem. And it's because,
Preach.
like you said, we don't even want to address the issue. So we let years go by and years go by and years go by before we finally inflict that harm onto somebody else. And that ain't their fault, that's our fault. So at one in Conscious, I gotta give you your flowers because you actually taught me something 2 years ago that I had a hard time understanding when it came to my own situation. And you said that what happened to you, that wasn't your fault. That was a fault that they were going through. That was some shit that they were going through, and they inflicted that upon you. And that's never fair to you. Now you got to go through all of the mess that they inflicted upon you. That opened my eyes to the fact that, well, damn, I've been thinking all this time that, you know, because of what they done did to me, now I'm all messed up and all of this. But you kind of helped me open my eyes to the fact that what they did was fucked up. But that was on them.
And let me kind of put that in a more, and let me kind of say it in a more eloquent way. since you're quoting me, which I'm glad that you brought it up, because that's another thing. It is true in life that we can be victimized. It is true in life that other people hurt us. They broke our heart. They disappointed us. They abandoned us. They violated us in whatever way that they did. All those things are facts. That is true. The problem is we think because I didn't do this to myself, it is up to the person who did the damage to clean it up. And then we hold our healing hostage under the idea and impression that the other person has to do something before we can heal. They have to apologize. They have to acknowledge what they did. They have to bring in their fair share of the fucking solution. And the sad part about that way of thinking and that way of shortchanging your own personal soul salvation is that 9 times out of 10, the motherfuckers who burnt you, baked you, cooked you, and stewed you are never coming back for you. And the fact that you won't evolve and transcend because you've decided that they have your healing in their hands and are completely ignorant to the fact that while someone else may have made a mess in your soul, because it's in your soul, it is nonetheless your job and burden to clean it up because it happened in the intellectual space of your consciousness. That's that the opposite way of thinking is equivalent to a bitch getting in your car and busting a milkshake all over your shit and then leaving it there and you choosing not to clean it up until that person decides they're going to do so. So what, you want to leave it there for a year or 2 or 3 or 4? You want to wait for someone else to come and clean that glass up on your kitchen floor? This is the way we have to think about everything that happens to us that leaves us damaged is, wow, yeah, you may have did it, but I'm going to always have to be responsible for cleaning it up because I'm also not willing to live alongside it.
Exactly. And that's the thing that made me feel so appreciative of the fact that you gave that knowledge And it honestly healed me to go into my therapist and talk about my own trauma that I've been holding in for that many years. And now, because I was able to speak that trauma into an existence, I can now live at peace knowing that I cleaned up the mess that was left behind by that other person. And I'm much better, and I'm free from that because I've forgiven both myself and that person.
Amen.
Anything that you want to say about a new religion?
No, no, I'm happy for his healing. I just that was very productive, but I just want to say, y'all don't forget that this lady Halle tried to ruin this man's life. She tried to ruin his reputation. She tried to make him look like Diddy, and there needs to be consequences for her behavior.
And what do you
And
think those consequences need to be?
one, I think she needs to lose custody of her child. She needs supervised visits. Two, I feel like the movie she got in Italy, it need to be canceled. There needs to be accountability for women making these threats. They be used Me Too as a weapon. Me Too is the worst thing that's ever happened. And this is part of the reason why you had the MAGA movement, because men don't feel like it's okay to be men. There's some women that are abused, but some women just abuse the system, and you can't do nothing. You can't say nothing. Can't even compliment a woman at work. It's crazy. She tried to weaponize her Disney princess persona and Me Too to destroy that man. And if she didn't do that, she would have got exposed like she did. He would have continued taking her abuse. She brought all of this on herself, trying to weaponize Me Too and Little Mermaid.
Religion, I don't think she's being intentional. I think she's literally just being delusional. And I think that's why he tried to like calm her the fuck down, but she was not listening.
Until
I
she
think
started
she's
messing
so
with his money. See, I can deal with the crazy stuff. Yeah, and two things can be true at the same time. You can be vindictive and delusional. She can. It was cool when she was doing the little stuff. He was dealing with her, weaponizing the baby and stuff like that. But when she brought it to the streets, she brought it to the streets and said that he knocked her tooth out, and he put these bruises on her arm, and then he was like popping up at her house. You make Now it makes sense why he popped up at her house to probably make sure she didn't harm herself with the baby. She didn't have all the story.
that's right. That did happen. That did happen. Yeah.
She tried to make him into a monster just to fit that Diddy narrative. Everybody already didn't like that dude. Everybody thought she was so much better than him, calling him broke, which he makes way more money than she does. And she tried to destroy that man. That's why he came for her neck like that. If she didn't do this, we would have known how crazy she really was. I was looking at him like, oh no, he done knocked the mermaid tooth out. And then I saw them text messages. I said, oh man, there's a thin line between love and hate. She needs to be held accountable. Women should not be allowed to do this. They should not be able to say they R word and they were lying. They need to start locking women up.
Let me
I want to
let me
ask.
say
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I want to ask the panel. The room is empty. What do you think about the idea that there needs to be equal smoke when women are found guilty of pulling junkie stunts, etc.? Like, do you agree?
You already know my talking points. You know I be on women's community. And me as a woman, I don't side just because I'm a woman. I ain't with for all of that. I feel like consequences should be held when false allegations are made. I think that women's community needs to start holding women accountable. When it comes to
Preach.
situations like that, as a mother of two sons, I am like so scared for my son to have the possibility to come across a woman like a Haley Bailey or whatever. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't I I don't have I'm sorry, I don't have no empathy for her. I really don't have any empathy
No
for her.
empathy. No empathy, Reynolds.
Well, you know I'm an empath, but I do feel like I don't even know if she really had postpartum. I feel like she's been weaponizing that. I told you she's an Aries. I'm an Aries. I call a spade a spade. I know a vindictive person when I see one. I know the signs, the energy, and I just feel like even to take a unaliving pill that had me like, when I tell you I was not exaggerating, the steam that was coming from my head top when you were reading those text messages and even just reading the his accusations, if they're true, and I'm gonna say that because I don't know, it sounds true to me. It just sounds like, for everything that she said, everything that's been shown, I don't think this young man is lying.
Oh,
But I do think he's played a part.
somebody got feedback in their phone. I don't know who got feedback. Somebody got feedback.
But I do know that he, I do know as a partner, he together, those two together just did not, it just did not mix well. It was just horrible. But to know that she went to the extremes that she did by taking a pill, because although he may have come out with 10 fingers and 10 toes, his eyes are blinking, he's crying, he seems to be okay. He's still in the development stages. He's still growing. We don't know what the side effects are going to be from that. To even go to that extent.
But I have a question, all right? But I mean, you know, if it's legal for her to use an abort, you know, to abort a pregnancy, does she not have the right to then change her mind, even if she kind of starts the process and then kind of, you know, changes her mind and like, well, you know, maybe not?
Conscious. Can you think about that? Like, really, really think about that. I can understand going back and forth, not knowing what you want to do, having to change your heart, but to actually start a process, taking a pill. Again, we don't know what the ramifications of that is in this child's development state. We don't know what we don't know. And just like, to me, it just feels, I know women that have literally only had a baby thinking that it was going to keep a man. We all know someone
that was her. And that was her.
And it was definitely her. And it was very selfish of her. Like, it was just so many signs for both of them. But I just, because of what you read, him trying to take up.
And remember, all of this was going on when they are in their early 20s, because I think that she's 25, he's 27. So all this was going on when she was like 23.
And I'm still not going to have no empathy, Conscious. I don't give a damn if she was 15. I'm not going to have any empathy because it came from a place of selfishness. All of this is coming from a place of selfishness. You cannot tell me he's a great father and then turn around and try to keep the child away from him.
For sure.
Like, it cannot, it's like, give it a balance. If it was a balance on, because in everything that I've seen so far, from what you read, what you showed us, he ain't trying to take that baby from her.
I mean, he is now, because, you know,
he's trying to know what he was trying to do was remain in his child's life. He has no choice now. He has no choice now but to fight back and try to, because it seems like the judge sided with her. He has no choice. And because of like the antics of it all, as a mother, I have a deadbeat father, baby daddy. I have a deadbeat, my son has a deadbeat father. I would never, because I know how to compartmentalize. My relationship with you didn't work out, don't got a damn thing to do with, no matter how much you fuck me over, has nothing to do with our child. Nothing. So it's inexcusable. And that's why I was saying about his mom being aware of this and having her own experiences of whatever they were. She should have been saying to her son, I would have, me personally, if it was my child, even if he didn't agree, he could be mad all the fuck he want. I'm picking up the phone and I'm making phone calls. Because I don't trust her. She playing too many games. And someone like this, if she, man.
So that in that way, I mean, we can honestly say that even, I mean, to a degree, DDG and his family also felt Halo, and so did Halle's family. Because, I mean, all these grown folk, you know, in this situation, and because in his text messages, we know he had contact with her family, because when she was having one of these suicidal moments, he called them to intervene, and she wasn't answering the phone for them. So it seems like the whole community felt Halo, because all of this could have inadvertently resulted in Halle taking her life, it could have inadvertently resulted in, Halo not having a mom, and all that could have been prevented had people, to your point, actually escalated the situation the way it should have been.
I'm an advocate for children first, because guess what? Children have rights, but their rights fall under the guise of adults. And for me, there's no way, as if a grandparent, from her parents to his parents, as a grandparent, you see all this foolishness going on. You know where this is going. You know your son is saying text message saying that he's trying to take a break. He wants to separate from her, and she's refusing. And this, you see the writing on the wall. You guys see what is happening. Nothing good is going to come of this unless this young lady gets the help that she needs, and she's not voluntarily trying to get the help. So now we're going to force this shit upon her. That's the only resolve.
I think it should have happened. I agree, but I understand. I understand why it didn't, but I agree it should have happened. I hate that, I hate that they didn't, because this situation could have went completely fucking left. I mean, DDG could have been, the whole victim of DV in the most fatal way. Halo could have been inadvertently put in danger and lost his life because, his mama might not have been able to rationalize, the situation, and took her own life, and it either intentionally took his or inadvertently took his. So, it just could have went bad. We should not play these situations down, but the reality is that we do. I, even as someone myself, right? I think about all the times in my life where I was suffering from severe depression, and I didn't have a love and a desire for life. The people that I talked to, like, nobody ever really took that seriously. Like, everybody always was just like, they played into my strength. They played into, I mean, I'm Davion, nobody was really worried about me, even at times when I was worried about myself, even when I could feel that I was losing my virtue, even when I could feel I was, losing myself in my thoughts and in my emotions. And I was the only one who could really identify with that. Nobody else could. Now, had I had friends in a community of a different ethnicity, maybe, those conversations would have been a lot differently. But, talking to black ass people about your mental health and, just feeling checked out, I haven't seen too many black people escalate situations, from celebrities to real life people. I just haven't seen. There's a lot of people in the church in the black church right now suffering with things that require mental health intervention, and yet Jesus being slapped on top of it as a band-aid treatment plan.
I'm so passionate about this because I watched my mom. I knew nothing about grandparents' rights. I watched my mom step in as a grandmother and say, fuck her sons when it came to her grandchildren. You're not going to play with my grandkids. These kids are innocent. I'm so passionate about children. I don't play when it comes to kids. It's always a ramification when we ignore the red flags. And that's the reason why I'm super passionate, because again, even if whatever the final outcome of this is, Halo, when he gets older, he's going to learn all of this. He's going to learn all about whatever he don't hear the family talk about, because it's always the family member to run their mouth. Whatever the family doesn't talk about, he's going to see it when he goes online. And that's going to have an effect on him to know that his mother, and it may make him have compassion, true enough, but it's going to affect him. And I just don't like the fact that they allow her family, his family, anybody in the industry, any friends, whoever saw all of this going on, and no one thought, let's go and get the law involved. She would have never, ever, ever had another opportunity. You talking about she was walking around with knives, and then she turned around and went and got the GUN. It just should have been nipped in the bud immediately at that. But we're here now.
I agree.
We're here now, and I definitely feel like at this point, moving forward, I don't think that she should lose custody of her child, but I think the courts need to definitely make it mandatory that this woman, if she has any undiagnosed, she just needs to go and get help. She needs to go into a facility.
Treatment. Yeah.
For my prayers for her is that she does not lose her career. She needs to work, but I think that she's a reality check. And
Absolutely.
a reality check looks like anybody that's interested in her, they should be making sure that this woman is, if she's diagnosed with any type of mental health disorders, that she's taking her medication. Like, she needs a lifelong freaking accountability coach.
Yep. I said that earlier. Rumors that I think that, like, I mean, I think that the judge will be irresponsible to not deal with everything that was presented. I think that there is more than enough explicit objective evidence to support DDG having sole custody for now, and her being on a custody plan, and a part of that custody plan is her getting herself in treatment and her, actually actively addressing these issues, because, there were definitely situations that showed that she was not within reason or within sound-mindedness, and she was openly trying to weaponize the child to get her psychological needs met by the baby father. And yeah, I don't think her child should be stricken from her permanently if she can get herself into treatment and they can mandate that on a court order, and she systematically worked toward fair, full shared mutual guardianship, because all that evidence was wild. And I'm gonna tell y'all, between the Desiree Perez clapback to her daughter in that lawsuit, and now the clapback from DDG, I am now going forward always going to definitely read the other side. Like, I need to hear from the other side. It's not enough to just no more, take an initial complaint and allegation. We need the other side. And I kept saying, I can't wait to see how DDG is going to address this. I need to hear from him about this, just like Desiree Perez's response was loaded, in terms of helping to better understand what's going on in her situation with her own kid. But I agree to that. Like, it was enough happening for there to be some 911 calls and somebody being like, fuck all this, fuck the branding, fuck the public image, fuck the celebrity, fuck the contracts, fuck the brand deals. We got some real life shit that's happening, and I don't want this blood to be on my hands, and we need to pull the trigger.
Yeah. And I'm gonna just say this, so for everybody, because when it comes to the community, they always talk about, what about the children? What about the children? This was a what about the child moment. Putting her needs before the best interest of your child, because ultimately, even if you feel like he's not in imminent danger at the moment, if something happens to his mother, that affects him. If something happens to his father, that affects him. What about the child? I don't hear the outrage from people when I'm watching the comments. Everything, there's not enough outrage for me, because everybody's so consumed with her relationship to DDG. We were talking about two toxic ass individuals. It wasn't healthy. The shit is over with. This is about a baby, and we need to separate their relationship from their co-parenting relationship. That
Right.
romantic bullshit. Because it don't even sound like there was ever any fucking romance. It's out the window. It's
So
about the baby.
let me say this. I also, let me add on top of what Conscious and Ruth and T were saying about mandated court treatment from the judge. I also think there needs to be supervised visit from the court to make sure that she is physically capable after she leaves treatment, so that way the court can be confident that she is doing what she's doing as a mother, and that she's not spazzing out or freaking out or anything like that. So I think there needs to be follow-up even after the treatment happens. So I do think she needs to be put on a tight, regulated timetable after treatment. I don't care nothing about she's in treatment already. That I don't know if she's in treatment or not.
Exactly, because it sounds like a lot of hearsay at this point. It's like she's saying that, but where's the proof of that?
Right.
Well, I can tell you this, William. Let me tell you this. This I do know. I know every state has a different law, but this has been seems to be universal in every state. Anytime the courts require you to seek medical attention for any mental evaluations and things of that nature,
yeah.
After you complete that, even during while, because sometimes they'll allow you to still have visitation rights. It's going to be supervised.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be supervised. You don't even have to request that. That's an automatic given. It's going to be supervised because even just the fact that she was there, even though she didn't threaten to do anything to Halo, the fact that she threatened her to harm herself makes her a danger to Halo because you don't know what her mental state will be if she may not. Even the courts look at all of that, and they have literally, which we all know, they have doctors that are affiliated with the court system. They seek their advice before they usually rule. They will definitely seek some medical advice in this situation to know what steps to take and what type of treatment she may need, things of that. They're going to do all of that. So she'll never, if they do not just dismiss what his accusations are, it's no way she's not going to have supervised visitation.
I just hope that this is a situation where that happens because I'm now concerned since the judge has sustained her having full custody, even though it is just for a few more weeks. But the fact that he even greenlit her to still have custody concerns me about where this judge is with this case. And we know what judges should do, but when we're talking about humans, shit can go any kind of way. And I hope that this judge, is looking at the gravity of the implications of the receipts brought by the father of the child, because that's some serious shit that needs to be talking to.
Can I ask anyone, do y'all think that there's a possibility that for the right now, maybe the judge is checking to see if the proof that he presented to them is authentic?
I would hope so.
No, because he ain't do the same shit when it came to her receipts and her petition. She had an emergency hearing. She had an emergency hearing, and she got emergency results. So we know that it wasn't no groundwork. So we know it wasn't any groundwork. Huh?
But what I'm saying is because she was the one that initially filed the first, went to the courts first. They may think he's just, being retaliatory. You know what I mean, and making up accusations. So
but that would still be an assumption, and they, as the court, shouldn't be in the realm of assumption. So if they're going to vet, they should have taken the time to vet hers before they greenlit anything, because they could have, been integral even when she found her shit and said, okay, well, we're going to look at this and we're going to open up a discovery and we need to verify, blah, blah, blah. We need to get the metadata on these receipts and screenshots and whatever the case may be before we conclude in your favor. But they didn't do that. So I don't think hold on. So I don't think that they're doing that in this case. I literally just think that this judge is, I like, in my discernment, I feel like this is just where Haley's privilege as a woman is coming into play at. I think that the judge is just like, she's a mother and she is, she's a woman. She should be with her child despite the evidence. And if she's arguing the whole postpartum thing, since this judge is not AI, and he's not all-knowing, he's just a human being. So, he's susceptible to faulty thinking, faulty feeling. Maybe he sums this up to just postpartum. Like, she says she getting help. She is better now. She's obviously a working woman. So maybe he doesn't feel that there's any imminent threat. Maybe he looked at the dates and was like, some of these suicidal things were going on back in 2022 and 2023. We're in 2025 now. She says she's in treatment. So maybe for him, it doesn't seem that nothing is imminent enough, to disrupt the custody right now. And because the mother typically has favor because they're the carrier when it comes to custody. It's just working. I think that's how it's folding out.
I would
But
No,
hope.
I can see that too, but I'm
judge
thinking
did,
about with the
the
people.
judge did
Sorry.
get a mutual restraining order, so he got his restraining order. But they're going to be revisiting this on the 24th, so we're really going to be able to get to see then kind of where this judge is, because they're going to be able to intentionally battle it out for custody. So I'm sure all of this evidence on both their sides are going to be brought back to the table. And I was seeing headlines today that she plans on using the fight at Streamers University to add into her, into her argument of why he's unfit and she should
That's
remain the
that's not
sole
gonna
provider.
that's not gonna work though, because that has nothing to do with the child.
I just hope for both of their sake that the judge gives a fuck as much as we do, because my God, no.
And also my whole thing too with the judge situation too is this: you read all of this and you didn't think that this young lady needed help, or you didn't think that before you concluded that the child needed to stay with.
I think it's because of the dates. I think it's because of the dates. Like, because we're talking about 2023, 2022, I think that's why. I think because it's not imminent. I think if it was the imminent situation and these text messages were like 2025 back in March and May, maybe that would have resulted in something different. But because the suicidal stuff was a year or two ago, plus she's saying she's been in treatment for her shit, the judge, saw no need to pretty much disrupt, especially when they are only 2 weeks away from coming back to court to deal with the custody situation.
So can I ask you then, what was the issue with the GUN then? Because that seemed to be recent.
The GUN. Let me look
at when she stole the GUN, that seemed to be very recent.
Let me look at the data on the GUN situation. And y'all thumbs up the video.
He was also holding up the baby too, saying, don't do this. The GUN is not on safety.
Okay, so that was just last year. So that was January, February, March, April. So that was April of 2024.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so we a year later. So the judge probably just it's not imminent. It's not imminent. So that's the key word here, is it's not imminent. So, and she said she'd been in help, and she the one who put the trigger first, which is why if DVD would have put the trigger first, all this would probably be going in his favor right now.
Are you saying that she shot at him? She shot at him?
No, she just took his gun. No, she took his Glock, and she was threatening to harm herself. And he was in text messages trying to persuade her not to harm herself, sending her pictures of Halo, and trying to, encourage her. The stepfather of DVD, he was able to go out there and de-escalate the situation and remove the GUN from her persons and all of that.
If they have evidence of that, she's done.
They got witnesses. It's in the declarations. It's in everything that DVD had brought. So they got witnesses who witnessed this. The stepfather directly intervened in this particular event. He was the one who took the gun from Halle. So, I'm sure all this is going to come back up on the 24th.
This is my thing, Conscious, though, even though this was last year or the year before last or whatever, I still think that this judge should at least consider that this goes to her behavior, and this should establish, there's that word again, a pattern of behavior for Halle, at the very least. Don't just rule it just because it's a year ago. At the very least, consider that this may be, even though she says she's in treatment, actually order her to prove it. And I don't get that whole ruling. And I get what you're saying, but at the same time, if it establishes a pattern of behavior on her part, and he has all of this in his possession, he should at the very least pause the custody battle between the two, and at the very least give the child to either the grandmother or somebody that that both parties will respect and know until they can get that mess sorted out. Because as of right now, I would not feel safe with Halle at all,
Do y'all think?
knowing about these things.
Do y'all think Halle was a virgin when she got with him?
No,
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
no.
And I know that he wasn't her first boyfriend because of the video the live video that Conscious has played repeatedly.
Right.
This is a
Mm.
pattern of hers.
Somebody, it's New Religion who got that feedback, sir. It's coming from
Yeah.
your phone.
Oh,
I need
because
the
you had muted me. I just turned
ex-boyfriend.
the TV on. My bad.
I
Uh,
need DDG to find an ex-boyfriend to come in comment because I'm like, what the hell's going on with this chick?
well, I told
Mhm.
y'all earlier, like her dad and her mom had a DV situations growing up. It's police incidents reports and court orders and stuff that have been pulled up on their parent. So we know that there might be some trauma there. And with all we know, she might have been abused by her father, etc. Or this was the demonstration that she had. I don't know if they got the attention they needed because that same content creator, I guess they pulled like an excerpt from an interview where Chloe said she's not on speaking terms with her family. So I think a lot of this has come from whatever has taken place in the immediate family, in the actual household. But I think it's hard for us to like know exactly what's going on because like the way they've been marketed has kind of like just made
It's
it hard to
cookie
pinpoint.
cutter.
Yeah, like,
But
especially with Halle. Like,
And
but
so
even Chloe, despite her having like a boom performance, but like in real life, even she still comes off rather like meek and kind of reserved, like in real life, not her like persona, but just her outside of her persona, even she comes off rather kind of unscathed. So I think it makes it hard to identify. But there clearly has been some drama in that family. There's been DV in that family, and that household might have been a lot worse than what either one of them are going to ever be willing to openly speak about publicly, which is why
and
maybe one not on speaking terms
for
with their
all we know,
parents.
she could have took a page from her mother's book. Her mother could have possibly been, what I'm saying, the aggressor and pulled these same junkie stunts. Like, we don't know.
let me ask y'all something. So is what I said about the judge making any sense to y'all?
Of course,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I mean, if I were the judge, I would have given custody to DVD. But like I do understand that like this is a human judgment, so you know, this judge is reading the situation in a different way, than I would have. But I mean, I would have definitely granted DVD full custody until the 24th.
Or at least give the custody to the grandparents if the judge didn't know
That's
what to do.
exactly what I was saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
If you don't know what to
Do
do,
y'all remember? Listen, do y'all remember in her allegations, she included his mother in that too.
Right.
You
It's
know,
she sized they asses up. She made it sound like they protecting her abuser and that they were unresponsive to him abusing her and this, that, and the third. So this is what happens when you let somebody pull the trigger first. When you let them control the trigger first, they get all these benefits. Putting the trigger first, playing, leading as the victim first.
he's a rapper going against a Disney princess. That's the problem.
but he has a lot on his side. Just even from her talking points, because it just the point when she involved his mother in her accusation, she also made it clear that she allowed the mother to come to wherever they were at to get Halo and fly him back to go visit with his father. So, it's a lot of contradictions, even though we do know people that are involved in DV cases, they'll still accommodate their abusers. But in this case or whatever, like he had so much leverage, so many receipts, just her own talking points. And I'm gonna keep re-innovating how she herself came out of her mouth and said he's a great father. She openly admitted that she is the problem.
And she also even said too that she is what she said, she is a jealous girlfriend. She's a territorial girlfriend.
And that's my
She
issue.
wants
Is
to
that
know
like,
where you at,
and
where
this
you
why,
going, and all of that.
and
Girl,
this why
shut
being,
up.
and this why being a super intelligent person is important, and also why good lawyering. Because see, why didn't you also put that in all of your exhibits? He should have included her admitting to being
Oh, that's
toxic.
gonna be in trial though. Have you seen her music video where she's stalking him in the video? She's climbing all over the car, and
Oh God.
yeah, that's her latest video. She's literally climbing all over the car, like and he's trying to get away, but she won't let him get away. And it's like 100 different versions of her stalking him.
But
my
to
God.
Conscious,
I'll look it up in a second.
But to Conscious's point, that should have been included in your declaration. Why didn't you include that?
That's gonna be for the trial.
Yeah, she's having part of the
If there
pressure from
is the
that
trial,
teen.
No,
if
That
there is
baby.
the trial, we don't even
no,
know
they
if
have
there will be a trial.
no. They'll introduce all. He'll play the videos once they both actually in court. They just introducing evidence.
I hope that it is,
I
but
hope so that
sometimes people not as smart as us, so I don't know if he knows.
Well, they
use,
both a little slow. DDG's
right?
a little
So
slow
I don't
too.
Not
exactly.
both.
So I don't know if he knows to use any of that shit. But if I was him, yeah, I would be using like all the compilations of her being like, DVD is a great dad. Halo is safe in his space. He's a
DVD.
wonderful father. I know that he's safe. It's the best place for Halo. Like use all that shit, bro. Use the whole shit. Cause she's pretty much vindicating. She's vindicating you and all of that.
So this is my message to DDG. Put the pedal to the motherfucking gas and go, son. Go get your lawyer to do all the research. If you need to come back on Consciouztv, use his shit because he got all the receipts. Just do it.
I do. Because on the past few months we've been loading up all the compulations, making it make sense.
Bro, look.
I don't know why she really.
I'm not sure if you listening to me, brother. But get your ass on CTV and give him a little bit of, $2 million, $3 million on your way to.
Look, this is where good lawyering comes into play at. Like, if he had a good lawyer, they would be outsourcing for everything. And there are things that have come out of her mouth independently. Even her talking about her codependency with her child. I can't live without him. I can't work without him. I know that he's great with his dad. His dad is the safest place for him to be. But, I just need my baby. I can't work. I need him to do the scenes. I couldn't even get on the airplane without, just having anxiety. I had to stop in the gift shop and get a teddy bear and squeeze that teddy bear and cry the whole way to it. It's like, bro, that's all for you right there, because that goes hand in hand with you saying, look, this woman, she is not well. I love her. I care for her. I've been trying to work around her issues and her codependencies.
You use her baby as a therapy dog.
A emotional support baby. A emotional support baby, like I've been calling Halo. It's unfortunate. And once again, I don't think that DDG is a person. I think he's probably annoying. I'm sure he's immature. I'm sure he he admitted it. She took his laptop, he took her car keys, so they both are petty in that way. But based upon the evidence, like, Haley seems to be the
big problem.
Bigger, yeah, like the bigger issue here. Like, that there's some serious shit going on with Halle. Some real serious.
I also want to say this, because some of y'all that be in these comments are real slow, and some of y'all need to go directly onto the scooter, go get your education, go back to school. Because some of y'all be in these damn comments that be talking about he uses the baby too and did it. If y'all were here at the very beginning, like those of us was, you would see this girl is crazy as cat shit, and
Nope,
she needs
nope,
help.
nope, nope. You would be surprised, Williams, that even with them seeing all of that, because for them, niggas ain't shit. Haley could do no wrong. It don't
Right.
matter if Haley
God.
is crying. It don't
Exactly.
matter if she's stalking. It don't matter if whatever. Because Haley is a woman and DVD is the annoying streamer, Haley could do no wrong. She is the sweetheart, and she's the one being narcissistically abused by this cheating ass abusive baby daddy, and that's the way that it is.
This is my
Well,
other thing. This is my
on that
other
note,
thing. Yeah,
go
go
ahead,
ahead. I'm
William.
sorry, Lucy.
No, I was just about to say because yeah, I feel like I'm on a ring around the rosy at this point. I love y'all. Don't forget to hit the cane with the cash app, but I'm definitely about to drop down.
Thank you for being up here,
Um,
Roma. I appreciate you, boo.
I got to go to work tomorrow, so I can't be
good
up here
night.
too damn long. All right, catch y'all on the flip side. I gotta go to work.
All right, William.
See ya.
Does anybody does anybody here? Well, we haven't heard from you in a minute. Nee, anything that you want to add in?
Hey, I'm good. Yeah, no. A lot of the talking points I solely agree on. I know somebody asked about women being held accountable for coming out and lying about something, and I strongly agree. I feel like I've been agreeing with that since the whole Bill Cosby thing. You should not be able to come out and defame or decharacterize or lie on somebody, whether they're a public figure or not. You shouldn't be able to do that and uproot somebody's life and think you can just go frolic in the frolic in the sunset in the flowers, like you didn't do what you did to somebody. So I absolutely agree that women should be held just as accountable. I also feel like, to the judge's point as far as the text messages, he absolutely dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped the ball. Oh, and since you are a mother, let me ask you this: like, have you experienced postpartum depression, or you didn't have any postpartum?
I honestly don't know. I can't honestly say that I fell into like a deep depression of anything. I think I just kind of had my baby, did my little month of maternity, and then I just picked back up and went back to work and just moved forward. I do feel like there were times where I was emotional, but never did I feel like, I would harm her or anybody I was around or anything like that. I have a really good support system on both sides, his family and mine, as well as my work family. So I was pretty good. But yes, I do feel like the judge dropped the ball. I don't understand why all the evidence and stuff like that just don't come together as a collective. It almost seems.
Nee, I think your audio had went out. Can you hear me? I think your audio was out, my love.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, you back. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the phone keep. Oh, okay, I got you. I got to keep it alive. But yeah, I don't know why it's like a card game where he shows his hand, she shows her hand, as versus just bringing everything to the table up front. But I do feel like the judge dropped the ball because I think at this point they both need supervised visits. At this point, and I don't know who's working more as far as things being joint or whose schedule is busier than the other, as far as like 50-50 or however it is. But I do feel like grandparents should be involved because they need some type of mediator or whatever like that, which is what we have. So I wholeheartedly agree with that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm interested to see what's gonna go on the 24th, because a lot can even go on between now and then. So,
Absolutely. And is she going to be in Italy until the 24th? Is she
I
already
don't know because when did the
in?
2 months
Royce
start?
said in the
That's what
comments,
I'm confused on.
Why does he need supervised visits? He not the one that's crazy and threatening to harm himself. Why does he need supervised visits? She's the only one that's out of pocket.
Well, people have been saying that he needed supervised visits.
No, but who are the people? Where is the proof? Where has he ever done anything or said anything about him hurting himself or the baby? She's the only one.
Well,
That's what I'm
I'm
saying. Y'all
saying
women are
if
always trying to
he's
bring him down, but it's the woman that's the
okay,
problem.
okay, done with you. But if he
We
has
done
been
with
putting
you.
his hands, if he has
We
also
liked it
been
better
putting
when you
his
were
hands
unfit and
on,
on mute.
can you please shut the fuck up? I'm talking, my nigga. I'm sorry, conscious, but damn.
I'm
If
just
he's
saying,
been
man.
putting his hands on her as well, neither one of
He was
them
blocking
are
her.
perfect.
He's
Okay,
But
blocking
what I'm
her.
saying is,
okay,
I
okay.
understand that. But what I'm saying is that we don't
So let's
know
speak
that.
about that then. So let's speak about that. Tip, and I can ask you if you agree with this, Nee. Typically,
Hmm.
like DV typically doesn't bleed into custody because custody, like to argue that there shouldn't be custody tends to be built around if the person is an endangerment, not to you but to the
Right,
child.
to the child.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
let's say in a hypothetical that he has, been violent towards her. What do you think that should mean for custody of Halo?
I think because I've seen, and this is just my opinion, I'm not saying that legally he has to be. I'm just saying to be fair.
All right.
But I do, what I'm not going to sit here and pretend to say is that we haven't seen where men have physically abused the mother and have not abused the child, or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that that is his case because I don't feel that way. I'm just saying for it to be equal parts and for everybody to just coexist and get along. And I'm just saying this as far as him being a baby. Now, when he gets older and verbal and stuff like that, then yeah, the terms could and probably will change. But I'm saying to keep everything fair and to have that me, and I'm not saying court ordered supervised. I'm saying like have his mom there, have her people there, or how whatever works out to where she's comfortable for him to see the child. Because I understand that as well. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say I don't feel like mines wouldn't, try to up and take, my. I'm just saying for the sake of comfortability. That's all I'm saying.
Comfortability. He's the father. That's not the great. He hasn't done anything. She's the only one that's saying
We
she can
do
handle a
not
baby.
know
She
that
offered to
though.
get a baby up to another chick that he thought that he was smashing.
Hmm.
She's not fit. She playing with knives and GUNS. He's not doing any of that.
And
She
Hmm.
here's the crazy part about it, Nee. She's begging him in the text to get the child. She's willing to take herself out and leave him for the rest of his life in the custody of his father.
right, AJ. Yeah, I don't understand, but
Right.
there's an issue with a segment of black women, and we got to call a thing a thing. Y'all gonna just stand 10 toes down, no matter how crazy she is, how much of a threat she is to her baby. And that shows just really how unfit y'all are. Y'all make these excuses instead of saying, hey, this sister needs to be loved, hugged, and she need to get herself together. This man is a decent enough man. Give him the son until she get right. Y'all can't even do that. Y'all calling him DVD dogging this man. This man ain't did nothing. He
I
may have
didn't
cheated.
dog him.
He may have cheated on her. Well, she
I
made a
didn't
choice
dog
to get
him.
pregnant by a rapper. Better choices. So what? But
But
y'all sit up there.
where did I dog
He
him?
needs supervised visits. For what? She's the one that's a problem. That
Neither one of them. Neither one of them. Because he doesn't have he also does not have the lifestyle to keep, so they but it's not about full
how?
custody. It should both be joint, period.
How doesn't he have the lifestyle? No,
They're
she needs to see the
both
baby.
busy.
She put in the document 6 hours a week supervised visit. She got a lot of nerve. Yeah, a
I ain't
lot,
getting into all of
and,
that. I don't know the
and
girl
it shows
personally.
you how off she is. Why would you even bring this to the court knowing he had receipts on you like that? That lady is crazy. She's not even a real reality. Please take Halo. She should not be traveling out this country with nobody's baby. She needs to be in a conservatorship like Wendy Williams and like Brittany. Brittany needs to be back in. That lady is crazy. And y'all black women, he did this. He had the baby for clout. The clout is not going to harm the baby. Mama playing with guns and knives is. Y'all are weird.
First off, you don't even know if I'm black. So let's start there.
I mean,
Second of all,
I know my
second
people.
of
You
all,
are okay. Okay, you're Caucasian.
Second of all, you don't know that either. You don't know that
But
either. Anyways,
I
I'm
do. I know
answering
what
Conscious's question.
I know what black people sound like. Like, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm answering Conscious's question. Please,
You're
somebody put him on
weird, man.
mute.
Please take your
Please.
kids too, unfit.
Stop
So you
it.
keep moving. Okay.
Stop it. She has no reason. She has no reason to have her kids taken away from her.
She did. She kidnapped her baby in the middle of the night from a perfectly
A
good
mother
baby
can't-
father.
A
She
mother
said that with her own words. She's
A
her
mother
dad.
a mother can't kidnap their own
So,
baby.
Thank you.
if the father did that, would y'all call it kidnap? If
Yes,
you said
because he's not
you hear
her
that, Conscious?
bruh. Learn your laws. Learn your laws.
Do you hear that,
Learn your
Conscious?
laws.
That's why she unfit. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm calling the thing a thing. Where's Iyanla? She need to breathe into the hole in the ground and get herself together. She is a
Now
mess.
I came back up
The only
here. I
time
came
that is
back.
considered
Somebody,
the only time it's considered, I believe, like kidnapping is if it's out of the country. It's considered international parental child abduction. But moving across state lines, etc., is not per se considered abduction.
She left in the middle of the night with this man kids. You can't make
it don't matter when I would have left. Legally, I'm her guardian.
Exactly,
He has no rights to her.
Why doesn't he have a right to her?
Because we're not legally married. That's in any state. That's why I'm saying
No,
check your
y'all
laws,
both are her
bruh.
legal guardians. They don't automatically make you a legal guardian.
Here's the thing with religion. So what would have happened? I mean, like, even if they weren't on like bad terms, you do realize she and he still can legally move wherever they want to move in the country, right? You do realize that's still like optional, regardless of what terms they're on, right?
So a fit mother would have discussed with the father, who's doing a good job for her words, to say, "Hey, I want to move back." But then, because then you know what he would have did? He would have went to the courts and said, "Hey, she's trying to take my kid to get out of state lines. I don't want it." But that's why she did it like a thief in the night, and it was unfit. Like I said, she was. No real mother would even want their child to be away from their father, especially if you said he was a good father. You're selfish. He didn't want your dried up. He didn't want your dried up, useless, unfit self. And you got mad and you sold his baby and went to the night.
I have a question for you, Nick, because it sounds like you and him were cohabitating at the point, like when you left.
Yes.
So that's why she left. She was being cheated on and disregarded by the man who she was living with.
Get a different apartment. Get a different apartment.
Oh no.
But why is it that I can't go back home to my family?
And her immediate resources happen to be out of state.
Thank you.
I mean, she went and did what she needed to do for immediate relief, which still doesn't take anything away from the baby daddy. Like once they go to custody,
conscious. Come on, don't excuse this.
She's not sitting here. Well, no, it'd be different if she was sitting here saying, "I'm not giving him custody." She's not even saying that. He's saying,
he said, fly my baby back once a week. Because one, you move my baby out of the state without my permission. So the least she can do is fly his baby back. And she's making excuses. She's making excuses.
She didn't legally need his permission though. She
does. And if
I don't.
No. Now you may be making a moral argument, but not a legal one.
Thank you.
If he takes her to court,
a moral argument.
If he takes her to court, she'll have to move that baby back.
No,
I will not.
No, like, do you know how many parents have to come get their children and have to arrange flights? Like,
if there's a custody agreement, if he goes
a custody agreement, plenty of parents have to co-parent cross states.
That's what I'm saying.
They do that every day.
Custody agreement, and she'll have to bring that baby back. She just can't take up and move the baby from his home, move 9 hours away, and then say, "I'm not going to fly the baby back."
But in either hypothetical new religion, she has already made it clear she is okay with co-parenting. She just had to get up out of her living.
She don't want to send the baby back to this man. She wants to dictate how he sees the baby. You're not calling the whole thing out, conscious. You're not being honest.
No, because what I'm saying is that these are equally things that he also too should have considered. Like, why do you see your baby mama that lives with you?
Because she don't want her no more.
Why disrespect her in a way that?
Because she sounds trifling. He don't want her no more. Any woman that would do that,
and then think you have the luxury of telling the person that you are hurting how to immediately, in their immediate need, deal with their immediate relief.
It's not about her. She need to separate her relationship with him.
No, but I'm just saying that he equally should have did that too, if that's the argument.
He
Now
Why
she
did.
you want
can
to
go
talk
both
about
ways.
accountability?
He moved on to 2 bitches. He didn't want her no more.
Oh, he thought no. See, he was banking on the fact that her resources were
He's
tied up
delusional.
into him, and then thinking that he was going to get away with murder.
Come on, Conscious. You're not. Now this sounds like a
Which is
woman with a whole bunch of.
which is
This is
why
a woman. No,
which
no.
is why he thought she was going to sit down and work out a
You,
relationship
come
Thank
on now.
you.
You're
contract.
not.
That's exactly what he
You're being
thought, Conscious,
intellectually
that wasn't
dishonest, Conscious.
It's
happening.
the
This is a
other
woman who's made
wife.
several poor choices. She bankrupt. She stole a baby in the middle of the night. She's trying to dictate when and how he can see the baby.
Because I
And you're
can.
not calling a thing a thing. This woman makes poor
Baby daddy
choices.
is out there having unprotected sex and having other children with other
Thank
women
you.
behind this woman's back, endangering her and the baby. Because
Thank
what if you
you.
would have brought her back syphilis while she was pregnant or gonorrhea while
Thank
she was
you.
It's her fault. She making bad
pregnant?
choices.
She's making bad choices in a
Boy,
committed relationship.
She made choices
She's in
by
a
going
committed
bankrupt.
relationship.
How you going bankrupt with a child? How you getting cheated on twice? You still was there. He didn't want you no more, so you try to hurt him and take that baby across state lines.
If
Y'all
she
gotta quit
chose,
playing in my
if
face,
she
playing your
chose
mama
to
face.
forgive,
boy, go play in your mama face.
I do sometime.
Okay,
Can
well,
I,
But
keep at
Conscious,
it.
can I interject real quick? Because I really
yes,
came back
Please.
up here to ask now I want to be clear. I don't want to argue with you. I don't mind debating, but I don't want to argue. Okay.
it's a
I
healthy
want
debate.
to know, I want to know where does the responsibility lie on these child's father? If he knew that he no longer wanted to be with her while they were cohabitating together, why did he not petition the court to give him rights? Because depending on, and it's most states in this country, which I do think is unfair, but most states in this country automatically give the mom legal rights and they
Mm-hmm.
share custody with that state. The father
Mm-hmm.
does not inherently, once the child is born, have legal rights.
Right.
That is most states in this country.
Right.
So to the talking points of he has rights, I don't know what state, I think you said y'all were in Georgia. In the
Yes,
state of
ma'am.
Georgia, the father does not automatically has right. He has to petition the court. So why did he not, when he decided he no longer wanted to engage in a relationship with her, why did he not go and petition for rights to secure his place in his child's life?
Well,
Exactly.
she kidnapped the baby like a thief in the night.
Okay,
Oh
And
hold
my
on,
then
hold on,
God.
hold on,
I'm
hold on,
talking
hold on,
about,
hold on. So let's clear up right now, so we can move this part of the argument off the table entirely, and it will be
Thank you.
removed off the table entirely.
Thank you.
I just looked it up. This is what it says. Yes, a mother can be charged with kidnapping a child if it involves removing the child from the state or country in violation of a in-place custody order or other legal agreement. So right now, when she moved her child, she didn't have a legal agreement. There was no custody. There's just no legality involved. So she's not breaking the law, even if she
Correct.
got up in the middle of the night and stole off with her and her baby away from the house and moved several states, or hell, went to Italy entirely. It would only be considered kidnapping once a parental agreement is legally in place. So she didn't kidnap her child. There was
And
no
here's
kidnapping.
and not to
fine,
cut you off, but here's
I'll give it that. Morally,
okay.
it's still corrupt because he
Oh,
was a good
but
father. Her
listen
own
to
words, and
me because
she ran away with
oh
no
my
money.
God. Oh my God. So
Your phone cut
I,
out.
okay, got you. So here's what he's missing. I was only leaving to get away from the verbal abuse. I never said that I wasn't coming back, and I never said that I was taking his kid from him. I was getting away from the verbal abuse, all of the abuse, the cheating, all that. I needed to get away for my mental sake
Did you
before
go
I
back?
did. Can can you please let
Can
me
you let her
finish?
finish? New religion. Let her come to a complete thought.
Because I'm going to answer your question.
And your phone is breaking up, Nee.
Let me finish. Okay. I got away for my own sanity before I did something that put me in jail to take me away from my child.
Me
That's
too.
why I left. I never said that I wasn't coming back, and I never said that I was taking his child away from him. Rightfully so, He chose, instead of talking to me and figuring out what we were going to do, because he kept saying, let's talk about it, let's talk about it, let's talk about it. I was cool with talking about co-parenting. Yeah, you did what you did, and yeah, the relationship was over. That's cool, fine, and dandy. I was cool with us co-parenting and figuring out the original plan of co-parenting, stacking my money, and I'm moving out. I would have still been in Atlanta. I got a 10-year clientele in Atlanta. There was no way I was walking away from my business. But what you decided to do was go file for your paternity or your legalization or whatever it is. I can't think of the word right now. And then you served me when you
Good.
were just here, to see her, and we could have talked about it. I've been waiting to talk about it because, like I said, I never planned on coming back to Indiana. I don't want to be here. Indiana has no motion. I was always planning on going back, but what I'm not gonna go back to is a toxic household, and then I'm back in square one. So I didn't uprooted, already left. I'm back with my family, and then I listened to my instinct to not only go back to work, but to help you see your child. Then you put me back in the square one. That's what I'm not doing. So that's why I'm saying I was cool with going back. I never wanted to take her away from him. I was cool with the original plan. Let's figure out a co-parenting schedule. You pick her up. I have her on my off day, or I have her on my off days. You have her on your off days.
He took your
Never
power
was
away
against
and he
that.
did what he needed to do. He went to court because he was on some mess.
And that's
And
cool, fine and dandy. And I will
and
see
this is
him in
exactly
court.
what
But
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about,
saying
conscious.
is,
She is a problem. She ain't no different than Haley. She tried to
all right.
weaponize that baby, and he's a good father, like she had said prior. She didn't want to
Mhm.
work it out to flying that baby back every week like he wanted to. She wanted to do it on her terms. So
Because
he went to the
why
court
do
and
I
got
have
the
to
white people
subject my
involved, and
1-year-old to
now you
that?
got served.
Why do
Now
I
you
have to
got
subject
served.
my 1-year-old to that? I shouldn't have to put my
Well, you're gonna have to
1-year-old
do
on the
something now,
plane every
baby.
week.
You're gonna have
No,
to
he
do
can
something
fly
now.
his ass here and see her. That's what he's
Well,
gonna do. No judge is
well,
gonna sign off on that, and you're delusional if you
you
think
don't
that as
know
well as
what
him.
you took his baby
I didn't
and
take her.
ran away. Verbal
Okay.
abuse. We can only imagine if you can make decisions like that. We can only imagine what it was like living with you. You probably didn't
Oh,
shit.
I
Like
can
I
only
said, you
Are
imagine
are
what
you
it's
not
like
like
shit.
living with you. Does
a
your girlfriend
religion?
have any rights to her own life?
A
Yes.
religion. Your entire argument at the end of the day is moot because this is a woman who legally took her child but is willing to go through the custody process
Well,
and
she
is
got served. She got a
and
choice
is,
now.
I mean, yeah.
She
And
got
she's no,
served.
and I'm sure she's not surprised that
He
she got.
yeah,
I
yes, he
mean,
is. She's
I
very
mean,
much
No, I'm
surprised.
not. I'm very
she's
much
He
being
not.
took he took her weapon away. This is what women do. They weaponize children. That's what Helly tried to do, and she fucked around and found out.
no. See,
And
the
just
First
like
problem,
Nee
off,
found out.
no.
And Nee don't even
The
get an
difference
attorney because she
the difference
bankrupt.
between no, the difference between
boy, fuck you.
Hold
that's
on.
actually what I'm trying to get you to understand. The difference between Halle and Nee is that Nee wants to co-parent. Halle wants to strip DDG entirely of his
Thank you.
parental and
I
fatherhood
never
rights.
said that.
These are two
You
different
left the state
situations
with that man's
completely.
baby. You didn't say it, but your actions proved everything. You moved
Okay.
away, but he got money and he
Because
got an attorney, and you bankrupt and can't get an attorney. You're gonna lose
first
custody,
off,
baby.
you don't
You're
know
not
who got
even
money, my
listening
nigga. You
because
don't
you're
know who has what.
self-projecting. Nee, let me tell you this. This is homebody.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
tell you this.
Oh God.
You can't see in the chat because when you're on the live, sometimes you don't always
Yeah.
see the live chat.
Yeah, no, I
But
can't.
True Religion also said and discussed that he has a child's arrangement with his baby mama.
Oh.
And he called it a extraordinary arrangement, or they're in an extraordinary position and
Mm-hmm.
with custody of their son. So you
Mm-hmm.
probably couldn't see that, but I was in the chat and seeing that. And I haven't ever heard parents who say we're in an extraordinary child care arrangement.
I don't know what that
And
is.
I don't know what that is either.
No,
Oh,
I didn't say
okay.
ancestor. I
That's
said we have a
delusion, is
good
what it
relationship,
is.
and I love her and
However,
my son.
I wanted to just tell you, Nee, that
Mm-hmm.
you sharing your story about your relatability
Mm-hmm.
to being served with in relation to Halle and DDG situation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was so educational for so many people in the chat
Mm-hmm.
because
What not
every
to
time
do.
I'm on CTV channel, I learn something new.
And
Every
I've been
time.
following this channel for a long time. And I'm in my 40s
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have children, but I was telling CTV earlier in the chat, like, I appreciate you enlightening me to this perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And CTV doesn't have children either. And
Mm-hmm.
so, but with experience, and when you meet friends and you meet people and family that go through this, and when you're close to them, you can see things. And so sometimes there's things that people without children can see. And
Right.
so that's why I think that CTV is so relatable.
Mm-hmm.
And so in regards to New Religion, I'm going to follow what Rumors and Tea said, that he's just rage baiting.
I'm sure I'm
And
not.
he's just trying to get people like out of character. I
Mm-hmm.
don't want you to continue explaining yourself to him, because I
Yes.
feel like the more you explain yourself to him,
The more we learn
more
about
he's
her.
learning to use against his own baby mama. Because he already shared in the chat that he's in a custody agreement. So when you're talking
Oh, I
to
didn't
him,
know
he's
that.
getting a woman's perspective and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like the more you talk and explain yourself, he's using that, number one, against you.
No,
And then number two, he's going to use that for whoever's his poor baby mama is, he's going to use that too.
Yeah. I appreciate that, because
but
see, I'm only on my second session of therapy,
this
so
is
I'm
more
still in
trauma
my healing
bonding. This is
process.
more women trauma bonding, and there's no healing.
No, I did not
Here
know
we
that you
go.
were in the middle of a custody. So let me ask you this question: A New Religion, are you? I mean, is it fair to say that you probably are a bit sensitive and vulnerable right now? Because
No, we have an amazing agreement. Like
An amazing agreement.
an amazing agreement,
Describe
and
it.
our families work together. Everybody, it was a big family. We just can't be together. She had to go take care of her mother who's declining, and it was weighing on my mental health. And I didn't close the door off from her. I just said I can't deal with this. I can't have it. I can't have a sick mother in my house no more. It's messing with my mental, and I feel like it's messing with my son. He's not getting the attention he need. Let's work something out. I love you. I'm gonna support you from afar. I'll keep him the majority of the time. She got it. I understand you got to be there with your mom. I just got to. My priority is my son. She got it. We communicate. Whatever you need from me, got it. Financially, shit getting tight. Let me know. I'll help the bills in the household. But I just can't have your mother living here. It's hard taking care of somebody with Alzheimer's. I can't handle it, and I need to make sure my son is getting the attention he needs. We're working together as a big family unit.
So,
I
New
got
Religion, let me
much
ask
love
you a
for her.
question while you're describing all that. Do you
But that's
want
completely
us
different.
Do you
So we
want
got a good
us in the
relationship.
chat and in the
Yeah.
panel to help you or take care of you with that? Because you didn't give
I don't need
any
nobody to take care of nothing. I
grace
said my
or
situation good.
empathy to
Y'all are
someone who
bitter.
was talking about their
Oh
child
God.
I
custody
made a good
agreement
choice. I don't
or
regret having
talking
my
about
son
them being
with my
vulnerable.
baby's mother.
You didn't give them any grace. And so do you want
Because
us to give you grace?
I don't need no grace. What do you mean?
But you also can't compare your
I
situation to
didn't
mine.
compare my
Y'all didn't have.
situation. It was
Hold
they
on.
asked me, and
Wait a
I
minute.
said I have a
Yeah,
good relationship, and I love my baby's mother.
exactly.
I
You love
respect her.
her. He said he loved me, but he clearly didn't, and that's cool. But what I'm saying is,
You didn't pick
me and
correctly,
him.
baby.
That and
Don't
listen to me.
explain to him, because he wants to hear,
Homebody, you don't got a man, do you?
because you are someone's
Homebody,
child's
you
mother.
live at home with
And
multiple
maybe as a
cats,
child's mother, the more you talk
and
to
hear it in
him,
your
the more
voice.
he spiritually connects with you
Mm-hmm.
and he relates to
No,
what
lady,
you're
I'm
saying and
telling
he
her what's
takes
right
it
and what's
in.
wrong.
So
She
stop
took
talking
her
to
daughter away from a loving father, and she tried to make moves, and it didn't work out in her favor. I'm telling the truth. Y'all trauma bound and y'all giving each other bad advice. I'm telling you the truth, something that nobody's going to tell. Y'all are saying, "Oh, girl, that's the right thing to do. You should have took that man's baby. He was verbally abusing you." Blah blah
So I
blah.
have a question. If you had a daughter and she was in my shoes, would you let her stay around that man if he was verbally abusing her, having different chicks pull up to the fucking house? Would you let her stay with your
Well,
daughter in a
hopefully my
house
daughter
with
will
that
be
man?
raised with enough self-confidence not to be in that situation. But let's just say she got in that position. I'm gonna say, hey, baby, let's get you in your own apartment and let's figure. I wouldn't say take this man baby away. I say you got to get out this situation. Let's but if he's a good father to this child, let him still be in the child to rear the child. Y'all just don't need to be together. But let me help you get on your feet and let me help you get your own apartment. But to take a
But
man's
if
baby, when
that's
he's
the thing. She
doing
said
a
her
good
But you
job,
have behind the
no
scenes, hey,
religion, but she said her
true
support
religion.
system.
Go ahead,
Unfortunately,
Lewis.
her support system is in another state.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think because what it's sounding like, it's sounding like she's the problem and there's no accountability to be had on his side. And that's where I was trying to get with you because
Mm-hmm.
I'm an avid believer, like
Mm-hmm.
all parties had to be accountable. You can't say to
Absolutely.
her she should have chose better and then not say, well, he should have chose better. That whole thing of
he
who's
should have
choosing
chose
better.
better. He should have chose
Listen,
somebody.
wait a
He
minute.
should have checked her credit before he made a baby with her.
Rumors,
Oh
can I
boy, shut
Hello,
follow
up.
can I
after
finish?
you're
Can I
done?
finish? Please, can I finish talking?
You can
I mean,
finish,
you
and
love,
I'm gonna follow
you
after
have,
you're done.
okay. Can we not interject each other, talk over each other, any of that, please?
It's a
Thank you.
conversation.
It's,
Y'all be rambling
Hold
for like
on.
no,
20
no, no, but
minutes.
you cut people off. I can't even finish. I gotta go because
Y'all
I don't
let
fall for the rage
each other
bait.
let each other get complete sentence because it is annoying having your thought interrupted as hell. Like
Thank you.
y'all all give each other the grace, please.
What I'm saying is, if she had to pick better, he should have chosen better. There was a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
this is something that I tell every man that I come into communication with that have have children on the way. I told my brothers this, my nephews this, get custody. Do not wait. Even if you and her are in a good place and everything is beautiful, you go to the courts and you petition from the courts from the time the child is born. Just because you put your name on the birth certificate does not automatically give you rights to the child, which I think is a sucky thing because when you sign the birth certificate, automatically you're responsible financially for the child, but that does not give you legal rights to the child when it comes to where if the child is in the mom's custody. Go and seek the court's legal um um legal, what is it called when you acknowledge your kids? Go seek custody, basically. You
Mhm.
legitimacy. Go
Yeah,
seek
legitimacy. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
custody immediately
Yeah.
because unfortunately the mother does have the right. Conscious read it to you, but this I know, the mother has the right to get up and go wherever she wants to go, and there's
In
nothing you can
Georgia.
do about it other than no, not in Georgia, it's in most states. She can go anywhere she wants to go, and you have to petition the court for your custody. And if they'll give you joint custody, but 9 times out of 10, as we've seen with Haley, the course is going to side with the mother because they feel like the child should be with the mother. But if you go and you get the custody immediate once the child is born, you don't have to go through these. And if you do go through these things, you have the law, and you don't even have to. You have the law on your side.
Right.
My point is that the way you're speaking to her. I'm not saying that even some of your talking points, I'm not going to say that it's not, I don't agree with. It's just the fact that you're making her the problem and you're adding, and oh, you're bringing in her bankruptcy. There are people that go bankrupt that still have money. People file bankruptcy just to get out of debt. That doesn't mean that a person is literally broke. You have to
Thank
know
you.
that. So
But I
all of the
heard the
things that
brokenness in
you're
her
saying,
voice.
Oh
all the things
boy.
that you are saying is coming off
Mm-hmm.
is you have an issue with women. And I see the pendulum swinging both ways. I don't know this woman. I don't know if what she's saying is 100% true or not. But however, what I do know is she has legal rights to leave the state. He has a role that he played in this situation. If what
Well,
she's
she's been
saying is
served.
true,
She's been
and that's
served.
okay
So
because that's what the courts are for. But what I'm saying, to attack her solely
she
as if
needed to
he
be
has
attacked.
is,
She needed to
listen
be
to me,
attacked.
please. Why do
We've
you
been
have a
listening to you for
problem
20 minutes. That's what the
why? No,
conversation
and
is.
I've
You
been
got to
and
stop
I've listened
When
to
talking.
you
and
say
I've
she
listened to
needs
you
to
for
give you
free.
credit,
Wait
are
a
you
minute,
talking
homebody,
about the
hold on,
panelists or your
homebody,
own
please,
baby mama?
homebody, please
Homebody, you
listen.
don't bring any value to the
Because I
conversation.
listened
So
to him
please.
every time you've gotten up to speak. I said silent every single time.
But you
And what you showing is
for
lack
like
of
10-minute
it doesn't
intervals. That's not
matter.
how normal
It
conversation
doesn't
works.
matter. What
You
you're
give
showing me
Martin
that you
Luther
don't
King
have
speeches.
emotional intelligence. You cannot even allow a person. It's like something with women. I haven't heard you interject now one
Has
time
anybody
when
ever
Conscious
told
was
you you
speaking.
talk too
I
much?
haven't heard you interject when William was speaking. I haven't
Wow.
heard you
Well, but that's
interject
because
when the
Conscious had me on
individual
mute.
was speaking. But you
Conscious
literally
had
have
me
an
on mute
issue
because
with
I would have
women.
interjected.
You have an
Because
issue with women.
it's long winded. That's
You
not how
have
a
an
normal
issue with
conversation
women.
goes.
You
You
have an
talk.
issue with women. No, a
No,
normal
I don't.
conversation
Hold
Oh
on,
is
my
for another
god.
person to finish.
hold on. I'm gonna get some control. This isn't a normal conversation. It's a panel. So this is not people on the phone together. We on the panel. We're on the public platform. Everybody want to talk. Everybody want to share. Everybody want to be heard. And we have a listening audience who also needs to hear what everybody got to say. So that's what this is. And yes, y'all just let each other talk. It's really not that hard.
I think we 30
And
seconds.
and if there are things being said, it's called a pen and a pad. Take notes so that when it's time for you to talk, you know what you want to jump in and address. There's all kind of ways to work around that. It's okay. And I also want to say this to you, New Religion. It's like you said, you can hear the brokenness in me.
I can hear the brokenness in Homebody. Like she just sound. I'm sorry, knee.
Brokenness.
When they
So
said, "How do you know she got money?" Because she's talking about she was bankrupt and she went to Indiana. I'm like, she sound broke.
I said
Oh
I
my
brought that up.
God.
I brought that up to say that, and the women are saying that they can hear the bitterness in you.
Hello.
I'm not bitter though. I don't have
Clock
that
it.
situation. I just want women to be accountable for the things that
I
they
mean, how more
do.
accountable can you be when you on a panel with a woman who said that she actually is going to go back and she actually wants to
She don't got no choice to judge the order
no,
that.
hold on. No, all that is a mute point. Like, you slapping shit on top of nothing. Like, she literally left because she could and because she felt she had to. She's going back. She has no problem co-parenting. She wants to co-parent, whether they're going to do that legally or get a personal thing. She only left for immediate relief and to get herself in a better situation and to not have her resources tied up into a man who she was living with, who's cheating on her with 2 other bitches.
She didn't answer the question. She going back.
She said
No.
She a lie.
No, I didn't lie. I never.
Are you asking, I'm going back to him?
Yeah, she is.
No, I'm not going back to. No, I'm definitely not going back to him.
Can I say something for a moment,
Yes.
Conscious?
Yes.
This is Homebody. So, to New Religion, you first spoke on knee, and I believe she pronounces it knee. I don't want to say her name wrong. Knee or
Oh my
knee?
god.
It's nay, but it's okay. It's
Knee.
okay. It's
Okay.
okay.
So
Nay.
you first, when you came on the panel, you just came out and spoke against what she was saying after she told her story. And I didn't appreciate that because I've been on this panel several times. And we've been on, sometimes we'll be on this panel for 4 or 5 hours, sharing each other's stories and relating to each other.
I listen.
And you spoke about things that you've heard out of her story as if you knew her. And then come to find out, when I started questioning you in the live channel chat, you started responding to me. And that's how I found out that you're also in a custody situation and you have a relationship with custody and a son, etc. And so I didn't dig into that, but I let you kind of share your story so I could figure out more. And I wish that you would have let her, I wish you would have gave her time to figure out more. But I feel like you're not that type of person because, number one, when I was listening to the live in the beginning, you started talking with an accent. And then I called out your accent, and then you started talking like regular English. And so that was weird to me
I don't know what
because
I'm from Ohio, lady.
I always say on the panel, I let everyone know on the panel that I'm from Africa. I was born in Africa, and
Where in
I moved
Africa?
to the United States young. So I
Where in Africa?
speak without an accent.
Where in
I was born
Africa?
in Sudan. I was
Okay.
born in Sudan. And so I moved to the United States when I was 2 years old. And so you don't hear my accent, but I'm very much African. And so when I hear different accents, I can hear it because I grew up around a
You don't hear an
lot of
accent. What you
people
hear
with
is Cleveland,
accents.
Ohio.
However, my point is this. It's that I feel like you have a story to tell too. And this is me being nice to you because I really don't like
You
how
weren't
you
even nice in
treat.
the chat.
I really don't like how you treated the people on the panel, but I want you to know that it's okay to tell your story. You should have led with you also being separated from your child's mother and you also being in a custody arrangement. You should have led with that because when I came on the panel and I shared that with everybody that was going on in chat, everyone in the panel was like
But there's no issue
shocked.
with my
But
custody
you wrote
arrangement.
it.
There's
You
no
wrote
problem. I'm
it.
not making
No.
toxic
I'm not
choices.
sharing anything that you did not write on the chat. And
Okay.
CTV always lets the live chat replay happen when he lets the live replay. And so people are going to see what you wrote. And so you can't lie about
You
what
can
you
scroll
wrote.
back. Right now, what's wrong with you? I said I'm in a good relationship. I love the mother of my child and love my son. We
Okay,
understand each other.
so speak on that. And so maybe what you can do to help the chat, because this
I
panel
I told the lady the truth.
this panel is to educate people. And so if you're in a relationship and you love the relationship that you're in, maybe just talk about that. Just talk about what you're in.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about toxic women making toxic choices, and I think
How
Nay's
many
choices.
toxic women do
No,
you know that are making toxic
a
choices
lot. I know a
besides
lot of
hurting
and I
each
know a lot of
other?
toxic men. I'm saying from what Nay was sharing, it sounded like poor choices all around, and it sounded
But
like
you
poor
don't
people
consider a
behavior.
man. But you don't consider a man who was having out of relationship children with other women under the nose
No,
of
DDG made terrible
toxic.
choices.
No,
DDG should have never
no,
procreated with that woman.
no, I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about Anee's ex was having two different whole relationships and got one of the women pregnant.
This wasn't a surprise to her. She knew
And then,
she knew she laid up with. All women know this stuff. She, whatever reason, she decided to have a baby with that man, just like Holly made a decision to have a baby with DDG. She knew what kind of man she was dealing with. Him talking to her crazy and verbally abusing her didn't come out of nowhere. She chose to make these choices.
so new religion is definitely super like Pledge of Allegiance to men. He says he holds toxic men accountable, but he actually does not.
It's not. I'm
It's
just saying.
It's only that toxic women exist. Got it. It's only that toxic women exist.
He never took her serious because he never took her serious.
It's only that a woman can make bad decisions.
Conscious. Let me say this one part. He never took her serious. She confronted him with the stuff. He said, "So what you gonna do?" She already knew what it was. She put herself in that situation, situation when she confronted him about the cheating.
No. Like
he asked her, "So what you gonna do?"
No, he did not.
The weird thing about it is that like you are choosing to insert things in her story that she didn't even relate. I don't understand.
She said that. No, she said that in the beginning.
You're like making up her story
Stop
for her.
responding to him. So, New Religion, when you say that she made choices, are you talking about the mother of your children? Can you tell us what choices she made that made you mad?
She decided to move with her mother to a different state where she had more support to take care of her mom. I said, I need to focus on my son. He's not getting the attention that he needs. He needs a stable household. He can't have this craziness in the household. That's your mama. I know I would do the same for my mom. But I got my job is to make sure Jason is good. We made a plan. We talked. She knows I love her. I know she loves me. And I know she loves her son. But we had to do what was best for our son. Now, her being away like that, hey, I don't know if I can, like, I can't do the long distance thing. Maybe we come back together and once things, life things happen. But we straight up adult conversation. We talk for real because we love each other for real, to be that honest. But we had to do what was best for our son. But I had to, as a man, I had to do what I thought Jason needed. And she agreed. She let me lead and she felt that I was right. I got my parents involved. They said I was making the right choices. You're stressing my son out. It's not you, but your mom is. And I know your mom can't help it. But the kind of care she needed from me, I felt like she needed to be in a home, which I was willing to help pay for that. But she didn't want to put her mom in a home. Now I understand that because I wouldn't want my mom in a home, but I had to look out for my son, who is number one. She understood that. We don't have no beef. I got her back. I picked a good baby mother. I love that she's taking care of her mother. It's just not working right now. Maybe hopefully we can come back together again if I'm not dating somebody else. But it is what it is, and we were honest. And
Can I
we're good.
ask what state you guys are in?
Right now, I'm in Florida. I'm from Ohio. She
Oh,
back in Ohio.
okay. Okay, Florida.
But I'm from Ohio. She back in Ohio. So that's the story.
And so what made it go bad with you and her?
Her mom got Alzheimer's, having these moments, needs specialized care, and it's upsetting my son. It's traumatizing my son. Like the different things that's going on. We have to lock up certain things in the house a different way. I got to look out for a 5-year-old and an 80-year-old. I got to make sure my son is good. I got to make sure my son isn't being terrorized. He's starting to develop new behaviors. No, I'm sorry. I can't have this in my house. I need my son good. He didn't ask to be here. And I understand you got to take care of your mom, because I would want to do the same thing. But it is what it is. I chose my son, and she got that. She's a good woman.
And
I can't say nothing bad about her.
What if there were other panelists that chose their son and made the same choice that you made? Do you feel like, I said, what if there were other people on the panelists that you spoke with and made the same choice for their son or their daughter or their children? Do you feel like that's the same, or do you feel like your situation is different because they're single? Because I think you guys are both single. You're a single father, and the other woman on the panel is a single mother now. I don't understand.
My issue with her was she said the man was a good dad. And my issue was, from whatever things he was cheating on her or whatever, she decided that she was going to take her son in the middle of the night, pack up her car, and just leave. And then when the man said, "Oh, okay, let's work this out, fly him back to me every other week or whatever." No, I'm not doing that with no 1-year-old, blah, blah, blah. So, what? You don't get to dictate that. You can
got
communicate.
some of your facts wrong. Some of that is not true. It's not what I said.
It's pretty close. You took his son, and you weren't willing to put the baby on the plane.
Because I shouldn't have to.
I want to say to you, my hat's off to you for even being able to separate your relationship and the co-parenting relationship to still not, hold a grudge and, weaponize your child against. I totally understand why you did what you did. It was in the best interest of your child ultimately to remove yourself and your child out of the environment at 1 year old, about to be 1 year old. No judge is going to say that it is okay for a 1-year-old to be transported back and forth on a plane. It doesn't work that way.
He gonna tell her to move back though.
No, they will not. I can tell you that from experience.
They absolutely would not. I am in a situation currently like this. Me and my child's father have a great relationship. She is 15 now, and I live in Louisiana. He lives upstate. And what he does and what he has done for several years is fly her up, and he pays for everything. He pays for her flights. He pays for all that. He fly her back and forth from Louisiana to Maryland. And he's done that for 8 years now. Before that, when she was younger, when she was a babe, I lived in Georgia and Louisiana. He was in El Paso, Texas that time. We're both prior military. We met halfway, and that's an 18-hour drive. We made it work. So it's really not that uncommon.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable.
And that's really not that uncommon. And to me, the essence of the situations compared to yours, true religion, I don't know, and me, in essence, it's sort of the same situation. You and your baby mom live states away. You know, her and her baby's dad live states away. And it sounds to me like you're trying to condemn her just because she made the conscious decision for her mental health and for her child to move closer to her family. Well, if he really wanted to see his child so badly, then he would make those arrangements to.
He shouldn't be put in that situation.
Listen,
Neither one of us should have been
they're
put
not
in the
married.
situation,
They're not
honestly.
married. Yeah, they're not married. They're not
Neither am I.
married. He do not, and neither are my, but we make it work. And that it sounds like that's what she's trying to do. It doesn't come across to me like she's a toxic, horrible mother like some women could be. No,
she's mad because he got the court involved.
Let me finish. No, wait, no, we ain't together. So you can't see your child. No, you ain't gonna see her. You ain't never gonna get her. That's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying. But you're trying to make that you're trying to make that her story, and it's not fair. Even your tone of voice, your demeanor, the way you're talking and coming across, it sounds a bit aggressive, you know. And let me ask you this, True Religion.
New Religion.
You know, my apologies. New Religion. You know, and I want you to be honest with us ladies on this panel. You know, you're telling us, you know, you and your child's mom have a great relationship and this, that, and the other. But have you guys ever agreed or disagreed on the way you speak to her or the way you spoke to her mom in those trying times?
No, I don't never disrespect her mother. I've my tone with her. Yeah, she's talked to me about my tone with her. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we can all see that. We can all see that.
I'm not saying.
Hold on, wait. I've been listening to this live for a couple hours now, and I came in when you were talking about, you know, Haley, Holly, or whatever, and you were calling her B and H's, you know, that sends a back signal to me on what type of man you are.
Okay,
not to say that you're a horrible man. You could be a pretty good man. Who knows? But the way you refer to women is really demeaning. And then, you know, when you say, oh, the house that she grew up in and raising your child better. Well, it sounds to me that the way you speak to women is something that your son could also adapt, you know, and start calling women B's and H's.
My God, you're taking it too far. I'd never call my baby mother a bitch or a hoe in our whole situation.
I never said that. He can be just around you in a setting.
My tone can be
and you're calling women B's and H's.
I didn't call nobody on this panel a bitch or a hoe.
No,
stop it. And I did not say
that. I said you called Haley Holly that. I did not say.
I may have called her a crazy bee, which she is.
Oh, well, it's no May. I heard it. You called her bees a few times,
and I don't take it back. What's your point?
And then Conscious had to correct that language.
Oh, I don't remember the correction, but I don't take it back. She is a crazy bitch.
You are a liar. You're a liar, and I bet you 1,000 to 1 that your child's mother. I bet you she is feeling some form of relief right now because she's not having to deal with your type.
Oh my God, we talk every day. We have a different type of love. We're good. We don't have a bad relationship. You projecting your bad situation upon me. No,
my situation is lovely.
And you sound single. You sound single too.
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
Don't take that bait. Don't take that bait. from
Well,
him.
no, he can. No, listen, I'm
No,
very
don't.
secure in myself.
Let me interject for
I
just a
do
minute.
extremely well. You know, everything on my end is good, you know, and everything on my child's father end is good. There's no bait that you can ever get me with.
I don't
Yeah, well,
know.
let me say this.
It's just
This
giving
is
big back
homebody.
energy.
So
Well, I'm a very small,
hold on,
short,
don't
short
react to that.
lady. I'm a very small, short lady, you know, but what I do have is a big truck. You know, everything in my life is big. You know, my home is big, my truck is big, everything in my life is big. You know.
Neck is big.
Okay. Well,
Shout
the
out to you.
reason I was saying this is
Okay.
homebody. The reason I was saying don't react to that is because right now he is the only male panelist,
And watch this,
and
ladies. Watch this,
CTV
ladies.
is.
If I ask him,
You're going
right
off.
now, did Tori shoot Meg? What would you say?
Hell yeah, he shot her. And he's a crackhead doing crackhead things.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let me tell y'all how crazy synchronicity is. Pink Clover, I beg you not. And if you go look for yourself, you will see as soon as you fix your mouth to ask that question, I literally got a notification of somebody making a comment somewhere on my channel saying free Tory.
Oh my gosh.
No. Tori definitely shot Meg. I'm not no chauvinist. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. He's a liar, he's a crackhead. Megan shouldn't have lied about sleeping with that man, but he deserved to be in jail. He played in that lady's face. I'm fair, I'm not crazy. And all the evidence point, and it was killing me. The man never even got on the stand to defend himself. I'd be like, yeah, that bitch shot her. But why would I go to jail, lose my career, and lose my son for some random chick? So he did it. His own witness testified to say he saw him do it. So there's no argument. I'm a reasonable person.
But wait a minute, hold on one second.
Not true.
Hold on 1 second. Did you hear what you just said, New Religion?
Oh my God. What did I say?
No, did you hear what you just said? You said he was crazy. Why would he do this and leave his what?
What?
Do you know what you just said?
I said, why would he not take the stand and defend himself and leave his son and go to jail if he really didn't shoot her?
So why
What's
would
wrong
you
with
then
that?
in that talk, wait a minute, hold on, in that talking point,
Clock it.
that talking point alone, why would you then sit and say to Nay she was wrong for leaving a toxic situation when this woman has said out of her mouth, if she wouldn't have left, she might have done something that would have
She
caused
didn't
her
say
to get
that. Oh, she
arrested.
did.
She didn't say that.
She
She did
did.
say it.
She did. She did.
Well, that's her mental health issue. Control your emotions. You
And
know,
she
like,
did that by
You're
removing
moving
herself from that
the
situation.
goalpost, New Religion. You're
you're moving the
moving
goalposts.
the
This has
goalpost.
nothing. This has nothing. Tory has nothing to do with this.
Are you looking
No,
at the screen of New
Tory
Religion? Are
doesn't
you
have
looking
anything to do with
at New
this.
Religion? Because this is what you're doing, a New Religion. On the screen here. Look at the motherfucking screen here. Okay, this is what you are motherfucking doing. Oh, matter of fact, I may not even have it. Never mind. Oh, here it is. All right, here
New
it is.
Religion. You're
I'm looking at
saying
the screen.
that you're the only man on the screen, and you're reacting to a lot of different women, but CTV is also a man on this channel right now. At this moment, you're the only man on this panel, but
Moving the goalposts. I
CTV
like
is
that.
also a man on this panel, and so you
I'm
don't
not
have to say
doubting that he's
women
a
feel
man.
this way. You can talk to CTV as a man and ask him, do you feel this way as well as a man? You can ask him too.
What do you mean? I never. There's no. I'm not. I don't.
He's
I've
already
been
done
having a
that.
conversation with CTV. I haven't said anything about him being another. I've been talking to him as another man. He's been pushing back against me. We just on two different sides of it. Nothing about him being a man.
And not even entirely, because we on the same side as it relates to Halle's situation and the judge dropping the ball and her.
Yeah, I've been
and all of that. We on the same side of all of that. Now
he just been protecting me.
having a strange hair up your ass for Nate, trying to reimagine her story for her. I ain't got to do with none of that.
No, I just find Nee's story very similar to Halle's. It's not as
No,
severe,
you need
but
to
it's
stop
not similar.
laughing about that story. You need to stop laughing about that.
You need to stop trying to tell men what to do.
No,
New
you need
religion.
to stop
I
telling
have
your
a
baby mother that you're going to be okay if you have her children in custody. That's
Huh?
what you need to stop doing.
Wait a minute. Hold
What?
on, homebody. 'Cause I have a legitimate question, a serious question. Because you've told her everything she's done wrong. She was wrong. She was wrong. What do you think she should have done?
He should have had a
How do you think she should have handled that situation?
Okay. If she needed to, she could either save her money and get her own spot, where she should have her own money to move out because she's not married to that man. She should have had a situation where she can move out and make arrangements where they can co-parent, or she should have had a conversation. Hey, this is my plan. I don't appreciate the way you treated me. I'm working to move out. We're gonna work out some agreement. I plan to be out by this time. Hopefully, we can co-parent together. Have a
You're working to
conversation.
move out of both of your names on the lease?
Wait a minute,
This,
homebody.
this,
I
this,
really want to let him finish. Please let him finish.
She moved out
That was
anyway,
it?
and we don't know if their name is on the lease. The way her credit sound, I doubt it was.
Wait a minute. Don't get sidetracked. Please, would you finish in explaining what you think she should do?
She should have either made a plan to move out and made arrangements, communicated with that man and say, hey, we're gonna need to co-parent, or I might have to take you to child support. What are we gonna do? I can't live
So
under
do
this.
you
I
think
can't live with this so-called verbal abuse. Yeah, I understand you're a
Okay.
good dad, and I don't want to take my child away from her good father. But we can't be together.
Okay, so
Communication.
let me respond to that. If you would have heard me in the beginning, I said
you went out?
what you said was the original plan. That was the original plan. When we mutually agreed and decided to separate, go our separate ways, and just co-parent, that was the original plan. I was gonna stay there, stack my money, find my own place. I was cool with that. A month later is when the women popped up. So that changed and let me also say this. I was already planning to leave. I was already planning to go home because the verbal abuse was between me and him. This was way before I knew about the females. The females came after the fact of us already mutually agreeing to separate. So they just put the icing on the cake for me to be like, okay, before I lose it and do something, I need to leave. I was already planning on leaving.
Okay, it sounded like you were okay with it until the other women. You was okay with the
Mm.
verbal abuse, and then that was just a
Oh
straw
my
that broke the camel's
God.
back. Listen,
Oh
But
God.
is it not enough for her to vacate? If you have people coming to where you and your child rest your head at, that are entangled with your now ex, but the father of your basically a newborn. You think that it was not in the best interest of her and that child? Did you think she was supposed to leave the baby with him and then leave?
Thank you, because that's exactly what he think I should have did.
don't. I didn't say that. Don't steal my
No,
baby.
not you. No, not you. I'm talking about my ex. That's what he felt like I should have
Yeah,
did.
I don't care if you want to get out. You get out. Don't steal my baby.
No, I'm definitely taking her.
And that's why we're gonna agree to disagree. That's
And
a
we
better
Okay,
way.
can.
But
baby, the
do
And we
you
let's
know
talk
can.
about
that he
that.
could
But
have?
what you
That's
can't argue with, but
Because
what you
I
can't,
would
what
like.
you cannot argue with is the law. Legally, I had the right to take my fucking child,
and
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 legally,
and
that's
now
what
he
I
got the
did.
law, and now he's using the law, and now
And
good
guess
luck.
what? No, what he's doing is wasting his money for a judge to completely agree with.
Do
No
you have a
judge is going to
lawyer?
side with
Do
that.
you have
Yes,
a
I
lawyer?
do. I had a lawyer before I left, my guy.
Okay.
Retained 5K. So why you want to talk about somebody broke, my nigga? You got the wrong one. I left with money.
I have a question too. Like, I mean,
Mm.
in New Religion, we are just entertaining this conversation with you out of pure entertainment.
Oh, sure. I'm not sensitive.
But
Oh boy, please.
what exactly do you see particularly harmful with her taking? How old is your kid, Omne?
She's one.
Okay. What do you particularly find harmful about her as a mother taking a 1-year-old with her temporarily? Like, what is he supposed to do for a 1-year-old when her child, for all we know, could still be breastfeeding on the mom, etc.? Like, what is the harm that's going to happen to the child? Like, what is, I don't get, like, what I mean, the baby is one. The baby is one.
Those are developmental years.
I get it,
Just the same way she get to see the first.
But the key word is temporary.
I don't remember one day when my father wasn't there. Just like she get to see the baby. Let me finish, Conscious.
But this baby
like
doesn't have the but this baby doesn't have the capacity to remember that is.
But I do. No. Let me finish. Yeah, here's a question.
A 1-year-old isn't going to remember anything.
It's not about that. Those are developmental years. So, like, she's leaving her imprint on the child. I'm leaving my imprint on the child. She's leaving the baby. Can I finish? Let me finish.
No imprint. A child just has.
There is an imprint.
No imprint. You can't even. You don't even have any memories from 1 year old. None.
No, but there's certain things.
No memories.
There's certain things you can teach a 1-year-old.
No.
Okay, my child was
move around New Religion.
Wait.
That is not going to take up a larger priority than the mother's emotional well-being in a situation where she's being cheated on and violated and did not expect her relationship to implode that way. She has the right to remove herself temporarily. The child is only 1 year old, and the removal is only temporary to begin with. Like, literally acting like she ran across Italy and she doesn't want anything to do with the damn child's father, and that she's trying to X the kid's father out at this developmental time where the father can make no more of an impression than a G.I. Joe can on the damn child is wild. Like, you are literally putting 30,000 on 10.
You know what he's doing, May? Unfortunately, you have become the representative. You literally are the representative for for Haley, and you know what I'm saying. Unfortunately, you're catching strays. Unwarranted strays. Just because I don't know if it would have been more women coming up here and saying that they were currently in a custody battle, they might have caught some strays as well. I just think because he doesn't have Haley right here to really unleash on and unload on. Right now, you're the target. You know what I'm saying? You're her representative or whatever. But the reality is, I would tell you the honest to God truth. If I thought that at any point what you did and what you're doing is wrong and it would affect your child negatively, I honestly would tell you. And I don't see anything that you have done from one mother to another. It's not because you are a mother, but because you are a mother. And I can say, what you said to us, it's not giving that you did anything wrong. You did the best that you could do under the circumstances that you were put in. I'm pretty sure if you had some type of resources, I know you said you had good support systems, but if you had the resources that you needed in Georgia, I'm pretty sure you would still be in Georgia right now.
I would have never left. Because I would have never left my money.
I know the choice did not come from a vindictive place. I heard everything you said. I heard you mention that you had a son another child. I don't know if you said it was a boy or girl, but you had a child that passed in 2010. Come to find out, one of the women that he was cheating on that popped up at the house was also someone that gifted you something when your child passed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard all of what you said. I listened attentively. You did nothing wrong. And it is okay at the end of the day, even though most of us, well, pretty much everybody up here on the panel, with the exception of himself, do not think that you did anything wrong. That's okay if he wants to think you did something wrong. Please hear me when I say, my hat goes off to you, because it's not easy to co-parent with someone that has violated you, hurt you, caused your heart injury. But if you can't do anything moving forward, I hope the situation does not get worse before it gets better. But if you can just maintain to do what's in the best interest of your child and separate that relationship from the co-parenting, it's going to work out. And I want you to be encouraged, because it's going to get a little muddy. I just hope it doesn't get worse before it gets
Yeah.
better. I
Yeah.
pray that you and him can both understand that despite what you feel for each other has absolutely nothing to do with that child, and always put your child first. That's my
Absolutely.
wishes and prayers for you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that.
And I'll say something to Homebody. This is Homebody speaking. I'll go ahead and say to you, Nee, that I really do, again, appreciate you sharing what you shared. And I hope that you get all the support and help that you can get in your city, because you're very qualified for it. And I've been through a DV situation. I don't have children, but I've been through a situation where a husband was crazy. And I hope that you're able to get every sort of support that you can. And if you ever feel stressed and you feel like it's too much, I hope that you don't keep it to yourself, because you shared a lot tonight. And I feel like you share, because I feel like the more that you share, the more you get it off your chest. I work in healthcare, and I feel like the more you get things off your chest. I always tell my cancer patients to talk to me and just get things off your chest. I know you're not a cancer patient, but I hope that you get it off your chest, because you have to get it out of your body. And that's what you're doing, as hard as it is. Don't get it out of your body and tell somebody like New Religion.
Oh wow, you
Make
call me a
sure that
vampire,
you're
homebody?
telling somebody that is, make sure that you're telling somebody that is a professional and somebody that can actually help you, because
Yeah.
there really are people there that care about your situation.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Um,
Appreciate it.
And I want to thank you too, Nate, for sharing your story, and you know, light and love to you, I'm sure. And it sounds like everything's going to work out just fine, especially since you seem to not be resistant a co-parenting. So there's no reason why everything shouldn't be able to be situated accordingly. And you guys, I do have to go because I've been up here for 6 hours. This was quite an amazing unpacking. I want to thank everybody for participating. Is there anything else that anybody wants to say?
I
I would
love
just like
you
to ask
all.
something.
I love you guys
CTV.
all.
I just have one question for you, and you take your time, sweetheart. Okay, but we would like to know when you will be back up for the scams in the Megan of it all.
Are you speaking of the hearing?
Yes, yes.
I'm gonna try to go live in the morning, probably like noon, maybe. Are y'all around for noon?
Perfect. I'll make sure I'm up and awake.
Okay, yeah. Because I already got my thumbnail in place, and I'm gonna try to bring a document Tings on, because he actually was able to bear witness to it and did a whole unpacking. So I'm gonna bring him up, and we're going to get into the breakdown. And we should be seeing some updates on the docket too. There may be some there by tomorrow. So yeah, we'll get into all of that later today on noon, since it's technically 1 a.m. So technically it's Friday. So on noon today.
All right.
Thanks,
It was fun
CTV, and it's always talking and listening to you,
Thank you so
ladies.
much, Bill.
Thank you.
I had a really good time talking to everybody except Next Level True Religion Jeans. I don't care what his name is, but you all have a good
wow,
night except for
miserable.
him. Bye.
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 Thank you.
Miserable and
again,
bitter.
love and light to everybody. It's been entertaining, to say the least. Even though we have not agreed across the board on everything, New Religion, I can appreciate the passion. Um, and I just want you to just consider like how you came across, like even regardless if it was passion or not. But I think you said a lot of offensive things and very immature things, and that's why it was kind of hard for me. That's exactly why I came back up on the panel. It was kind of hard for me to hear you even trying to address or have a conversation, any dialogue with Nay, because you were just attacking her. And it really wasn't cool. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't cool. But I still enjoy everybody up here. Conscious, you know I love you. And I'm going to bid everybody a good night.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Room
night.
NT. Nate, anything you want to say, Boo?
No, I'm just gonna say good night. I enjoyed myself up here. I appreciate everybody, for the support because it does help me to talk about it since I'm
Absolutely.
actively through it. And ain't
And
no
you did
love
the right,
lost to.
and you did the right thing by advocating for yourself, and
Yeah,
your daughter would have wanted you to do the very same thing.
absolutely, absolutely.
Circumstances, and I hope that you and the father of your child are able to, have a
Yeah,
sound conclusion on
yeah, yeah,
custody, and everything continues to move forward. But keep us
yeah,
updated.
absolutely. Oh, for sure, for sure. I've been rocking
All
with you
right,
for a
boo.
minute. I just be in the bush. I'm
Yeah.
articulate.
I think your audio head went out.
My Metro
Nate.
PCS. Thanks for the opportunity to
Oh my God, this
Right.
here.
If you ever run into New Religion on a future panel on my platform, you are allowed to cuss them slap out if you need to, Nate. Okay.
Will do.
All right, baby.
All right,
Thanks for the
y'all have a good
opportunity.
night.
You too. Be good. Good luck.
A New Religion. Are you new here? Or are you a Bush baby too?
I pop in and out. Like I was looking at you. I don't listen to all of it because your stuff be
Yeah.
long, but it's interesting. I listened to you with the that blogger Marilago. You be on her neck.
Oh, okay, with the Tory Malago and Megan. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and you really be breaking stuff down, and I read your little post in the YouTube blog thing,
Yeah.
and it's always spot on. So this is my first time really engaging. I did have
I
a good time.
appreciate you coming up. I knew it was gonna get spicy based upon some of the shit you was saying in the back check. I said, okay, I see where this gonna go. So you're
Yeah,
being disappointed, taking it there. But
all right. I'll definitely be back though.
all right, man. Appreciate you.
All right, take
That
care.
was religion, you guys. All right, that was a full circle panel, you guys. And y'all know I try to allow the panels to be very diverse. I try to let everybody kind of do their thing. I try not to do too much policing because I know I don't like to be policing conversation. I kind of like to be able to, feel how I feel, say what I say, even if it's disagreeable. I just prefer y'all to be able to be as respectful as y'all can, but I don't mind y'all being, spicy or even oppositional, because, we live in a world where people are going to have different thoughts and we are having to learn how to live with and live amongst each other despite having a difference of opinion, but we don't have to disrespect each other, when we are differing in opinion. I think sometimes we make those things synonymous, like not agreeing then should result in disrespect. So, it's okay to be oppositional. It's okay to feel however you feel, but, we can still keep it cute. So, I love the panels. I love getting y'all input. If we can continue to have panels where, once again, it don't have to be an echo chamber. I would not even want an echo chamber. Y'all know I love diversity. I love oppositional stuff. I love challenging the shit that's in people's brains and all of that. Y'all know sometimes I'm not agreeable with. Sometimes I don't agree with y'all. But we love all that. But in terms of the panels, if we can just respect each other, even if we don't agree, that would be real healthy for the panels going forward, because I really can't deal with a lot of the hoopla no more. I know we used to have some very crunk off in this motherfucking thing panels, baby, but y'all know I don't do as many panels as I used to do because I can't put up with all of it be too much. But today was pretty cool despite a difference of opinion. And shout out to the lady, shout out to Nay. And, shout out to DDG and Haley. This is a very fucked up, dark, sick situation. I mean, who just would have thought shit was this bad? I mean, the way these people really slapped makeup over woundedness, metaphorically speaking, is insane. This is about as bad gonna be. I'm wishing a lot of healing for this couple that is going to have, for these two individuals who are going to have to learn how to, continue to go half on a baby. I hope that they're able to grow into themselves, and I hope that both of them do what's in the best interest of Halo, because, Halo is who they both decided to put themselves aside for. That's what happens when you choose to have children. You come second now, because you make a choice to have the children. Children don't happen like lightning striking. So hopefully both of them can do what's in the best interest of Halo, and they have a custody hearing on the 24th where they will be battling it out. DDG was granted a restraining order as well, so now they both have a TPO against each other. Halo will remain in the custody of Ariel until the 24th, and yeah, we'll be keeping you updated. I will be back noon to get into Milagro hearing with Megan Thee Stallion to address the buffoonery that took place and that have been taking place with her being lawyerless and everything else. So we'll get into all of that. Please make sure that you guys subscribe. And if you guys enjoyed yourself and you appreciate all the reading, all the writing, girl, all the looks, and man, I go hard for y'all. I'm sorry, baby. There's no other. There may be content creators who do bigger numbers than me, but there ain't no content creator who content create like I do, baby. Okay, we do the deep dive. We can make the situation anecdotal and personal, baby. We can make this, you know, we can have fun. We can be intellectual. It's informative, and y'all get epic visuals, baby. Okay, CTV turns it out for the kingdom, baby. Okay, if you enjoy all that, run me a like. You know, subscribe and share the platform. And if you want to bless the platform, of course, you can always do that on Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV. Conscious, of course, spelled just how it is here on the platform with the Z on the end. And of course, email me all the tea, all the things at my Gmail, as well as my Patreon. Follow me on Instagram. And I love you long time. See you guys later. Peace.